Title: City of Girls. Author: Elizabeth Gilbert. Also by Elizabeth Gilbert, Pilgrims, Stern Men, The Last American Man, Eat, Pray, Love, Committed, A Love Story, At Home on the Range by Margaret Yardley Potter, The Signature of All Things, Big Magic, Riverhead Books, an imprint of Penguin Random House, LLC, penguinrandomhouse.com. Copyright 2019 by Elizabeth Gilbert. Penguin supports copyright. Copyright fuels creativity, encourages diverse voices, promotes free speech, and creates a vibrant culture. Thank you for buying an authorized edition of this book and for complying with copyright laws by not reproducing, scanning, or distributing any part of it in any form without permission. You are supporting writers and allowing Penguin to continue to publish books for every reader. Library of Congress cataloging in publication data. Names: Gilbert, Elizabeth, 1969. Author. Title: City of Girls, Elizabeth Gilbert. Description: New York, Riverhead Books, 2019. Identifiers: LCCN 2019-00903, print. LCCN 2019-11748, ebook. ISBN 978-069-48032, ebook. ISBN 915-463-473, hardcover. Subjects: GSAFD, love stories. Classification: LCC PS355 1415, ebook. LCC PS355 1415, C8 2019, print. DCC 813.54 DC23 LC record available at https://lcc.lock.gov/2019-00903. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, businesses, companies, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Cover design: Grace Hahn. Version 1. 4. Margaret Cordy. My eyes, my ears, my beloved friend. You will do foolish things, but do them with enthusiasm. Colette. New York City, April 2010. I received a letter from his daughter the other day, Angela. I'd thought about Angela many times over the years, but this was only our third interaction. The first was when I'd made her wedding dress back in 1971. The second was when she'd written to tell me that her father had died. That was in 1977. Now she was writing to let me know that her mother had just passed away. I'm not sure how Angela expected me to receive this news. She might have guessed it would throw me for a loop. That said, I don't suspect malice on her part. Angela is not constructed that way. She's a good person, more important, an interesting one. I was awfully surprised, though, to hear that Angela's mother had lasted this long. I'd assumed the woman had died ages ago. God knows everyone else has. But why should anyone's longevity surprise me when I myself have clung to existence like a barnacle to a boat bottom? I can't be the only ancient woman still tottering around New York City, absolutely refusing to abandon either her life or her real estate. It was the last line of Angela's letter, though, that impacted me the most. "Vivian," Angela wrote, "given that my mother has passed away, I wonder if you might now feel comfortable telling me what you were to my father." Well then, what was I to her father? Only he could have answered that question. And since he never chose to discuss me with his daughter, it's not my place to tell Angela what I was to him. I can, however, tell her what he was to me. 1. In the summer of 1940, when I was 19 years old and an idiot, my parents sent me to live with my Aunt Peg, who owned a theater company in New York City. I had recently been excused from Vassar College on account of never having attended classes and thereby failing every single one of my freshman exams. I was not quite as dumb as my grades made me look, but apparently it really doesn't help if you don't study. Looking back on it now, I cannot fully recall what I'd been doing with my time during those many hours that I ought to have spent in class. But knowing me, I suppose I was terribly preoccupied with my appearance. I do remember that I was trying to master a reverse roll that year, a hairstyling technique that, while infinitely important to me and also quite challenging, was not very Vassar. I'd never found my place at Vassar, although there were places to be found there. All different types of girls and cliques existed at the school, but none of them stirred my curiosity, nor did I see myself reflected in any of them. There were political revolutionaries at Vassar that year, wearing their serious black trousers and discussing their opinions on international foment. But I wasn't interested in international foment. I'm still not. Although I did take notice of the black trousers, which I found intriguingly chic, but only if the pockets didn't bulge. And there were girls at Vassar who were bold academic explorers, destined to become doctors and lawyers long before many women did that sort of thing. I should have been interested in them, but I wasn't. I couldn't tell any of them apart, for one thing. They all wore the same shapeless wool skirts that looked as though they'd been constructed out of old sweaters, and that just made my spirits low. It's not like Vassar was completely devoid of glamour. There were some sentimental, doe-eyed medievalists who were quite pretty, and some artistic girls with long and self-important hair, and some high-bred socialite types with profiles like Italian greyhounds. But I didn't befriend any of them. Maybe it's because I sensed that everybody at this school was smarter than me. This was not entirely youthful paranoia. I uphold to this day that everybody there was smarter than me. To be honest, I didn't understand what I was doing at college, aside from fulfilling a destiny whose purpose nobody had bothered explaining to me. From earliest childhood, I'd been told that I would attend Vassar, but nobody had told me why. What was it all for? What was I meant to get out of it exactly? And why was I living in this cabbagey little dormitory room with an earnest future social reformer? I was so fed up with learning by that time anyhow. I'd already studied for years at the Emma Willard School for Girls in Troy, New York, with its brilliant all-female faculty of Seven Sisters graduates. And wasn't that enough? I'd been at boarding school since I was 12 years old, and maybe I felt that I had done my time. How many more books does a person need to read in order to prove that she can read a book? I already knew who Charlemagne was, so leave me alone, is how I saw it. Also, not long into my doomed freshman year at Vassar, I had discovered a bar in Poughkeepsie that offered cheap beer and live jazz deep into the night. I'd figured out a way to sneak off campus to patronize this bar. My cunning escape plan involving an unlocked lavatory window and a hidden bicycle. Believe me, I was the bane of the house warden, thereby making it difficult for me to absorb Latin conjugations first thing in the morning because I was usually hungover. There were other obstacles as well. I had all those cigarettes to smoke, for instance. In short, I was busy. Therefore, out of a class of 362 bright young Vassar women, I ended up ranked at 361, a fact that caused my father to remark in horror, "Dear God, what was that other girl doing?" Contracting polio, as it turned out, the poor thing. So Vassar sent me home, fair enough, and kindly requested that I not return. My mother had no idea what to do with me. We didn't have the closest relationship, even under the best of circumstances. She was a keen horsewoman, and given that I was neither a horse nor fascinated by horses, we'd never had much to talk about. Now I'd embarrassed her so severely with my failure that she could scarcely stand the sight of me. In contrast to me, my mother had performed quite well at Vassar College, thank you very much. Class of 1915, History and French. Her legacy, as well as her generous yearly donations, had secured my admission to that hallowed institution, and now look at me.
My father didn't know what to do with me either, though he was busy running his hematite mine and didn't overly concern himself with the problem of his daughter. I had disappointed him, true, but he had bigger worries. He was an industrialist and an isolationist, and the escalating war in Europe was spooking him about the future of his business. So I suppose he was distracted with all that. As for my older brother, Walter, he was off doing great things at Princeton and giving no thought to me other than to disapprove of my irresponsible behavior. Walter had never done an irresponsible thing in his life. He'd been so respected by his peers back in boarding school that his nickname had been, and I am not making this up, the Ambassador. He was now studying engineering because he wanted to build infrastructure that would help people around the world. Oh, add it to my catalog of sins that I, by contrast, was not quite sure I even knew what the word infrastructure meant. Although Walter and I were close in age, separated by a mere 2 years, we had not been playmates since we were quite little. My brother had put away his childish things when he was about 9 years old, and among those childish things was me. I wasn't part of his life, and I knew it. My own friends were moving forward with their lives too. They were heading off to college, work, marriage, and adulthood, all subjects that I had no interest in or understanding of. So there was nobody around to care about me or entertain me. I was bored and listless. My boredom felt like hunger pains. I spent the first 2 weeks of June hitting a tennis ball against the side of our garage while whistling Little Brown Jug again and again, until finally my parents got sick of me and shipped me off to live with my aunt in the city, and honestly, who could blame them? Sure, they might have worried that New York would turn me into a communist or a dope fiend, but anything had to be better than listening to your daughter bounce a tennis ball against a wall for the rest of eternity. So that's how I came to the city, Angela, and that's where it all began. They sent me to New York on the train, and what a terrific train it was, too. The Empire State Express, straight out of Utica. A gleaming, chrome, delinquent daughter delivery device. I said my polite farewells to Mother and Dad and handed my baggage over to a red cap, which made me feel important. I sat in the diner car for the whole ride, sipping malted milk, eating pears and syrup, smoking cigarettes, and paging through magazines. I knew I was being banished, but still, in style. Trains were so much better back then, Angela. I promise that I will try my best in these pages not to go on and on about how much better everything was back in my day. I always hated hearing old people yammering on like this when I was young. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your golden age, you blathering goat. And I do want to assure you, I'm aware that many things were not better in the 1940s. Underarm deodorants and air conditioning were woefully inadequate, for instance, so everybody stank like crazy, especially in the summer. And also, we had Hitler. But trains were unquestionably better back then. When was the last time you got to enjoy a malted milk and a cigarette on a train? I boarded the train wearing a chipper little blue rayon dress with a skylark print, yellow traceries around the neckline, a moderately slim skirt, and deep pockets set in at the hips. I remember this dress so vividly because, first of all, I never forget what anyone is wearing, ever, and also I'd sewn the thing myself. A fine job I'd done with it, too. The swing of it, hitting just at mid-calf, was flirty and effective. I remember having stitched extra shoulder pads into that dress in the desperate hope of resembling Joan Crawford, though I'm not sure the effect worked. With my modest cloche hat and my borrowed-from-mother plain blue handbag filled with cosmetics, cigarettes, and not much else, I looked less like a screen siren and mostly like what I actually was, a 19-year-old virgin on her way to visit a relative. Accompanying this 19-year-old virgin to New York City were 2 large suitcases, one filled with my clothes, all folded neatly in tissue, and the other packed with fabrics, trimmings, and sewing supplies, so that I could make more clothes. Also joining me was a sturdy crate containing my sewing machine, a heavy and unwieldy beast, awkward to transport. But it was my demented, beautiful soul twin, without which I could not live. So, along with me, it came. That sewing machine and everything that it subsequently brought to my life was all thanks to Grandmother Morris. So let's talk about her for just a moment. You may read the word grandmother, Angela, and perhaps your mind summons up some image of a sweet little old lady with white hair. That wasn't my grandmother. My grandmother was a tall, passionate, aging coquette with dyed mahogany hair who moved through life in a plume of perfume and gossip and who dressed like a circus show. She was the most colorful woman in the world, and I mean that in all definitions of the word colorful. Grandmother wore crushed velvet gowns in elaborate colors that she did not call pink or burgundy or blue like the rest of the imagination-impoverished public, but instead referred to as ashes of rose or cordovan or della robbia. She had pierced ears, which most respectable ladies did not have back then, and she owned several plush jewelry boxes filled with an endless tumble of cheap and expensive chains and earrings and bracelets. She had a motoring costume for her afternoon drives in the country, and her hats were so big they required their own seats at the theater. She enjoyed kittens and mail-order cosmetics, she thrilled over tabloid accounts of sensational murders, and she was known to write romantic verse. But more than anything else, my grandmother loved drama. She went to see every play and performance that came through town and also adored the moving pictures. I was often her date, as she and I possessed exactly the same taste. Grandmother Morris and I both gravitated towards stories where innocent girls in airy gowns were abducted by dangerous men with sinister hats, and then rescued by other men with proud chins. Obviously, I loved her. The rest of the family, though, didn't. My grandmother embarrassed everyone but me. She especially embarrassed her daughter-in-law, my mother, who was not a frivolous person and who never stopped wincing at Grandmother Morris, whom she once referred to as that swoony perpetual adolescent. Mother, needless to say, was not known to write romantic verse. But it was Grandmother Morris who taught me how to sew. My grandmother was a master seamstress. She'd been taught by her grandmother, who had managed to rise from Welsh immigrant maidservant to affluent American lady of means in just 1 generation, thanks in no small part to her cleverness with a needle. My grandmother wanted me to be a master at sewing, too. So when we weren't eating taffy together at the picture shows or reading magazine articles aloud to each other about the white slave trade, we were sewing, and that was serious business. Grandmother Morris wasn't afraid to demand excellence from me. She would sew 10 stitches on a garment and then make me sew the next 10. And if mine weren't as perfect as hers, she would rip mine out and make me do it again. She steered me through the handling of such impossible materials as netting and lace until I wasn't intimidated by any fabric anymore, no matter how temperamental. and structure and padding and tailoring. By the time I was 12, I could sew a corset for you, whalebones and all, just as handily as you please, even though nobody but Grandmother Morris had needed a whalebone corset since about 1910. Stern as she could be at the sewing machine, I did not chafe under her rule. Her criticism stung but did not ache. I was fascinated enough by clothing to want to learn, and I knew that she only wished to foster my aptitude. Her praise was rare, but it fed my fingers. I grew deft. When I was 13, Grandmother Morris bought me the sewing machine that would someday accompany me to New York City by train. It was a sleek, black Singer 201, and it was murderously powerful. You could sew leather with it. I could have upholstered a Bugatti with that thing. To this day, I've never been given a better gift. I took the Singer with me to boarding school, where it gave me enormous power within that community of privileged girls who all wanted to dress well, but who did not necessarily have the skills to do so. Once word got out around school that I could sew anything, and truly I could, the other girls at Emma Willard were always knocking at my door, begging me to let out their waists for them, or to fix a seam, or to take their older sister's formal dress from last season and make it fit them right now. I spent those years bent over that Singer like a machine gunner, and it was worth it. I became popular, which is the only thing that matters really at boarding school, or anywhere. I should also tell you, in case you were wondering whatever became of her, that my Grandmother Morris had died about a year before that train deposited me into New York City. She'd passed away in August of 1939, just a few weeks before I was meant to start school at Vassar. Her death had not been a surprise. She'd been in decline for years. But still, the loss of her, my best friend, my mentor, my confidant, devastated me to the core. Do you know what, Angela? That devastation might have had something to do with why I performed so poorly at college my freshman year. Perhaps I had not been such a terrible student after all. Perhaps I had merely been sad. I am only realizing this at this moment, as I write to you. Oh dear, sometimes it takes a very long while to figure things out. 2. Anyway, I arrived in New York City safely, a girl so freshly hatched that there was practically yolk in my hair. Aunt Peg was supposed to meet me at Grand Central. My parents had informed me of this fact as I'd gotten on the train in Utica that morning, but nobody had mentioned any particular plan. I'd not been told exactly where I was supposed to wait for her. Also, I'd been given no phone number to call in case of an emergency, and no address to go to should I find myself alone. I was just supposed to meet Aunt Peg at Grand Central, and that was that. Well, Grand Central Station was grand, just as advertised. But it was also a great place for not finding someone, so it's no surprise that I couldn't locate Aunt Peg when I arrived. I stood there on the platform for the longest time with my piles of luggage, watching the station teeming with souls, but nobody resembled Peg. It's not that I didn't know what Peg looked like. I'd met my aunt a few times before then, even though she and my father weren't close. This may be an understatement. My father didn't approve of his sister Peg any more than he'd approved of their mother. Whenever Peg's name came up at the dinner table, my father would snort through his nose and say, "Must be nice, gallivanting about the world, living in the land of make-believe, and spending it by the hundreds." And I would think, that does sound nice. Peg had come to a few family Christmases when I was young, but not many, because she was always on the road with her theatrical touring company. My strongest memory of Peg was from when I'd come to New York City for a day trip at age 11, accompanying my father on a business venture. Peg had taken me to skate in Central Park. She'd brought me to visit Santa Claus.
Although we both agreed I was far too old for Santa Claus, I would not have missed it for the world and was secretly thrilled to meet him. She and I had also eaten a smorgasbord lunch together. It was one of the more delightful days of my life. My father and I hadn't stayed overnight in the city because Dad hated and distrusted New York, but it had been one glorious day, I can assure you. I thought my aunt was terrific. She had paid attention to me as a person, not a child, and that means everything to an 11-year-old child who does not want to be seen as a child. More recently, Aunt Peg had come back home to my hometown of Clinton in order to attend the funeral of Grandmother Morris, her mother. She'd sat next to me during the service and held her hand in her big, capable paw. This gesture had both comforted and surprised me. My family were not predisposed toward hand-holding, you may be shocked to learn. After the funeral, Peg had embraced me with the strength of a lumberman, and I dissolved into her arms, spewing out a Niagara of tears. She'd smelled of lavender soap, cigarettes, and gin. I'd clung to her like a tragic little koala. But I hadn't been able to spend much time with her after the funeral. She needed to leave town right away because she had a show to produce back in the city. I felt that I'd embarrassed myself by falling to bits in her arms, comforting though she had been. I barely knew her after all. In fact, what follows is the sum total of everything I knew about my Aunt Peg upon my arrival in New York City at the age of 19. I knew that Peg owned a theater called the Lily Playhouse, located somewhere in Midtown Manhattan.
I knew that she had not set out for a career in the theater, but had come by her work in a rather random way. I knew that Peg had trained as a Red Cross nurse, curiously enough, and had been stationed in France during World War I. I knew that, somewhere along the way, Peg had discovered that she was more talented at organizing entertainments for the injured soldiers than she was at tending to their wounds. She had a knack, she found, for turning out shows in field hospitals and barracks that were cheap, quick, gaudy, and comic. War is a dreadful business, but it teaches everyone something. This particular war taught my Aunt Peg how to put on a show. I knew that Peg had stayed in London for a good long while after the war, working in the theater there. She was producing a revue in the West End when she met her future husband, Billy Beulah, a handsome and dashing American military officer who had also decided to stay in London after the war to pursue a career in the theater. Like Peg, Billy came from people. Grandmother Morris used to describe the Buell family as sickeningly wealthy. For years, I wondered what that term meant exactly. My grandmother revered wealth. How much more of it would qualify as sickening? One day, I finally asked her this question, and she answered, as if it explained everything, "They're Newport, darling." But Billy Buell, Newport though he may have been, was similar to Peg in that he shunned the cultured class into which he had been born. He preferred the grit and glitter of the theater world to the polish and repression of café society. Also, he was a playboy. He liked to make fun, Grandmother Morris said, which was her polite code for drinking, spending money, and chasing women. Upon their marriage, Billy and Peg Buell returned to America. Together, they created a theatrical touring company. They spent the better part of the 1920s on the road, with a small cadre of troopers, barnstorming towns all across the country. Billy wrote and starred in the revues. Peg produced and directed them. The couple never had any highfalutin ambitions. They were just having a good time and avoiding more typical adult responsibilities. But despite all the effort they made not to be successful, success accidentally hunted them down and captured them anyhow. In 1930, with the Depression deepening and the nation tremulous and afraid, my aunt and her husband accidentally created a hit. Billy wrote a play called Her Jolly Affair, which was so joyful and fun that people just ate it up.
Her Jolly Affair was a musical farce about an aristocratic British heiress who falls in love with an American playboy, portrayed by Billy Buell, naturally. It was a light bit of fluff, like everything else they'd ever plunked down on the boards, but it was a riotous success. All across America, pleasure-starved mine workers and farmers shook out the last bits of loose change from their pockets in order to see Her Jolly Affair, making this simple, brainless play into a profitable triumph. The play picked up so much steam, in fact, and garnered such bountiful praise in the local papers that in 1931, Billy and Peg brought it to New York City, where it ran for a year in a prominent Broadway theater. In 1932, MGM made a movie version of Her Jolly Affair, which Billy wrote but did not star in. William Powell did the acting job instead. Billy had decided by this point that a writer's life was easier than an actor's life. Writers get to set their own hours, they aren't at the mercy of an audience, and there's no director telling them what to do. The success of Her Jolly Affair spawned a series of lucrative motion picture sequels: Her Jolly Divorce, Her Jolly Baby, Her Jolly Safari, which Hollywood churned out for a few years like sausages from a hopper. The whole Jolly enterprise made quite a pile of money for Billy and Peg, but it also signaled the end of their marriage. Having fallen in love with Hollywood, Billy never came back. As for Peg, she decided to close the touring company and use her half of the Jolly royalties to buy herself a big, old, run-down New York City theater of her very own, the Lilly Playhouse. All this happened around 1935. Billy and Peg never officially divorced, and while there didn't seem to be any bad blood between them, after 1935 you couldn't exactly call them married either. They didn't share a home or a work life, and at Peg's insistence, they no longer shared a financial life, which meant that all that shimmering Newport money was now out of reach for my aunt. Grandmother Morris didn't know why Peg was willing to walk away from Billy's fortune, other than to say about her daughter, with open disappointment, "Peg never cared about money, I'm afraid." My grandmother speculated that Peg and Billy never legally divorced because they were too bohemian to concern themselves with such matters. Or maybe they still loved each other. Except theirs was the sort of love that best thrives when a husband and wife are separated by the distance of an entire continent. "Don't laugh," my grandmother said. "A lot of marriages would work better that way." All I know is that Uncle Billy was out of the picture for the entirety of my young life. At first because he was touring, and later because he had settled in California. He was so much out of the picture, in fact, that I'd never even met him. To me, Billy Buell was a myth, composed of stories and photos. And what glamorous stories and photos they were! Grandmother Morris and I frequently saw Billy's picture in the Hollywood tabloid magazines, or read about him in Walter Winchell's and Luella Parsons' gossip columns. We were ecstatic, for instance, when we found out he'd been a guest at Jeanette MacDonald and Jean Raymond's wedding. There was a picture of him at the wedding reception, right there in Variety, standing just behind luminous Jeanette MacDonald in her blush-pink wedding gown. In the photo, Billy was talking to Ginger Rogers and her then-husband, Lou Ayres. My grandmother had pointed out Billy to me and said, "There he is, conquering his way across the country, as usual. And look at the way Ginger is grinning at him. If I were Lou Ayres, I'd keep an eye on that wife of mine." I'd peered closely at the photo using my grandmother's jeweled magnifying lens. I'd seen a handsome blonde man in a tuxedo jacket, whose hand was resting on Ginger Rogers's forearm, while she, indeed, sparkled up at him with delight. He looked more like a movie star than the actual movie stars who were flanking him. It was amazing to me that this person was married to my Aunt Peg. Peg was wonderful, to be sure, but she was so homely. What on earth had he ever seen in her? I couldn't find Peg anywhere. Enough time had passed that I now officially gave up the hope of being met on the train platform. I stashed away my baggage with a red cap and wandered through the rushing crush of humanity that was Grand Central, trying to find my aunt amid the confluence.
You might think I would have been more disquieted at finding myself all alone in New York City with no plan and no chaperone, but for some reason I wasn't. I was sure it would all end up all right. Maybe this is a hallmark of privilege. Certain well-bred young ladies simply cannot conceive of the possibility that somebody will not be along shortly to rescue them. Finally, I gave up my wandering and sat down on a prominently placed bench near the main lobby of the station to await my salvation. And lo, eventually I was found. My rescuer turned out to be a short, silver-haired woman in a modest gray suit, who approached me the way a Saint Bernard approaches a stranded skier, with dedicated focus and serious intent to save a life. Modest is actually not a strong enough word to describe the suit that this woman was wearing. It was a double-breasted and square little cinder block of an item, the kind of garment that is intentionally made to fool the world into thinking that women do not possess breasts, waists, or hips. Also, he was a playboy. He liked to make fun, Grandmother Morris said, which was her polite code for drinking, spending money, and chasing women. Upon their marriage, Billy and Peg Buell returned to America. Together, they created a theatrical touring company. They spent the better part of the 1920s on the road, with a small cadre of troopers, barnstorming towns all across the country. Billy wrote and starred in the revues. Peg produced and directed them. The couple never had any highfalutin ambitions. They were just having a good time and avoiding more typical adult responsibilities. But despite all the effort they made not to be successful, success accidentally hunted them down and captured them anyhow. In 1930, with the Depression deepening and the nation tremulous and afraid, my aunt and her husband accidentally created a hit. Billy wrote a play called Her Jolly Affair, which was so joyful and fun that people just ate it up. Her Jolly Affair was a musical farce about an aristocratic British heiress who falls in love with an American playboy, portrayed by Billy Buell, naturally. It was a light bit of fluff, like everything else they'd ever plunked down on the boards, but it was a riotous success. All across America, pleasure-starved mine workers and farmers shook out the last bits of loose change from their pockets in order to see Her Jolly Affair, making this simple, brainless play into a profitable triumph. The play picked up so much steam, in fact, and garnered such bountiful praise in the local papers that in 1931, Billy and Peg brought it to New York City, where it ran for...
It looked to me like a British import. It was a fright. The woman also wore chunky, low-heeled black Oxfords and an old-fashioned boiled-wool green hat of the type favored by women who run orphanages. I knew her sort from boarding school. She looked like a spinster who drank Ovaltine for dinner and gargled with salt water for vitality. She was plain from end to end, and furthermore, she was plain on purpose. This brick of a matron approached me with much clarity of mission, frowning, holding in her hands a disconcertingly large picture in an ornate silver frame. She peered at the picture in her hands and then at me. "Are you Vivian Morris?" she asked. Her crisp accent betrayed the truth that the double-breasted suit was not the only severe British import in town. I allowed that I was. "You've grown," she said. I was puzzled. Did I know this woman? Had I met her when I was younger? Seeing my confusion, the stranger showed me the framed picture in her hands. Bafflingly, this item turned out to be a portrait of my own family from about 4 years prior. It was a photo we'd taken in a proper studio when my mother had decided that we needed to be, in her words, officially documented for once. There were my parents, enduring the indignity of being photographed by a tradesman. There was my thoughtful-looking brother, Walter, with his hand on my mother's shoulder. There was a gonglier and younger version of myself wearing a sailor dress that was far too girlish for my age. "I'm Olive Thompson," announced the woman, in a voice that indicated she was accustomed to making announcements. "I'm your aunt's secretary. She was unable to come. There was an emergency today at the theater, a small fire. She sent me to find you. My apologies for making you wait. I was here several hours ago, but as my only means of identifying you was this photo, it took me some time to locate you, as you can see. I wanted to laugh then, and I want to laugh now, just remembering it. The idea of this flinty, middle-aged woman wandering around Grand Central Station with a giant photograph in a silver frame, a frame that looked as though it had been ripped in haste off a rich person's wall, which it had been, and staring at every face, trying to match the person before her to a portrait of a girl taken 4 years earlier, was wickedly funny to me. How had I missed her? Olive Thompson did not seem to think this was funny, though. I would soon discover that this was typical. "Your bags," she said. "Collect them. Then we'll taxi over to the Lily. The late show has already begun. Hurry up now. Make no flim-flam about it." I walked behind her obediently, a baby duck following a mama duck. I made no flim-flam about it. I thought to myself, a small fire? But I did not have the courage to ask. 3. A person only gets to move to New York City for the first time in her life once, Angela, and it's a pretty big deal. Perhaps this idea doesn't hold any romance for you, since you are a born New Yorker. Maybe you take this splendid city of ours for granted, or maybe you love it more than I do, in your own unimaginably intimate way. Without a doubt, you were lucky to be raised here. But you never got to move here, and for that, I am sorry for you. You missed one of life's great experiences. New York City in 1940. There will never be another New York like that one. I'm not defaming all the New Yorks that came before 1940 or all the New Yorks that came after 1940. They all have their importance. But this is a city that gets born anew in the fresh eyes of every young person who arrives here for the first time. So that city, that place, newly created for my eyes only, will never exist again. It is preserved forever in my memory, like an orchid trapped in a paperweight. That city will always be my perfect New York. You can have your perfect New York, and other people can have theirs, but that one will always be mine. It wasn't a long ride from Grand Central to the Lily Playhouse. We just cut straight across town, but our taxi took us through the heart of Manhattan, and that's always the best way for a newcomer to feel the muscle of New York. I was all a tingle could be in the city, and I wanted to look at everything at once. But then I remembered my manners and tried for a spell to make conversation with Olive. Olive, however, wasn't the sort of person who seemed to feel that the air needed to be constantly filled up with words, and her peculiar answers only brought me more questions. Questions that I sensed she would be unwilling to further discuss. "How long have you worked for my aunt?" I asked her. "Since Moses was in nappies." I pondered that for a bit. "And what are your duties at the theater?" "To catch things that are falling through mid-air right before they hit the ground and shatter." We drove on for a while in silence, and I let that sink in. I tried one more time. "What sort of show is playing at the theater tonight?" "It's a musical. It's called Life with Mother." "Oh, I've heard of it." "No, you haven't. You're thinking of Life with Father. That was a play on Broadway last year. Ours is called Life with Mother, and ours is a musical." I wondered, is that legal? Can you just take a title of a major Broadway hit like that, change a single word, and make it your own? The answer to that question, at least in 1940 at the Lily Playhouse, was sure. I asked, "But what if people buy tickets to your show by mistake, thinking that they're going to see Life with Father?" Olive, flatly, "Yes. Wouldn't that be unfortunate?" I was starting to feel young and stupid and annoying, so I stopped talking. For the rest of the taxi ride, I got to just look out the window. It was plenty entertaining to watch the city go by. There were glories to see in all directions. It was late in the evening in Midtown Manhattan on a fine summer night, so nothing can be better than that. It had just rained. The sky was purple and dramatic. I saw glimpses of mirrored skyscrapers, neon signs, and shining wet streets. People sprinted, bolted, strolled, and stumbled down the sidewalks. As we passed through Times Square, mountains of artificial lights spewed out their lava of white-hot news and instant advertising. Arcades and taxi dance halls and movie palaces and cafeterias and theaters flashed by, bewitching my eyes. We turned onto 41st Street between 8th and 9th Avenues. This was not a beautiful street back then, and it still isn't beautiful today. At that time, it was mostly a tangle of fire escapes for the more important buildings that faced 40th and 42nd Streets. But there in the middle of that unlovely block was the Lily Playhouse, my Aunt Peg's theater, all lit up with a billboard that read, "Life with Mother." I can still see it in my mind today. The Lily was a great big lump of a thing, crafted in a style that I know now is Art Nouveau, but which I recognized then only as heavy duty. And boy howdy did that lobby go out of its way to prove to you that you'd arrived somewhere important. It was all gravity and darkness, rich woodwork, carved ceiling panels, blood-red ceramic tiles, and serious old Tiffany light fixtures. All over the walls were tobacco-stained paintings of bare-breasted nymphs cavorting with gangs of satyrs, and it sure looked like one of those nymphs was about to get herself in trouble in the family way if she wasn't careful. Other murals showed muscular men with heroic calves wrestling with sea monsters in a manner that looked more erotic than violent. You got the sense that the muscular men didn't want to win the battle, if you see my point. Still other murals showed dryads struggling their way out of trees, tits first, while naiads splashed about in a river nearby, throwing water on each other's naked torsos in a spirit that was very much whoopee. Thickly carved vines of grapes and wisteria, and lilies, of course, climbed up every column. The effect was quite bordello. I loved it.
"It'll take you straight to the show," Olive said, checking her watch, "which is nearly over, thank God." She pushed open the big doors that led into the playhouse itself. I'm sorry to report that Olive Thompson entered her place of work with the demeanor of one who might rather not touch anything within it, but I myself was dazzled. The interior of the theater was really something quite stunning, a huge, golden-lit, fading old jewel box of a place. I took it all in, the sagging stage, the bad sightlines, the hefty crimson curtains, the cramped orchestra pit, the over-gilded ceiling, the menacingly glittery chandelier that you could not look at without thinking, now, what if that thing should fall down? It was all grandiose, it was all crumbling. The Lily reminded me of Grandmother Morris, not only because my grandmother had loved gaudy old playhouses like this, but also because my grandmother had looked like this, old, overdone, and proud, and decked to the nines in out-of-date velvet. We stood against the back wall, although there were plenty of seats to be had. In fact, there were not many more people in the audience than on stage, it appeared. I was not the only one who noticed this fact. Olive took a quick head count, wrote the number in a small notebook which she had pulled out of her pocket, and sighed. As for what was going on up there on the stage, it was dizzying. This indeed had to be the end of the show, because there was a lot happening at once. At the back of the stage, there was a kick line of about a dozen dancers, girls and boys, grinning madly as they flung their limbs up toward the dusty heavens. At center stage, a good-looking young man and a spirited young woman were tap dancing as though to save their lives, while singing at full bellow about how everything was going to be just fine from now on, my baby, because you and me are in love. On the left side of the stage was to be found a phalanx of showgirls, whose costumes and movements kept them just on the correct side of moral permissibility, but whose contribution to the story, whatever that story may have been, was unclear. Their task seemed to be to stand with their arms outstretched, slowly turning, so that you could take in the full Amazonian qualities of their figures from every angle, at your leisure.
On the other side of the stage, a man dressed as a hobo was juggling bowling pins. Even for a finale, it went on for an awfully long time. The orchestra banged forth, the kick line pounded away, the happy and breathless couple couldn't believe how terrific their lives were about to get. The showgirls slowly displayed their figures, the juggler sweated and hurled, until suddenly, with a crash of every instrument at once, and a swirl of spotlights, and wild flinging up of everyone's arms in the air at the same time, it ended. Applause. Not thunderous applause, more like a light drizzle of applause. Olive didn't clap. I clapped politely, though my clapping sounded lonely there at the back of the hall. The applause didn't last long. The performers had to exit the stage in semi-silence, which is never good. The audience filed past us dutifully, like workers heading home for the day, which is exactly what they were. "Do you think they liked it?" I asked Olive. "Who?" "The audience." "The audience?" Olive blinked, as though it had never occurred to her to wonder what an audience thought of a show. After a bit of consideration, she said, "You must understand, Vivian, that our audiences are neither full of excitement when they arrive at the Lily, nor overwhelmed with elation when they leave." From the way she said this, it sounded as though she approved of the arrangement, or at least had accepted it. "Come," she said, "your aunt will be backstage." So, backstage we went, straight into the busy, wanton clamor that always erupts in the wings at the end of a show. Everyone moving, everyone yelling, everyone smoking, everyone undressing. The dancers were lighting cigarettes for each other, and the showgirls were removing their headdresses. A few men in overalls were shuffling props around, but not in any way that would cause them to break a sweat. There was a lot of loud, overripe laughter, but that's not because anything was particularly funny. It's just because these were show business people, and that's how they always are. And there was my Aunt Peg, so tall and sturdy, clipboard in hand. Her chestnut and gray hair was cut in an ill-considered short style that made her look somewhat like Eleanor Roosevelt, but with a better chin. Peg was wearing a long salmon-colored twill skirt and what could have been a man's Oxford shirt. She also wore tall blue knee socks and beige moccasins. If that sounds like an unfashionable combination, it was. It was unfashionable then, it would be unfashionable today, and it will remain unfashionable until the sun explodes. Nobody has ever looked good in a salmon-colored twill skirt, a blue Oxford shirt, knee socks, and moccasins. Her frumpy look was only thrown into starker relief by the fact that she was talking to two of the ravishingly beautiful showgirls from the play. Their stage makeup gave them a look of otherworldly glamour, and their hair was piled in glossy coils on the tops of their heads. They were wearing pink silk dressing gowns over their costumes, and they were the most overtly sexual visions of womanhood I had ever seen. One of the showgirls was a blonde, a platinum actually, with a figure that would have made Jean Harlow gnash her teeth in jealous despair. The other was a sultry brunette whose exceptional beauty I'd noticed earlier, from the back of the theater. Though I should not get any special credit for noticing how stunning this particular woman was, a Martian could have noticed it. "Vivi!" Peg shouted, and her grin lit up my world. "You made it, kiddo!" Kiddo? Nobody had ever called me kiddo, and for some reason it made me want to run into her arms and cry. It was also so encouraging to be told that I had made it, as though I'd accomplished something. In truth, I'd accomplished nothing more impressive than first getting kicked out of school, and then getting kicked out of my parents' house, and finally getting lost in Grand Central Station. But her delight in seeing me was a bomb. I felt so welcome, not only welcome, but wanted. "You already met Olive, our resident zookeeper," Peg said, "and this is Gladys, our dance captain." The platinum-haired girl grinned, snapped her gum at me, and said, "How you doing?" "And this is Celia Ray, one of our showgirls." Celia extended her sylph-like arm and said in a low voice, "A pleasure. Charmed to meet you." Celia's voice was incredible. It wasn't just the thick New York accent, it was the deep, gravelly tone. She was a showgirl with the voice of Lucky Luciano. "Have you eaten?" Peg asked me. "Are you starved?" "No," I said. "Not starved, I wouldn't say, but I haven't had proper dinner." "Well, go out then. Let's go have a few gallons of drinks and catch up." Olive interjected. "Vivian's luggage hasn't been brought upstairs yet, Peg. Her suitcases are still in the lobby. She's had a long day, and she'll want to freshen up. What's more, we should give notes to the cast." "The boys can bring her things upstairs," Peg said. "She looks fresh enough to me, and the cast doesn't need notes." "The cast always needs notes." "Tomorrow, we can fix it," was Peg's vague answer, which seemed to satisfy Olive not at all. "I don't want to talk about business just now. I could murder a meal, and what's worse, I have a powerful thirst. Let's just go out, can't we?" By now, it sounded like Peg was begging for Olive's permission. "Not tonight, Peg," said Olive firmly. "It's been too long a day. The girl needs to rest and settle in. Bernadette left a meatloaf upstairs. I can make sandwiches." Peg looked a little deflated, but cheered up again within the next minute. "Upstairs, then," she said.
"Come, Vivi, let's go." Here's something I learned over time about my aunt. Whenever she said, "let's go," she meant that whoever was in earshot was also invited. Peg always moved in a crowd, and she wasn't picky about who was in the crowd either. So that's why our gathering that night, held upstairs in the living quarters of the Lily Playhouse, included not only me and Aunt Peg and her secretary, Olive, but also Gladys and Celia, the showgirls. A last-minute addition was a fey young man whom Peg collared as he was heading toward the stage door. I recognized him as a dancer in the show. Once I got up close to him, I could see that he looked about 14 years old, and he also looked as if he could use a meal. "Roland, join us upstairs for dinner," Peg said. He hesitated. "Oh, that's all right, Peg. Don't worry, hun, we've got plenty of food. Bernadette made a big pile of meatloaf. There's enough for everyone." When Olive looked as though she were going to protest something, Peg shushed her. "Oh, Olive, don't play the governess. I can share my dinner with Roland here. He needs to put on some weight, and I need to lose some, so it works out. Anyway, we're semi-solvent right now. We can afford to feed a few more mouths." We headed to the back of the theater, where a wide staircase led to the upstairs of the Lily. As we climbed the stairs, I could not stop staring at those two showgirls, Celia and Gladys. I'd never seen such beauties. I'd been around theater girls back at boarding school, but this was different. The theater girls at Emma Willard tended to be the sort of females who never washed their hair and always wore thick black leotards, and every single one of them thought she was Medea at all times. I simply couldn't bear them. But Gladys and Celia, this was a different category. This was a different species. I was mesmerized by their glamour, their accents, their makeup, the swing of their silk-wrapped rear ends. And as for Roland, he moved his body just the same way. He too was a fluid, swinging creature. How fast they all talked, and how alluringly they threw out abbreviated hints of gossip like bits of bright confetti. "She just gets by on her looks," Gladys was saying about some girl or another. "Not even on her looks," Roland added. "Just on her legs." "Well, that ain't enough," said Gladys. "For one more season it is," said Celia. "Maybe. That boyfriend of hers don't help matters. That lame brain. He keeps lapping up that champagne, though. She should up and tell him. He's not exactly panting for it. How long can a girl make a living as a movie usher? Walking around with that nice-looking diamond, though. She should try to think more reasonable. She should get herself a butter and egg man." Who were these people that were being talked about? What was this life that was being suggested? And who was this poor girl being discussed in the stairwell? How was she ever going to advance past being a mere movie usher if she didn't start thinking more reasonable? Who'd given her the diamond? Who was paying for all the champagne that was being lapped up?
I cared about all these things. These things mattered. And what in the world was a butter and egg man? I'd never been more desperate to know how a story ended, and this story didn't even have a plot. It just had unnamed characters, hints of wild action, and a sense of looming crisis. My heart was racing with excitement, and yours would have been too if you were a frivolous 19-year-old girl like me who'd never had a serious thought in her life. We reached a dimly lit landing, and Peg unlocked a door and let us all in. "Welcome home, kiddo," Peg said. Home in my Aunt Peg's world consisted of the third and fourth floors of the Lily Playhouse. These were the living quarters. The second floor of the building, as I would find out later, was office space. The ground floor, of course, was the theater itself, which I've already described for you. But the third and fourth floors were home, and now we had arrived. Peg did not have a talent for interior design, I could instantly see. Her taste, if you could call it that, ran toward heavy, outdated antiques and mismatched chairs and a lot of apparent confusion about what belonged where. I could see that Peg had the same sort of dark, unhappy paintings on her walls as my parents had, inherited from the same relatives, no doubt. It was all faded prints of horses and portraits of crusty old Quakers. There was a fair amount of familiar-looking old silver and china spread around the place as well, candlesticks and tea sets and such, and some of it looked valuable, but who knew? None of it looked used or loved. There were ashtrays on every surface, though, and those certainly looked used and loved. I don't want to say that the place was a hovel. It wasn't dirty, it just wasn't arranged. I caught a glance of a formal dining room, or rather, what might have been a formal dining room in anyone else's home, except that a ping-pong table had been placed right in the middle of the room. Even more curiously, the ping-pong table was directly situated beneath a low-hanging chandelier, which must have made it difficult to play a game. We landed in a generously sized living room, a big enough space that it could be overstuffed with furniture while also containing a grand piano, which was jammed unceremoniously against the wall. "Who needs something from the bottle and jug department?" asked Peg, heading to a bar in the corner. "Martinis, anyone? Everyone?" The resounding answer seemed to be, yes, everyone. Well, almost everyone. Olive declined a drink and frowned as Peg poured the martinis. It looked as though Olive were calculating the price of each cocktail down to the halfpenny, which she probably was doing. My aunt handed me my martini as casually as if she and I had been drinking together for ages. This was a delight. I felt quite adult. My parents drank. Of course they drank. They were wasps. But they never drank with me. I'd always had to execute my drinking on the sly. Not anymore, it seemed. "Cheers. Let me show you to your rooms," Olive said. Peg's secretary led me down a rabbit warren and opened one of the doors. She told me, "This is your Uncle Billy's apartment. Peg would like you to stay here for now." I was surprised. "Uncle Billy has an apartment here?" Olive sighed. "It is a sign of your enduring affection for her husband that she keeps these rooms for him, should he need a place to stay while passing through." I don't think it was my imagination that Olive said the words enduring affection much the same way someone else might say stubborn rash. Well, thank you, Aunt Peg, because Billy's apartment was wonderful. It didn't have the clutter of the other rooms I'd seen. Not at all. No, this place had style. There was a small sitting room with a fireplace and a fine black lacquered desk upon which sat a typewriter. Then there was the bedroom, with its windows facing 41st Street and its handsome double bed made of chrome and dark wood. On the floor was an immaculate white rug. I had never before stood on a white rug. Just off the bedroom was a good-sized dressing room with a large chrome mirror on the wall and a glossy wardrobe containing not one item of clothing whatsoever. In the corner of the dressing room was a small sink. The place was spotless. "You don't have your own bath, unfortunately," said Olive, as the men in overalls were depositing my trunks and sewing machine in the dressing room. "There is a common bath across the hall. You'll be sharing that with Celia, as she is staying at the Lily, just for now. Mr. Herbert and Benjamin live in the other wing. They share their own bath."
I didn't know who Mr. Herbert and Benjamin were, but I figured I'd soon enough be finding out. Billy won't be needing his apartment, Olive. I sincerely doubt it. Are you very sure? If he should ever need these rooms, of course I can go somewhere else. What I'm saying is that I don't need anything so nice as all this. I was lying.
I needed and wanted this little apartment with all my heart and had already laid claim to it in my imagination. This is where I would become a person of significance, I decided. Your uncle hasn't been to New York City in over 4 years, Vivian, Olive said, eyeballing me in that way she had, that unsettling way of making you feel as though she were watching your thoughts like a newsreel. I trust that you can bunk down here with a certain sense of security. Oh, bliss! I unpacked a few essentials, splashed some water on my face, powdered my nose, and combed my hair. Then it was back to the clutter and chatter of the big, overstuffed living room. Back to Peg's world, with all its novelty and noise. Olive went to the kitchen and brought out a small meatloaf, served on a plate of dismal lettuce. Just as she had intuited earlier, this was not going to be enough of a meal for everyone in the room. Shortly, however, she reappeared with some cold cuts and bread. She also scared up half a chicken carcass, a plate of pickles, and some containers of cold Chinese food. I noticed that somebody had opened a window and turned on a small fan, which helped to eliminate the stuffy summer heat not in the least. "You kids eat," Peg said. "Take all you need." Gladys and Roland lit into the meatloaf like a couple of farmhands. I helped myself to some of the chop suey. Celia didn't eat anything, but sat quietly on one of the couches, handling her martini glass and cigarette with more panache than anything I'd ever seen. "How was the beginning of the show tonight?" Olive asked. "I only caught the end." "Well, it fell short of King Lear," said Peg, "but only just." Olive's frown deepened. "Why? What happened?" "Nothing happened, per se," said Peg. "It's just a lackluster show, but it's nothing to lose sleep over. It's always been lackluster. Nobody in the audience seemed unduly harmed by it. They all left the theater with the use of their legs. Anyway, we're changing the show next week, so it doesn't matter. And the box office receipts? For the early show? The less we speak of such matters, the better," said Peg. "But what was the take, Peg? Don't ask questions that you don't want to know the answers to, Olive." "Well, I will need to know. We can't keep having crowds like tonight." "Oh, how I love that you call it a crowd. By actual count, there were 47 people at the early show this evening." "Peg, that's not enough." "Don't grieve, Olive. Things always get slower in the summer, remember. Anyway, we get the audiences we get. If we wanted to draw larger crowds, we would put on baseball games instead of plays, or we would invest in air conditioning. Let's just turn our attention now toward getting the South Seas Act ready for next week. We can get the dancers rehearsing tomorrow morning, and they can be up and running by Tuesday." "Not tomorrow morning," said Olive. "I've rented the stage out to a children's dance class." "Good for you. Resourceful as ever, old girl." "Tomorrow afternoon, then." "Not tomorrow afternoon. I've rented the stage out for a swimming class." This caught Peg up short. "A swimming class? Come again." "It's a program that the city is offering. They'll be teaching children from the neighborhood how to swim." "To swim? Will they be flooding our stage, Olive?" "Of course not. It's called dry swimming. They teach the classes without water." "Do you mean to tell me that they will teach swimming as a theoretical concept?" "More or less so. Just the basics. They use chairs. The city is paying for it." "How about this, Olive? How about you tell Gladys when you haven't rented our stage out to a children's dance class or to a dry swimming school? And then she can call a rehearsal to begin working on the dances for the South Seas Act." "Monday afternoon," said Olive. "Monday afternoon, Gladys." Peg called over to the showgirl. "Did you hear that? Can you gather everyone together for Monday afternoon?" "I don't like rehearsing in the mornings anyhow," said Gladys, although I wasn't sure this constituted a firm reply. "It shouldn't be hard, Gladdy," said Peg. "It's just a scratch review. Throw something together the way you do." "I want to be in the South Seas show," said Roland. "Everyone wants to be in the South Seas show," said Peg. "The kids love performing in these exotic international dramas, Vivian. They love the costumes. This year alone, we've had an Indian show, a Chinese maiden story, and a Spanish dancer story. We tried an Eskimo romance last year, but it was no good. The costumes weren't very becoming, to say the least. Fur, you know, heavy, and the songs were not our best. We ended up rhyming nice with ice so many times it made your head ache." "You can play one of the hula girls in the South Seas show, Roland," Gladys said, and laughed. "I sure am pretty enough for it," he said, and struck a pose. "You sure are," agreed Gladys. "And you're so tiny, one of these days you're just gonna float away. I always gotta be careful not to put you right next to me on the stage. Standing next to you, I look like a great big cow." "That could be because you've gained weight lately," observed Olive. "You need to monitor what you eat, or soon you won't fit into your costumes at all." "What a person eats doesn't have anything to do with her figure," Gladys protested as she reached for another piece of meatloaf. "I read it in a magazine. What matters is how much coffee you drink." "You drink too much booze," Roland cried out. "You can't hold your liquor." "I surely cannot hold my liquor," Gladys agreed. "Everybody knows that about me. But I'll tell you another thing. I wouldn't have as big a sex life as I have if I could hold my liquor." "Boot me your lipstick, Celia," said Gladys to the other showgirl, who silently pulled out a tube from the pocket of her silk robe and handed it over. Gladys painted her lips with the most violent shade of red I'd ever seen, and then kissed Roland hard on both his cheeks, leaving big, bright imprints. "There, Roland, now you are the prettiest girl in the room." Roland didn't appear to mind the teasing. He had a face just like a porcelain doll, and to my expert eye, it looked as though he tweezed his brows. I was shocked that he didn't even try to act male. When he spoke, he waved his hands around like a debutante. He didn't even wipe off the lipstick from his cheeks. It's almost as though he wanted to look like a female. Forgive my naivety, Angela, but I hadn't been around a lot of homosexuals at that point in my life. Not male ones, anyhow. Now lesbians, on the other hand, those I'd seen. I did spend a year at Vassar, after all. Even I wasn't that oblivious. Peg turned her attention to me. "Now, Vivian Louise Morris, what do you want to do with yourself while you're here in New York City?" What did I want to do with myself? I wanted to do this. I wanted to drink martinis with showgirls and listen to Broadway business talk and eavesdrop on the gossip of boys who looked like girls. I wanted to hear about people's big sex lives. But I couldn't say any of that. So what I said, brilliantly, was, "I'd like to look around a bit, take things in." Everyone was looking at me now, waiting for something more, maybe. Waiting for what? "I don't know my way around New York City, is my primary obstacle," I said, sounding like an ass. Aunt Peg responded to this inanity by grabbing a paper napkin off the table and sketching upon it a quick map of Manhattan. I do wish I had managed to preserve that map, Angela. It was the most charming map of the city I would ever see. A big, crooked carrot of an island, with a dark rectangle in the middle representing Central Park. Vague, wavy lines representing the Hudson and East Rivers. A dollar sign down at the bottom of the island representing Wall Street. A musical note up at the top of the island representing Harlem. And a bright star right in the middle, right where we were. Times Square. Center of the world. Bingo! "There," she said. "Now you know your way around. You can't get lost here, kiddo. Just follow the street signs."
It's all numbered. Couldn't be easier. Just remember, Manhattan is an island. People forget that.
Walk far enough in any direction and you'll run into water. If you hit a river, turn around and go in the other direction. You'll learn your way around. Dumber people than you have figured out this city. Even Gladys figured it out, said Roland. Watch it, sunshine, said Gladys. I was born here. Thank you, I said, pocketing the napkin. And if you need anything done around the theater, I would be happy to help out. You'd like to help? Peg seemed surprised to hear it. Clearly, she had not expected much of me. Christ, what had my parents told her? You can help Olive in the office, if you go for that sort of thing. Office work and such. Olive blanched at this suggestion, and I'm afraid I might have done the same. I didn't want to work for Olive any more than she wanted me working for her. Or you can work in the box office, Peg went on. You can sell tickets. You're not musical, are you? I'd be surprised if you were. Nobody in our family is musical. I can sew, I said. I must have said it quietly, because nobody seemed to register that I'd spoken. Olive said, Peg, why don't you have Vivian enroll at the Catherine Gibbs School, where she can learn how to type? Peg, Gladys, and Celia all groaned as one. Olive is always trying to get us girls to enroll at Catherine Gibbs so we can learn how to type, Gladys explained. She shuddered in dramatic horror, as though learning how to type were something akin to busting up rocks in a prisoner of war camp. Catherine Gibbs turns out employable young women, Olive said. A young woman ought to be employable. I can't type, and I'm employable, Gladys said. Heck, I'm already employed. I'm employed by you, Olive said. A showgirl is never quite employed, Gladys. A showgirl is a person who may, at times, be in possession of a job. It's not the same thing. Yours is not a reliable field of work. A secretary, by contrast, can always find employment. I'm not just a showgirl, said Gladys with miffed pride. I'm a dance captain. A dance captain can always find employment. Anyhow, if I run out of money, I'll just get married. Never learn to type, kiddo, Peg said to me. And if you do learn to type, never tell anybody that you can type, or they'll make you do it forever. Never learn shorthand either. It'll be the death of you. Once they put a steno pad in a woman's hand, it never comes out. Suddenly, the gorgeous creature on the other side of the room spoke for the first time since we'd come upstairs. You said you can sew? Celia asked. Once again, that low, throaty voice took me by surprise. Also, she had her eyes on me now, which I found a bit intimidating. I don't want to overuse the word smoldering when I talk about Celia, but there's no way around it. She was the kind of woman who smoldered even when she wasn't intentionally trying to smolder. Holding that smoldering gaze was uncomfortable for me, so I just nodded and said in the safer direction of Peg, yes, I can sew. Grandmother Morris taught me how. What sort of stuff do you make? Celia asked. Well, I made this dress. Gladys screamed, You made that dress? Both Gladys and Roland rushed at me, the way girls always rushed at me when they found out that I'd made my own dress. In a flash, the two of them were picking at my outfit, like two gorgeous little monkeys. You did this? Gladys said. Even the trim? Roland asked. I wanted to say, this is nothing, because truly, compared to what I could do, this little frock, cunning though it appeared, was nothing. But I didn't want to sound cocky, so instead I said, I make everything I wear. Celia spoke again from across the room. Can you make costumes? I suppose so. It would depend on the costume, but I'm sure I could. The showgirl stood up and asked, Could you make something like this? She let her robe drop to the floor, revealing the costume beneath it. I know that sounds dramatic, to say that she let her robe drop, But Celia was the kind of girl who didn't just take her clothes off like any other mortal woman, she always let them drop. Her figure was astonishing, but as for the costume, it was basically a little two-piece metallic number, something like a bathing suit. It was the sort of thing that was designed to look better from 50 feet away than up close. It had tight, high-waisted shorts decorated in splashy sequins, and a bra that was decked out in a gaudy arrangement of beads and feathers. It looked good on her, but that's only because a hospital gown would have looked good on her. I thought it could have fit her better, to be honest. The shoulder straps were all wrong. I could make that, I said. The beading would take me a while, but that's just busy work. The rest of it is straightforward. Then I had a flash of inspiration, like a flare shot up in a night sky. Say, if you have a costume director, maybe I could work with her. I could be her assistant. Laughter burst out across the room. A costume director? Gladys said. What do you think this is, Paramount Pictures? You think we got Edith Head hiding down there in the basement? The girls are responsible for their own costumes, Peg explained. If we don't have anything that will work for them in our costume closet, and we never do, they have to provide their own outfits. It costs them, but that's just how things have always been done. Where'd you get yours? I bought it off a girl. You remember Evelyn at El Morocco? She got married, moved to Texas. She gave me a whole trunk of costumes. Lucky for me. Sure, lucky for you, sniffed Roland. Lucky you didn't get the clap. Aw, give it a rest, Roland, said Gladys. Evelyn was a good kid. You're just jealous because she married a cowboy. If you'd like to help the kids out with their costumes, Vivian, I'm sure everyone would appreciate it, said Peg. Could you make me a South Seas outfit? Gladys asked me. Like a Hawaiian hula girl? That was like asking a master chef if he could make porridge. Sure, I said. I could make you one tomorrow. Could you make me a hula outfit? Asked Roland. I don't have a budget for new costumes, Olive warned. We haven't discussed this. Oh, Olive, Peg sighed, you are every inch of the vicar's wife. Let the kids have their fun. I couldn't help but observe that Celia had kept her gaze on me since we started talking about sewing. Being in her line of vision felt both terrifying and thrilling. You know something, she said, after studying me more closely. You're pretty. Now, to be fair, people usually notice this fact about me sooner, but who could blame Celia for having paid me so little attention up until this point, when she was in possession of that face and that body? Tell you the truth, she said, smiling for the first time that night, you kinda look like me. Let me be clear, Angela, I didn't. Celia Ray was a goddess. I was an adolescent. But in the sketchiest of terms, I suppose I could see that she had a point. We were both tall brunettes with ivory skin and wide-set brown eyes. We could have passed for cousins, if not sisters, and decidedly not twins. Certainly our figures had nothing in common. She was a peach, I was a stick. Still, I was flattered. To this day, though, I believe that the only reason Celia Ray ever took notice of me at all was because we looked a tiny bit alike, and that drew her attention. For Celia, vain as she was, looking at me must have been like looking in a very foggy, very distant mirror. And Celia never met a mirror she didn't love. You and me should dress up alike sometime and go out on the town, Celia said, in that low Bronx growl that was also a purr. Well, I didn't even know what to say to that. I just sat there gaping like the Emma Willard schoolgirl I so recently had been. As for my Aunt Peg, my legal guardian, at this point, please remembers, she heard this illicit-sounding invite and said, "Say, girls, that sounds fun."
Peg was over at the bar again, mixing up another batch of martinis, but at that point, Olive put a stop to things. The fearsome secretary of the Lily Playhouse stood up, clapped her hands, and announced, "Enough."
If Peg stays up any later, she will not be the better for it in the morning." "Darn it, Olive, I'll give you a poke in the eye," Peg said. "To bed, Peg," said the imperturbable Olive, tugging down her girdle for emphasis. "Now." The room scattered. We all said our good nights. I made my way to my apartment, and unpacked a bit more. I couldn't really focus on the task, though. I was in a buzz of nervous joy. Peg came by to check on me as I was hanging up my dresses in the wardrobe. "You're comfortable here?" she asked, looking around at Billy's immaculate apartment. "I like it so much here. It's lovely." Yes, Billy would accept nothing less. "May I ask you something, Peg?" "Certainly." "What about the fire?" "Which fire, kiddo?" "Olive said there was a small fire at the theater today. I wondered if everything is all right." "Oh, that! It was just some old sets that accidentally got ignited behind the building. I have friends in the fire department, so we were fine." Boy, was that today! By golly, I'd forgotten about it already. Peg rubbed her eyes. "Oh well, kiddo, you will soon enough find out that life at the Lily Playhouse is nothing but a series of small fires. Now off to sleep, or Olive will have you detained by the authorities." So off to sleep I went. The first time I would ever sleep in New York City, and the first, but decidedly not the last, time I would ever sleep in a man's bed. I do not recall who cleaned up the dinner mess. It was probably Olive. 4. Within 2 weeks of moving to New York City, my life had changed completely. These changes included, but were not limited to, the loss of my virginity, which is an awfully amusing story that I shall tell you shortly, Angela, if you'll just be patient with me for a moment longer. Because for now, I just want to say that the Lily Playhouse was unlike any world I'd ever inhabited. It was a living animation of glamour and grit and mayhem and fun. A world full of adults behaving like children, in other words. Gone was all the order and regimentation that my family and my schools had tried to drill into me thus far. Nobody at the Lily, with the exception of the long-suffering Olive, even attempted to keep the normal rhythms of respectable life. Drinking and reveling were the norm. Meals were held at sporadic hours. People slept until noon. Nobody started work at a particular time of day, nor did they ever exactly stop working, for that matter. Plans changed by the moment. Guests came and went with neither formal introductions nor organized farewells. And the designation of duties was always unclear. I swiftly learned, to my head-spinning astonishment, that no figure of authority was going to be monitoring my comings and goings anymore. I had nobody to report to, and nothing was expected of me. If I wanted to help out with costumes, I could, but I was given no formal job. There was no curfew, no head count in the beds at night. There was no house warden, there was no mother. I was free. Allegedly, of course. Aunt Peg was responsible for me. She was my actual family member and had been entrusted with my care in loco parentis. But she wasn't overprotective, to say the least. In fact, Aunt Peg was the first free thinker I'd ever met. She was of the mind that people should make their own decisions about their own lives, if you can imagine such a preposterous thing. Peg's world ran on chaos, and yet somehow it worked. Despite all the disorder, she managed to put on 2 shows a day at the Lily. An early show, which started at 5 and attracted women and children, and a late show, which started at 8 and was a bit racier, for an older and more male audience. There were matinees on Sunday and Wednesday, too. On Saturdays at noon, there was always a magic show for free for the local children. Olive was usually able to rent out the space for neighborhood usage during the daytime, though I don't think there was danger of anybody getting rich off dry swimming lessons. Our audience was drawn from the neighborhood itself, and back then it really was a neighborhood, mostly Irish and Italians, with a scattering of Catholic Eastern Europeans and a good number of Jewish families. The 4-story tenements surrounding the Lily were crammed full of recent immigrants, and by crammed, I mean dozens of souls living in a single flat. That being the case, Peg tried to keep the language in our shows simple to accommodate these new English speakers. Simpler language also made the memorizing of lines easier for our performers, who were not exactly classically trained thespians. Our shows did not attract tourists or critics or what you might call theater-goers. We provided working-class entertainment for working-class people, and that was it. Peg was adamant that we not kid ourselves that we did anything more. "I'd rather put on a good leg show than bad Shakespeare," she said. Indeed, the Lily did not have any of the hallmarks that you would associate with a proper Broadway institution. We did not have out-of-town tryouts or glamorous parties on opening nights. We didn't close down in August like so many of the Broadway houses did. Our patrons didn't go on vacations, so neither did we. We were not even dark on Mondays. We were more like what used to be called a continuous house, where entertainment just kept being served up day after day, all the year round. As long as we kept our ticket prices comparable to those at the local movie houses, which were, along with arcades and illegal gambling, our biggest competition for the neighborhood dollars, we could fill our seats fairly well. The Lily was not a burlesque theater, but many of our showgirls and dancers had come from the world of burlesque, and they had the immodesty to prove it, bless them. We were not quite vaudeville either, only because vaudeville was nearly dead by that point in history. But we were almost vaudeville, considering our slapdash comic plays. In fact, it would be a stretch to claim that our plays were plays at all. It would be more accurate to say that they were reviews, scobbled together bits of stories that were not much more than excuses for lovers to reunite and for dancers to show off their legs. There were limits to the scope of the stories that we could tell anyhow, given that the Lily Playhouse only had 3 backdrops. This meant that all the action in our shows had to take place on either a 19th century city street corner, in an elegant upper-class parlor, or on an ocean liner. Peg changed the reviews every few weeks, but they were all more or less the same, and they were all forgettable. What's that, you say? You never heard of a play called Hopping Mad about 2 street urchins who fall in love? Why, of course you didn't. It ran at the Lily for only 2 weeks, and it was swiftly replaced by a nearly identical play called Catch That Boat, which, of course, took place on an ocean liner. "If I could improve on the formula, I would," she once told me. But the formula works. The formula, to be specific, was this: delight, or at least distract, your audience for a short while, never more than 45 minutes, with an approximation of a love story. Your love story should star a likable young couple who can tap dance and sing, but who are kept apart from each other's arms by a villain, often a banker, sometimes a gangster, same idea, different costume, who gnashes his teeth and tries to destroy our good couple. There should be a floozy with a notable bust line making eyes at our hero, but the hero must only have eyes for his one true girl. There should be a handsome swain who tries to woo the girl away from her fellow. There should be a drunken hobo character for comic relief, his stubble indicated by application of burnt cork.
The show always had at least one dreamy ballad, usually rhyming the word moon with the word swoon. And there was always a kick line at the end. Applause, curtain, do it all over again for the late show. Theater critics did an excellent job of not noticing our existence at all, which was probably best for everyone. If it sounds like I'm denigrating the Lily's productions, I'm not.
I loved them. I would give anything to sit in the back of that rotting old playhouse and see one of those shows again. To my mind, there was never anything better than those simple, enthusiastic reviews. They made me happy. They were designed to make people happy without making the audience work too hard to understand what was going on. As Peg had learned back in the Great War, when she used to produce cheerful song and dance skits for soldiers who just lost limbs or had their throats burned out with mustard gas, sometimes people just need to think about something else. Our job was to give them the something else. As for the cast, our shows always needed 8 dancers, 4 boys and 4 girls, and also always needed 4 showgirls, because that's just what was expected. People came to the Lily for the showgirls. If you're wondering what the difference was between dancer and showgirl, it was height. Showgirls had to be at least 5'10". That was without the heels and the featherhead dresses. And showgirls were expected to be far more stunning than your average dancer. Just to further confuse you, sometimes the showgirls danced, such as Gladys, who was also our dance captain. But the dancers never showgirled, because they weren't tall enough or beautiful enough and never would be. No amount of makeup or creative padding could turn a moderately attractive and medium-sized dancer with a fairly decent figure into the spectacle of Amazonian gorgeousness that was a mid-century New York City showgirl. The Lily Playhouse caught a lot of performers on their way up the ladder of success. Some of the girls who started out their careers at the Lily later moved on to Radio City or to the Diamond Horseshoe. Some of them even became headliners. But more often, we caught dancers on their way down the ladder. There is nothing more brave or touching than an aging rockette auditioning to be in the chorus line of a cheap and lousy show called Catch That Boat. But we had a small group of regulars, too, who performed for the Lily's humble audiences in show after show. Gladys was a staple of the company. She had invented a dance called the Boggle Boggle, which our audiences loved, and so we put it in every performance. And why wouldn't they love it? It was nothing but a free-for-all of girls boggling about the stage with the most jiggling of body parts imaginable. Boggle Boggle, the audience would shout during the encores, and the girls would accommodate them. Sometimes we would see neighborhood children on the sidewalks doing the Boggle Boggle on their way to school. Let's just say it was our cultural legacy. I would love to tell you exactly how Peg's little theater company remained solvent, but the truth is that I do not know. It could be a case of that old joke about how to make a small fortune in show business by starting with a large fortune. Our shows never sold out, and our ticket prices were chicken feed. Moreover, although the Lily Playhouse was marvelous, she was a white elephant of the highest degree. And she was expensive. She leaked and creaked, her electrical wiring was as old as Edison himself, her plumbing was occult, her paint was everywhere peeling, and her roof was designed to withstand a sunny day with no rain, and not much more than that. My Aunt Peg poured money into that collapsing old theater the way an indulgent heiress might pour money into the drug habit of an opium-addicted lover, which is to say, bottomlessly, desperately, and uselessly. As for Olive, her job was to try to stem the flow of money, an equally bottomless, desperate, and hopeless task. I can still hear Olive crying out, "This is not a French hotel," whenever she'd catch people running the hot water too long. Olive always looked tired, and for good reason. She had been the only responsible adult in this company since 1917, when she and Peg first met. I soon learned that Olive wasn't joking when she said she'd been working for Peg since Moses was in nappies. Just like Peg, Olive had been a Red Cross nurse in the Great War, although she'd been trained in Britain, of course. The two women had met on the battlefields of France. When the war ended, Olive decided to abandon nursing and follow her new friend into the field of theater instead, playing the role of my aunt's trusted and long-suffering secretary. Olive could always be seen marching about the Lily Playhouse, rapidly issuing commands, edicts, and corrections. She wore the strained and martyred expression of a good herding dog charged with bringing order to an undisciplined flock of sheep. She was full of rules. There was to be no eating in the theater. We don't want more rats than audience members. There was to be promptitude at all rehearsals. No guests of guests were allowed to sleep overnight. There were to be no refunds without receipts, and the taxman must always be paid first. Peg respected the rules of her secretary, but only in the most abstract way. She respected those rules in the manner of someone who has lapsed from their faith, but who still has a fundamental regard for church law. In other words, she respected Olive's rules without actually obeying them. The rest of us followed Peg's lead, which meant that nobody obeyed Olive's rules, although we sometimes pretended to. Thus, Olive was constantly exhausted, and we were allowed to remain like children. Peg and Olive lived on the 4th floor of the Lily, in apartments separated by a common living area. There were several other apartments up there on the 4th floor, too, that were not in active use when I first moved in. They'd been built by the original owner for his mistresses, but were now being saved, Peg explained to me, for last-minute drifters and other sundry itinerants. But the 3rd floor, where I got to live, is where all the interesting activity happened. That's where the piano was, usually covered by half-empty cocktail glasses and half-full ashtrays. Sometimes Peg would pass by the piano, pick up someone's leftover drink, and knock it back. She called it taking a dividend. It was on the 3rd floor where everyone ate, smoked, drank, fought, worked, and lived. This was the real office of the Lily Playhouse. There was a man named Mr. Herbert who also lived on the 3rd floor. Mr. Herbert was introduced to me as our playwright. He created the basic storylines for our shows, and also came up with the jokes and gags. He was also the stage manager. He also served, I was told, as the Lily Playhouse's press agent. What does a press agent do exactly? I once asked him. I wish I knew, he responded. More interestingly, he was a disbarred attorney, and one of Peg's oldest friends. He'd been disbarred after embezzling a considerable amount of money from a client. Peg didn't hold the crime against him because he'd been off the wagon at the time. You can't blame a man for what he does when he's drinking, was her philosophy. We all have our frailties, was another of her adages. She who always gave second and third and fourth chances to the frail and the failing. Sometimes, in a pinch, when we didn't have a better performer on hand, Mr. Herbert would play the role of the drunken hobo character in our shows, bringing to that position a natural pathos that would just break your heart. But Mr. Herbert was funny. He was funny in a way that was dry and dark, but he was undeniably funny. In the mornings when I got up for breakfast, I would always find Mr. Herbert sitting at the kitchen table in his saggy suit trousers and an undershirt. He'd be drinking from his mug of Sanka and picking at his one sad pancake.
He would sigh and frown over his notepad, trying to think of new jokes and lines for the next show. Every morning, I would bait him with a sunny greeting, just to hear his depressed response, which always changed by the day. "Good morning, Mr. Herbert," I would say. "The point is debatable," he might respond. Or, on another day, "Good morning, Mr. Herbert. I will half allow it." Or, "Good morning, Mr. Herbert. I fail to see your argument." Or, "Good morning, Mr. Herbert. I find myself unequal to the occasion." Or, my favorite ever, "Good morning, Mr. Herbert. Oh, you're a satirist now, are you?" Another inhabitant of the 3rd floor was a handsome young black man named Benjamin Wilson, who was the Lily's songwriter, composer, and piano player.
Benjamin was quiet and refined, and he always dressed in the most beautiful suits. He was usually to be found sitting at the grand piano, either riffing on some jaunty tune for an upcoming show or playing jazz for his own entertainment. Sometimes he would play hymns, but only when he thought nobody was listening. Benjamin's father was a respected minister up in Harlem, and his mother was the principal of a girls' academy on 132nd Street. He was Harlem royalty, in other words. He had been groomed for the church, but was lured away from that vocation by the world of show business. His family didn't want him around anymore, as he was now tainted with sin. This was a standard theme, I would learn, for many of the people who worked at the Lily Playhouse. Peg took in a lot of refugees in that respect. Not unlike Roland the dancer, Benjamin was far too talented to be working for a cheap outlet like the Lily. But Peg gave him free room and board, and his duties were light, so he stuck around. There was one more person living at the Lily when I moved in, and I've saved her for last because she was the most important to me. That person was Celia, the showgirl, my goddess. I had been told by Olive that Celia was lodging with us only temporarily, just until she got things sorted out. The reason Celia needed a place to stay was because she'd recently been evicted from the Rehearsal Club, a respectable and inexpensive hotel for women on West 53rd Street, where a good many Broadway dancers and actresses stayed back in the day. But Celia had lost her place at the Rehearsal Club because she'd been caught with a man in her room. So Peg had offered Celia a room at the Lily as a stopgap measure. I got the sense that Olive disapproved of this offering, but then again, Olive mostly disapproved of everything that Peg offered to people for free. This wasn't a palatial offering in any case. Celia's little room down the hall was far more humble than my fancy setup over in Uncle Billy's never-used pied-à-terre. Celia's bolt hole wasn't much more than a utility closet with a cot and a tiny bit of floor upon which to strew her clothing. The room had a window, but it faced a hot, stinking alley. Celia's room didn't have a carpet, she didn't have a sink, she didn't have a mirror, she didn't have a closet, and she certainly didn't have a large, handsome bed like I had. All of this probably explains why Celia moved in with me my second night at the Lily. She did so without asking. There was no discussion about it whatsoever. It just happened. And at the most unexpected time, too. Somewhere in the dark hours between midnight and dawn on day 2 of my sojourn in New York City, Celia stumbled into my bedroom, woke me up with a hard bump to the shoulder, and uttered one boozy word: "Scoot." So I scooted. I moved over to the other side of the bed as she tumbled onto my mattress, commandeered my pillow, wrapped the entirety of my sheet around her beautiful form, and fell unconscious in a matter of moments. Well, this was exciting. This was so exciting, in fact, that I couldn't fall back to sleep. I didn't dare to move. For one thing, I'd lost my pillow, and I was now pressed against the wall, so I was no longer comfortable. But the more serious issue here was this: what is protocol when a drunk and fully dressed showgirl has just collapsed onto your bed? Unclear. So I lay there in stillness and silence, listening to her thick breathing, smelling the cigarette smoke and perfume on her hair, and wondering how we would manage the inevitable awkwardness when morning came. Celia finally roused herself around 7 o'clock, when the sunlight that was glaring into the bedroom became impossible to ignore. She gave a decadent yawn and stretched fully, taking up even more of the bed. She was still wearing all her makeup and was dressed in her reckless evening gown from the night before. She was stunning. She looked like an angel who had fallen to earth, straight through a hole in the floor of some celestial nightclub. "Hey, Vivi," she said, blinking away the sun. "Thanks for sharing your bed. That cot they gave me is torture. I couldn't take it anymore." I hadn't been fully confident at this point that Celia even knew my name, so to hear her use the affectionate diminutive Vivi flooded me with joy. "That's all right," I said. "You can sleep here any time." "Really?" she said. "That's terrific. I'll move my things in here today." Well then, I guess I had a roommate now. That was fine with me, though. I was just honored that she'd chosen me. I wanted this strange, exotic moment to last as long as possible, so I dared to make conversation. "Say," I asked, "where'd you go out to last night?" She seemed surprised that I cared. "El Morocco," she said. "I saw John Rockefeller there." "Did you?" "He's the pits. He wanted to dance, but I was out with some other fellows." "Who'd you go out with?" "Nobody special. Just a couple of guys who aren't about to take me home to meet their mothers." "What kind of guys?" Celia settled back into the bed, lit a smoke, and told me all about her night. She explained that she had gone out with some Jewish boys who were pretending to be gangsters, but then they ran into some real Jewish gangsters, so the pretenders had to scram, and she ended up with a fellow who took her to Brooklyn and then paid for a limousine to take her home. I was entranced by every detail. We stayed in bed for another hour as she narrated for me, in that unforgettably gruff voice of hers, every detail of an evening in the life of one Celia Ray, New York City showgirl. I drank it all down like spring water. By the next day, all of Celia's belongings had migrated into my apartment. Her tubes of grease paint and pots of cold cream now cluttered up every surface. Her vials of Elizabeth Ardent competed for space on Uncle Billy's elegant desk against her compacts of Helena Rubinstein. Her long hairs laced my sink. My floor was an instant tangle of brassiers and fishnets, garters and girdles. She had such prodigious quantities of undergarments. I swear, Celia Ray had a way of making negligées reproduce. Her used, perspiration-soaked dress shields were hiding under my bed like little mice. Her tweezers bit into my feet when I stepped on them. She was outrageously entitled. She wiped her lipstick on my towels. She borrowed my sweaters without asking. My pillowcases became stained with black smudges from Celia's mascara, and my sheets were dyed orange from her pancake makeup. And there wasn't anything this girl wouldn't use as an ashtray, including once, while I was in it, the bathtub. Incredibly, I didn't mind any of this. On the contrary, I never wanted her to leave. If I'd had a roommate this interesting back at Vassar, I might have stayed in college. To my mind, Celia Ray was perfection. She was New York City's very distillation, a glittering composite of sophistication and mystery. I would endure any filth or befouling just to have access to her. Anyhow, our living arrangements seemed to suit us perfectly. I got to be near her glamour, and she got to be near my sink. I never asked my Aunt Peg if this was all right with her, that Celia had moved into Uncle Billy's rooms with me, or that the showgirl seemed intent on staying at the Lily indefinitely.
She started working as a taxi dancer at the Honeymoon Lane Danceland on 7th Avenue, where she let men grope her, perspire on her, and cry with loneliness in her arms for $50 a week, plus presents on the side. She tried for the Miss New York beauty pageant when she was 16, but lost to a girl who played the vibraphone on stage in a bathing suit. She also worked as a photographer's model, selling everything from dog food to antifungal creams. And she'd been an artist's model, selling her naked body for hours at a time to art schools and painters. While still a teenager, she wedded a saxophone player, whom she'd met while briefly working as a hat-check girl at the Russian tea room. Marriages to saxophone players never do work out, though, and Celia's was no exception. She was divorced before you knew it. Right after her divorce, she and a girlfriend moved to California with the intention of becoming movie stars. She managed to get herself some screen tests, but never landed a speaking part. "I got $25 a day once to play a dead girl in a murder picture," she said proudly, naming a movie I had never heard of.
Celia left Los Angeles a few years later, having realized that there were 4 girls on every corner out there with better figures than me and no Bronx accent. When she came back home from Hollywood, Celia got a job at the Stork Club as a showgirl. There, she met Gladys, Peg's dance captain, who recruited her for the Lily Playhouse. By 1940, when I arrived, Celia had been working for my Aunt Peg for almost 2 years, the longest period of stability in her life. The Lily was not a glamorous venue. It was certainly no Stork Club. But the way Celia saw it, the job was easy, her pay was regular, and the owner was a woman, which meant she didn't have to spend her workdays dodging some greasy boss with Roman hands and Russian fingers. Plus, her job duties were over by 10 o'clock. This meant that once she was done dancing on the Lily stage, she could go out on the town and dance until dawn, often at the Stork Club, but now it was for fun. How all that life experience adds up to someone who was claiming to be only 19 years old, you tell me. To my joy and surprise, Celia and I became friends. To a certain extent, of course, Celia liked me because I was her handmaiden. Even at the time, I knew that she regarded me as her handmaiden, but that was all right with me. If you know anything about the friendships of young girls, you will know that there is always one person playing the part of the handmaiden, anyhow. Celia demanded a certain level of devoted service, expecting me to rub her calves for her when they were sore, or to give her hair a rousing brushing. Or she'd say, "Oh, Vivi, I'm all out of ciggies again," knowing full well that I would run out and buy her another pack. "That's so bliss of you, Vivi," she'd say, as she pocketed the cigarettes and didn't pay me back. And yes, she was vain, so vain that it made my own vanities look amateurish by comparison. Truly, I've never seen anyone who could get more deeply lost in a mirror than Celia Ray. She could stand for ages in the glory of her own reflection, nearly deranged by her own beauty. I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. I swear to you that she once spent 2 hours looking at herself in the mirror while debating whether she should be massaging her neck cream upward or downward in order to prevent the appearance of a double chin. But she had a childlike sweetness about her, too. In the mornings, Celia was especially dear. When she would wake up in my bed, hungover and tired, she was just a simple kid who wanted to snuggle and gossip. She would tell me of her dreams in life, her big, unfocused dreams. Her aspirations never made sense to me because they didn't have any plans behind them. Her mind skipped straight to fame and riches, with no apparent map for how to get there, other than to keep looking like this and to assume that the world would eventually reward her for it. It wasn't much of a plan, although, to be fair, it was more of a plan than I had for my own life. I was happy. I guess you could say that I had become the costume director of the Lily Playhouse, but only because nobody stopped me from calling myself that, and also because nobody else wanted the job. Truth to tell, there was plenty of work for me. The showgirls and dancers were always in need of new costumes, and it wasn't as if they could just pluck outfits out of the Lily Playhouse costume closet, a distressingly damp and spire-infested place filled with ensembles older and more crusty than the building itself. The girls were always broke, too, so I learned clever ways to improvise. I learned how to shop for cheap materials in the garment center, or, even cheaper, way down on Orchard Street. Better yet, I figured out how to hunt for remnants at the used clothing shops on 9th Avenue and make costumes out of those. It turned out I was exceptionally good at taking tatty old garments and turning them into something fabulous. My favorite used clothing shop was a place called Lutsky's Used Emporial and Notions on the corner of 9th Avenue and 43rd Street.
The Lutsky family were Eastern European Jews who'd paused in France for a few years to work in the lace industry before emigrating to America. Upon arrival in the United States, they'd settled on the Lower East Side, where they sold rags out of a pushcart. But then they moved up to Hell's Kitchen to become costumers and purveyors of used clothing. Now they owned this entire 3-story building in Midtown, and the place was filled with treasures. Not only did they deal in used costumes from the theater, dance, and opera worlds, but they also sold old wedding gowns, and occasionally a really spectacular couture dress picked up from some Upper East Side estate sale. I couldn't stay away from the place. I once bought the most vividly violet-colored Edwardian dress for Celia at Lutsky's. It was the homeliest-looking rag you ever saw, and Celia recoiled when I first showed it to her. But when I pulled off the sleeves, cut a deep V in the back, lowered the neckline, and belted it with a thick black satin sash, I transformed this ancient beast of a dress into an evening gown that made my friend look like a millionaire's mistress. Every woman in the room would gasp with envy when Celia walked in wearing that gown, and all that for only $2. When the other girls saw what I could make for Celia, they all wanted me to create special dresses for them. And so, just as at boarding school, I was soon given a portal to popularity through the auspices of my trusty old Singer 201. The girls at the Lily were always handing me bits of things that needed to be mended, dresses without zippers or zippers without dresses, and asking me if I could do something to fix it. I remember Gladys once saying to me, "I need a whole new rig, Vivi. I look like somebody's uncle." Maybe it sounds as if I was playing the role of the tragic stepsister in a fairy tale here, constantly working and spinning, while the more beautiful girls were all heading to the ball. But you must understand that I was so grateful just to be around these showgirls. If anything, this exchange was more beneficial for me than it was for them. Listening to their gossip was an education, the only education I had ever really longed for. And because somebody always needed my sewing talents for something, inevitably the showgirls started to coalesce around me and my powerful singer. Soon my apartment had turned into the company gathering place. For females, anyhow. It helped that my rooms were nicer than the moldy old dressing rooms down in the basement, and also nearer to the kitchen. And so it came to pass that one day, less than 2 weeks into my stay at the Lily, a few of the girls were in my room smoking cigarettes and watching me sew.
But Celia was looking at me with an expression of concern. "Do you want to stay a virgin, Vivi?" she asked, fixing me with that unsettlingly beautiful gaze of hers. And while she might as well have been asking, "Do you want to stay an ignorant child, seen as pitiable by this gathering of mature and worldly women?" the intention behind the question was sweet. I think she was looking out for me, making sure I wasn't being pushed. But the truth was, quite suddenly, I did not want to be a virgin anymore. Not even for another day. "No," I said, "I want to get started." "We'd be only too glad to help, dear," said Jenny. "Are you on your monthlies right now?" Gladys asked. "No," I said. "Then we can get started right away." "Who do we know?" Gladys pondered. "It needs to be someone nice," said Jenny. "Someone considerate. A real gentleman," said Gladys. "Not some lunkhead," said Jenny. "Someone who'll take precautions," Gladys said. "Not someone who'll get rough with her," said Jenny. Celia said, "I know who." And that's how their plan took shape. Dr. Harold Kellogg lived in an elegant townhouse just off Gramercy Park. His wife was out of town because it was a Saturday. Mrs. Kellogg took the train to Danbury every Saturday to visit her mother in the country. And so the appointment for my deflowering was set at the exceedingly unromantic hour of 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Dr. and Mrs. Kellogg were respected members of the community. They were the sorts of people my parents knew. This is part of the reason Celia thought he might be good for me, because we came from the same social class. The Kelloggs had 2 sons at Columbia University who were both studying medicine. Dr. Kellogg was a member of the Metropolitan Club. In his free time, he enjoyed bird watching, collecting stamps, and having sex with showgirls. But Dr. Kellogg was discreet about his liaisons. A man of his reputation could not afford to be seen about town with a young woman whose physical composition made her look like the figurehead of a sailing ship. It would be noticed. So the showgirls visited him at his townhouse, and always on Saturday mornings when his wife was gone. He would let them in through the service entrance, offer them champagne, and entertain them in the privacy of his guest room. Dr. Kellogg gave the girls money for their time and trouble, and then sent them on their way. It all had to be over by lunchtime because he saw patients in the afternoon. All the showgirls at the Lily knew Dr. Kellogg. They rotated visits to him, depending on who was least hungover on a Saturday morning or who was down to buttons and needed a bit of pocket money for the week. When the girls told me the financial details of this arrangement, I said in shock, "Do you mean to tell me that Dr. Kellogg pays you for sex?" Gladys looked at me with disbelief. "Well, what'd you think, Vivi? That we pay him?" Now, Angela, listen. I understand that there is a word for women who offer sexual favors to gentlemen in exchange for money. In fact, there are many words for this. But none of the showgirls with whom I associated in New York City in 1940 described themselves in that manner, not even as they were actively taking money from gentlemen in exchange for sexual favors. They couldn't possibly be prostitutes. They were showgirls. They had quite a lot of pride in that designation, having hard to achieve it, and it's the only title they would answer to. But the situation was simply this. Showgirls did not earn a great deal of money, you see, and everyone has to get by in this world somehow. Shoes are expensive. And so these girls had developed a system of alternative arrangements for earning a bit of extra cash on the side. The Dr. Kellogg's of the world were part of that system. Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure that Dr. Kellogg himself regarded these young women as prostitutes. He more likely called them his girlfriends, an aspirational, if somewhat delusional, designation which surely would have made him feel better about himself too. In other words, despite all evidence that sex was being exchanged for money, and sex was being exchanged for money, make no mistake about it, nobody here was engaging in prostitution. This was merely an alternative arrangement that suited everyone involved. You know, from each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. I'm so glad we were able to clear that up, Angela. I certainly wouldn't want there to be any misunderstandings. Now, Vivi, what you have to understand is that he's boring, said Jenny. If you get bored, don't go thinking this is always how it feels to fool around. But he's a doctor, said Celia. He'll do right for our Vivi. That's what matters this time. Our Vivi. Were there ever more heartwarming words? I was their Vivi. It was now Saturday morning, and the 4 of us were sitting at a cheap diner on 3rd Avenue and 18th Street, beneath the shadow of the L, waiting for it to be 10 o'clock. The girls had already showed me Dr. Kellogg's townhouse and the back entrance I was to use, which was just around the corner. Now we were drinking coffee and eating pancakes while the girls gave me excited last-minute instructions. It was awfully early in the day, on a weekend no less, for 3 showgirls to be wide awake and lively, but none of them had wanted to miss this. He's going to use a safety, Vivi, Gladys said. He always does, so you don't need to worry. It doesn't feel as good with a safety, Jenny said, but you'll need it. I'd never heard the term safety before, but I guessed from context that it was probably a sheath or a rubber, a device I'd learned about in my hygiene seminar at Vassar. I'd even handled one, which had been passed from girl to girl like a limp dissected toad.
If it meant something else, I supposed I would find out soon enough, but I wasn't about to ask. "We'll get you a pessary later," said Gladys. "All us girls have pessaries." I didn't know what that was either, till I figured out later it's what my hygiene professor called a diaphragm. "I don't have a pessary anymore," said Jenny. "My grandmother found mine. When she asked me what it was, I told her it was for cleaning fine jewelry." "She took it? For cleaning fine jewelry?" Gladys shrieked. "Well, I had to say something, Gladys." "But I don't understand how you could even use a pessary for cleaning fine jewelry," Gladys pushed. "I don't know. Ask my grandma. That's what she's using it for now." "Well, then what are you using now?" said Gladys. "For precaution?" "Well, gee, nothing right now, because my grandmother has my pessary in her jewelry box." "Jenny!" cried Celia and Gladys at the same time. I know, but I'm careful." "No, you're not," said Gladys. "You're never careful." "Vivian, don't be a dumb kid like Jenny. You've got to think about these things." Celia reached into her purse and handed me something wrapped in brown paper. I opened it up and found a small, white terry cloth hand towel, folded neatly, never used. It still had a store price tag on it. "I got you this," said Celia. "It's a towel. It's for in case you bleed." "Thank you, Celia." She shrugged, looked away, and, to my shock, blushed. "Sometimes people bleed. You'll want to be able to clean yourself up." "Yeah, and you don't want to use Mrs. Kellogg's good towels," said Gladys. "Yeah, don't touch anything that belongs to Mrs. Kellogg," shrieked Gladys, and all the girls laughed again. "Ooh, it's after 10, Vivi," said Celia. "You should get moving." I made an effort to stand up, but suddenly felt dizzy. I sat back down in the dinette booth again hard. My legs had almost gone out from under me. I hadn't thought I was nervous, but my body seemed to have a different opinion. "You okay, Vivi?" Celia asked. "You sure you want to do this?" "I want to do it," I said. "I'm sure I want to do it." "My suggestion," said Gladys, "is that you don't think about it too much. I never do." This seemed wise.
So I took a few deep breaths, as my mother had taught me to do before you jump a horse stood up, and headed for the exit. "See you girls later," I said, with a bright and slightly surreal sense of cheer. "We'll be waiting for you right here," said Gladys. "Shouldn't take too long," said Jenny. 6. Dr. Kellogg was waiting for me just inside the servants' entrance to his townhouse. I'd barely knocked before the door flew open, and he hustled me in. "Welcome, welcome," he said, glancing about him to make sure no neighbors were spying. "Let's get that door shut behind you, my dear." He was a medium-sized man with an average-looking face whose hair was one of the regular colors of hair, and who was dressed in the sort of suit that one might expect a respectable middle-aged gentleman of his class to be wearing. If it sounds like I have completely forgotten what he looked like, it's because I have completely forgotten what he looked like. He was the kind of man whose face you forget even when you are standing right in front of him. "Vivian," he said, and extended a handshake. "Thank you for coming in today. Let's head upstairs and get ourselves situated." He sounded every bit like the doctor he was. He sounded just like my pediatrician back home in Clinton. I might as well have been there to have an ear infection looked at. There was something both reassuring and immensely silly about this to me. I felt a giggle rising in my chest, but kept it suppressed. We walked through his home, which was proper and elegant, but unmemorable. There were probably 100 homes within a few blocks of us decorated exactly the same way. All I can remember were some silk upholstered couches with doilies. I have always hated doilies. He led me straight to the guest room, where he had 2 glasses of champagne waiting on a small table. The curtains were drawn so that we could pretend it wasn't 10 o'clock in the morning, I suppose, and he closed the door behind him. "Make yourself comfortable on the bed, Vivian,"
he said, handing me one of the champagne flutes. I sat primly on the edge of the bed. I was half expecting him to wash his hands and come at me with a stethoscope, but instead he pulled over a wooden chair from a corner of the room and sat directly across from me. He put his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, in the manner of one whose job it is to diagnose. "So, Vivian, our friend Gladys tells me that you're a virgin." "That's correct, doctor," I said. "There's no need to call me doctor. We are friends. You may call me Harold." "Why, thank you, Harold," I said. And from that moment on, Angela, the situation became hilarious to me. Whatever nervousness I'd felt up until that point was gone now, replaced by a sense of pure comedy. It was something about the sound of my voice saying, "Why, thank you, Harold," in that small guest room with its stupid mint green acetate quilted bedspread. I can't remember Dr. Kellogg's face, but I cannot forget that hideous goddamn bedspread that struck me as the pinnacle of absurdity. There he was in his suit, and there I was in my buttercup yellow rayon day dress, and if Dr. Kellogg didn't believe that I was a virgin before we met, the little yellow frock alone should have convinced him. The whole scene was absurd. He was accustomed to showgirls, and he was getting me. Now, Gladys informs me that you wish to have your virginity, he was searching for a delicate word, removed. "That's correct, Harold," I said. "I wish to have it expunged." To this day, I believe that this line was the first intentionally funny thing I'd ever said in my life, and the fact that I said it with a straight face gave me no end of satisfaction. Expunged. Brilliant. He nodded, a good clinician with a bad sense of humor. "Why don't you get undressed?" he said, "and I will also get undressed, and we'll start." I wasn't sure if I should take off everything. Usually at the doctor's office, I kept on my step-ins, as my mother always called my underwear. But why was I thinking about my mother right now? Then again, usually at the doctor's office, I wasn't about to have sex with the doctor. I made a hasty decision to strip down completely. I didn't want to look like a modest little dolt. I lay down on my back on that nauseating acetate bedspread, naked as can be. Arms straight down at my side and legs stiff, you know, like a proper temptress. Dr. Kellogg stripped to his shorts and undershirt. This hardly seemed fair. Why was he allowed to remain partially dressed when I had to be naked? "Now, if you'll just kindly move over an inch or so and make a bit of room for me," he said. "There we go. That's it. Let's have a look at you." He lay beside me, head propped by his elbow, and had a look at me. I didn't hate this moment as much as you might think. I was a vain young woman, and something within me thought it quite right that I should be looked at. Appearance-wise, my chief concern was my bosom, or rather, my near absence of a bosom. It didn't seem to be an issue with Dr. Kellogg, though, despite the fact that he was used to a different class of figure altogether. In fact, he seemed delighted with all that was offered up before him. Virgin breasts, he marveled, never before touched by man. Well, I thought, I wouldn't say that. Never before touched by an adult man, maybe. "Forgive me if my hands are cold, Vivian," he said, "but I'm going to begin touching you now." Dutifully, he began to touch me. First the left breast, then the right, then the left again, then the right again. His hands indeed were cold, but they warmed up soon enough. At first I was mildly panicked, and I kept my eyes closed, but after a bit of time it was more like, "Well, this is interesting. Off we go." At some point, it began to actually feel good. That's when I decided to open my eyes, because I didn't want to miss anything. I suppose I wanted to watch my own body being ravaged. Ah, the narcissism of youth. I gazed down at myself, admiring my slim waist and the curve of my hip.
I had borrowed Celia's razor to shave my legs, and my thighs were looking beautifully smooth in the low light. My breasts looked quite pretty under his hands, too. A man's hands on my naked breasts. Would you look at that? I stole a glance at his face and was pleased with what I saw there, the reddened cheeks and the slight frown of concentration. He was breathing heavily through his nose, and I took that as a good sign that I was successfully arousing him. And it did feel very nice to be stroked. I liked the effect his touch on my breasts, the way the skin got all rosy and toasty. "I'm going to put your breast in my mouth now," he said. "This is standard." I wished he hadn't said that. He made it sound like a procedure. I'd been thinking a lot about sex over the years, and in none of my fantasies did my lover sound like he was making a house call. He leaned over to take my breast in his mouth, as promised, which I also found that I liked, once he stopped talking about it, I mean. In fact, I had never felt anything quite so delicious. I closed my eyes again. I wanted to keep still and quiet with hopes that he would just continue offering this delightful experience. But then the delightful experience ended suddenly, because now he had started talking again. "We're going to take this in careful stages, Vivian," he said. God help me, but it sounded like he was about to insert a rectal thermometer inside me, an experience I'd once had as a child and which I didn't want to be thinking about just now. "Or do you want this over with swiftly, Vivian?" he asked. "Excuse me?" I said. "Well, I would imagine that it's alarming to you to lie with a man for the first time. Perhaps you wish for the deed to be done swiftly so that your discomfort will be fast over? Or would you like me to linger and teach you some things, some of the things that Mrs. Kellogg enjoys, for instance?" Oh, dear God, the last thing I wanted was to be taught the things that Mrs. Kellogg enjoyed. But I truly did not know what to say, so I just stared at him dumbly. "I need to begin seeing patients at noon," he said, not at all seductively. He seemed irritated with my silence. "But we do have enough time for a bit of creative dallying, if that interests you. We will need to make a decision soon, though. How is one supposed to answer that? How was I supposed to know what I wanted him to do? Creative dallying could mean anything. I just blinked at him. "The tiny duckling is frightened," he said, his manner softening. I only slightly wanted to kill him for the patronizing tone. "I'm not frightened," I replied, which was true. I wasn't frightened, just baffled. My expectation had been that I was going to be ravaged here today, but this was all so labored. Were we meant to negotiate and discuss every point? "It's all right, my tiny duckling," he said. "I've done this before. You're awfully bashful, aren't you? Why don't you let me chart the course?" He slid his hand down over my pubic hair. He palmed my vulva. He kept his hand flat, the way you keep your palm flat when you're feeding a sugar cube to a horse because you don't want the horse to bite you. He began to rub his palm over my little mound. It didn't feel that bad. It didn't feel that bad at all, actually. I shut my eyes once more and marveled at this slight but magical uprush of lovely sensation. Mrs. Kellogg likes it when I do this. And again, I had to stop experiencing pleasure in order to think about Mrs. Kellogg and her doilies. She likes when I go round and round in this direction, and then round and round in this direction. The problem I could clearly see now was going to be the talking. I debated how to get Dr. Kellogg to stop speaking. I couldn't very well ask him to be quiet in his own home, and especially not when he was doing me this tremendous favor of puncturing my hymen for me. I was a well-bred young lady who was accustomed to treating men of authority with a certain deference.
It would have been highly out of character for me to have said, "Could you kindly shut up?" It occurred to me that perhaps if I asked him to kiss me, that might silence him. It could work. It would keep his mouth busy, without a doubt. But then I would be required to kiss him, and I wasn't sure that I wanted to kiss him. It was difficult to know which scenario would be worse in this case, silence and kissing, or no kissing and this bothersome voice. "Does your little kitty cat like to be petted?" he asked, as he increased his hand's pressure on my mound. "Is your little kitty cat purring?" "Harold," I said, "I wonder if I might ask you to kiss me. Perhaps I'm not being fair to Dr. Kellogg. He was a nice enough man, and he was only trying to help me out without alarming me too much. I do believe he did not want to hurt me. Maybe he was applying the Hippocratic Oath to this situation. First, do no harm and all that. Or maybe he wasn't such a nice man. I really have no way of knowing, as I never saw him again. Let's not paint him as the hero here. Maybe he wasn't trying to help me out at all, but was only enjoying the thrill of deflowering an uncomfortable and nubile young virgin in his guest room while his wife was off visiting her mother. He certainly had no trouble becoming aroused by this situation, as I found out soon enough when he pulled away from me to apply a safety to his erection. Now, this would be the first erect penis I had ever seen, and therefore a banner moment, although I didn't get to see much of it. Partially, this is because the penis in question was covered by a condom and blocked by the man's hand. But mostly it's because he was on top of me in no time. "Vivian," he said, "I've decided that the more quickly I enter, the better it will be for you. In this case, I believe it is better not to move by degrees. Hold tight, for now I shall penetrate you." Thus he said it, and thus he did it. Well then, there we were. It hurt far less than I'd feared. That was the good news. The bad news was that it also felt far less pleasant than I'd hoped. I'd hoped that intercourse would be a magnification of the sensations I'd experienced when he'd kissed my breasts or rubbed my mound, but it wasn't. In fact, whatever pleasure I'd been experiencing thus far, faint as it had been, vanished quite suddenly upon his entering, replaced by something very forceful and very interrupting. Having him inside me was just an unmistakable presence that I could not identify as being either bad or good. It reminded me a bit of menstrual cramps. It was just tremendously odd. He moaned and he thrust, and through his clenched teeth he said, "Mrs. Kellogg, I find, prefers it when but I never did find out how Mrs. Kellogg preferred her copulation because I started kissing Dr. Kellogg again as soon as he began talking. The kissing did help to keep him quiet, I had found. Moreover, it gave me something to do as I was being taken. As we've established, I hadn't done much kissing in my life, but I guessed pretty well at how it was done. It's the kind of skill that you have to learn on the job, really, but I did the best that I could with it. It was a bit of a challenge to keep our mouths linked as he was pounding away at me, but my incentive was great. I really didn't want to hear his voice again. At the last moment, however, he got one more word in. He pulled his face away from mine, shouted, "Exquisite!" Then he arched his back, gave one more powerful shudder, and that was the end of it. Afterward, he got up and went to another room, presumably to wash up. Then he came back and lay next to me for a spell. He held me tight, saying, little duckling, what a good little duckling. Don't cry, little duckling." I wasn't crying. I wasn't anywhere near crying, but he didn't notice. Soon enough, he got up again and asked if he could please check the coverlet for blood, as he had forgotten to put down a sheet. "We wouldn't want Mrs. Kellogg seeing a stain," he said. "I forgot myself, I'm afraid. I'm generally more careful.
That suggests a certain lack of foresight on my part, which is not typically my way. "Oh," I said, reaching for my handbag, grateful to have something to do. "I've brought a towel." But there was no stain. There was no blood at all. All those horseback rides in childhood, I suppose, had already done the puncturing job for me. Thanks, Mother. To my great relief, I didn't even feel much pain. "Now, Vivian," he instructed, "you will want to avoid taking a bath for the next 2 days, as it could create infection. It's quite all right for you to clean yourself, but just splash about, do not soak. If you find that you have any discharge or discomfort, Gladys or Celia can recommend a vinegar douche for you. But you're a big, strong, healthy girl, and I don't expect you to run into any difficulties. You did well here today. I'm proud of you." I half expected him to give me a lollipop. As we dressed, Dr. Kellogg chatted away about the fine weather. Had I taken notice last month of the peonies in bloom in Gramercy Park? No, I told him. I hadn't even been living in New York City as of last month. "Well," he instructed, "I must take notice of the peonies next year, for they are in bloom such a short while, you know, and then they are gone." Maybe this seems like too obvious a commentary on my own short-lasting bloom, but let's not give Dr. Kellogg that much credit for poetry or pathos. I think he just really liked peonies. "Let me show you out, my little duckling," he said, walking me back down the stairs and through the doily-strewn living room toward the servants' entrance. As we passed by the kitchen, he took an envelope off the table and handed it to me. "A token of my appreciation," he said. I knew it was money, and I couldn't bear it. "Oh, no, I couldn't, Harold," I said. "Oh, but you must." "No, I couldn't. I couldn't possibly." "Oh, but I insist." "Oh, but I mustn't." My objection, I have to tell you, was not that I didn't want to be regarded as a prostitute.
"Don't think so highly of me as all that." It was more a matter of deeply ingrained social politeness. My parents provided an allowance for me every week, you see, which Aunt Peg gave to me on Wednesdays, so I truly did not need Dr. Kellogg's money. Also, some puritanical voice within me told me that I had not quite earned this money. I didn't know much about sex, but I couldn't imagine that I'd shown this man much of a good time. A girl who lies down on her back with her arms straight at her sides, not moving whatsoever other than to attack you with her mouth every time you speaks, she can't be much fun in the sack, right? If I were going to be paid for sex, I'd want to have done something worth paying for. "Vivian, I demand that you take this," he said. "Harold, I refuse." "Vivian, I really must insist that you do not make a scene," he said, frowning slightly and pushing the envelope toward me with force. This moment constituting the closest I'd come to danger or excitement at the hands of Dr. Harold Kellogg. "Very well," I said, and I took the money. "And how do you like that, my fancy ancestors? Cash for sex, and on the first run out of the gate, no less?" "You are a lovely young girl," he said. "And please don't be concerned. There is still plenty of time for your breasts to fill out." "Thank you, Harold," I said. "If you drink 8 ounces of buttermilk a day, it should help them to grow." "Thank you, I will do that," I said, with no intention whatsoever of drinking 8 ounces of buttermilk a day. I was about to step out the door, but then I suddenly had to know. "Harold," I said, "may I ask what kind of doctor you are?" It was my supposition that he was either a gynecologist or a pediatrician. I was leaning toward pediatrician. I just wanted to settle the bet in my own head. "I'm a veterinarian, my dear girl," he said. "Now, please send my warmest regards to Gladys and Celia, and do not forget to observe the peonies next spring." I flew down the street, absolutely howling with laughter. I ran back into the diner where the girls were all waiting for me, and before they could even speak, I shrieked,
A veterinarian? You sent me to a veterinarian? How was it? Asked Gladys. Did it hurt? He's a veterinarian. You said he was a doctor. Dr. Kellogg is a doctor, said Jenny. It says so right in his name. I feel as though you sent me to get spayed. I dove into the booth next to Celia, crashing against her warm body with relief. My own body was in a storm of hilarity. I was all trembling now from head to toe. I felt wild and unhinged. I felt that my life had just exploded. I was overcome with excitement and arousal and revulsion and embarrassment and pride, and it was all so disorienting, but also fantastic. The after effect was so much more striking than the act itself had been. I could not believe what I had just done. My boldness that morning, sex with a strange man, seemed to have sprung from someone else. But I also felt more authentic to myself than ever. Moreover, looking around the table at the showgirls, I felt a sense of gratitude so rich that tears almost overtook me. It was so marvelous to have the girls there, my friends, my oldest friends in the world. My oldest friends in the world whom I'd met only 2 weeks ago, except for Jenny, whom I'd just met 2 days before. I loved them all so much. They had waited for me. They cared. But how was it? Said Gladys. It was fine. It was fine. There was a stack of cold and half-eaten pancakes in front of me from earlier that morning, and now I tore into those pancakes with a hunger that was close to violence. My hands were shaking. Dear God, I had never been so famished. My hunger had no bottom to it. I drenched the pancakes in even more syrup and shoveled more of them into my mouth. He never stops croaking on about his wife, though, I said, between forkfuls. And how? Said Jenny. He's the worst for that. He's a drip, said Gladys. But he's not a mean man, and that's what matters. But did it hurt? Asked Celia. You know something? It didn't, I said, and I didn't even need the towel. You're lucky, said Celia. You're so lucky. I can't say it was fun, I said, but I can't say it wasn't fun either. I'm just glad it's over. I suppose there are worse ways to lose your virginity. All the other ways are worse, Jenny said. Believe me, I've tried them all. I'm so proud of you, Vivian, said Gladys. Today you're a woman. She raised her coffee cup to me in a toast, and I clinked it with my water glass. Never did an initiation ceremony feel so complete and satisfying as that moment when I was toasted by Gladys, the dance captain. How much did he give you? Asked Jenny. Oh, I said, I'd almost forgotten. I reached into my purse and pulled out the envelope. You open it, I said, handing it with shaky hands to Celia, who tore it right open, thumbed through the cash expertly, and announced $50. $50, shrieked Jenny. He's usually 20. What should we spend it on? Gladys asked. We've got to do something special with it, said Jenny. And I felt a rush of relief that the girls considered the money ours, not mine. It spread around the taint of misdoing, if that makes sense. It also added to the feeling of camaraderie. I want to go to Coney Island, said Celia. We don't have time, said Gladys. We need to be back at the Lily by 4. We've got time, Celia said. We'll be quick. We'll get hot dogs and look at the beach and come straight home. We'll hire a taxi. We have money now, don't we? So we drove out to Coney Island with the windows down, smoking and laughing and gossiping. It was the warmest day of summer so far. The sky was thrillingly bright. I was wedged in the back seat between Celia and Gladys while Jenny chatted away with the driver up front, a driver who could not believe his luck at the assemblage of beauty that had just tumbled into his cab. What a bunch of figures on you gals, he said. And Jenny said, now don't you get fresh, mister, but I could tell that she liked it. Do you ever feel bad about Mrs. Kellogg? I asked Gladys, feeling a small pang of concern about my deed that day. I mean, for sleeping with her husband? Should I feel bad about it? Well, you can't have too much conscience about things, said Gladys, or else you'll never stop worrying. And that, I'm afraid, was the extent of our moral agonies. Subject closed. Next time, I wanted to be with someone else, I said. Do you think I could find somebody else? Piece of cake, said Celia. Coney Island was all shiny and gaudy and fun. The boardwalk was overrun with loud families and young couples and sticky children who acted just as delirious as I felt. We looked at the signs for the freak shows. We ran down to the shore and put our feet in the water. We ate candied apples and lemon ices. We got our picture taken with a strongman. We bought stuffed animals and picture postcards and souvenir cosmetic mirrors. I bought Celia a cute little rattan handbag with seashells sewn on it, and I got sunglasses for the other girls, and I paid for a taxi ride all the way back to Midtown. And there was still $9 left of Dr. Kellogg's money. You got enough left over to buy yourself a steak dinner, said Jenny. We got back to the Lily Playhouse with barely enough time to make the early show. Olive was frantic with concern that the showgirls would miss the curtain, and she clucked about in circles, scolding everyone for their lack of promptitude. But the girls dove into their dressing rooms and came out only moments later, it seemed, simply secreting sequins and ostrich plumes and glamour. My Aunt Peg was there too, of course, and she asked me, somewhat distractedly, if I'd had a fun day. I sure did, I said. Good, she said. You should have fun. You're young. Celia gave my hand a squeeze just as she was about to go on stage. I grabbed her by the arm and leaned in closer toward her beauty. Celia, I whispered, I still can't believe I lost my virginity today. You'll never miss it, she said.
And do you know something? She was absolutely right. And so it began. Now that I'd been initiated, I wanted to be around sex constantly, and everything about New York felt like sex to me. I had a lot to make up for, was how I saw it. I'd wasted all those years being bored and boring, and now I refused to be bored or boring ever again, not even for an hour. And I had so much to learn. I wanted Celia to teach me everything she knew about men, about sex, about New York, about life, and she happily obliged. From that point forward, I was no longer the handmaiden of Celia, or at least not merely her handmaiden. I was her accomplice. It was no longer Celia coming home drunk in the middle of the night after a wild spree on the town. It was both of us coming home drunk in the middle of the night after a wild spree on the town. The two of us went digging for trouble with a shovel and a pickaxe that summer, and we never had the slightest trouble finding it. If you are a pretty young woman looking for trouble in a big city, it's not difficult to find. But if you are two pretty young women looking for trouble, then trouble will tackle you on every corner, which is just how we wanted it. Celia and I cultivated an almost hysterical commitment to having a good time. Our appetites were gluttonous, not only for boys and men, but also for food and cocktails and anarchic dancing and the kind of live music that makes you want to smoke too many cigarettes and laugh with your head thrown back. Sometimes the other dancers or showgirls started off the night with us, but they could rarely keep up with me and Celia. If one of us lagged, the other would pick up the pace. Sometimes I got the feeling we were watching each other to see what we would do next, because we usually had no idea what we were going to do next, except that we always wanted another thrill. More than anything, I believe, we were motivated by our mutual fear of boredom. Every day had 100 hours in it, and we needed to fill them all, or we would perish of tedium. Essentially, our chosen line of work that summer was romping and rampaging, and we did it with a tirelessness that staggers my imagination even to this day. When I think about the summer of 1940, Angela, I picture Celia Ray and me as two inky, dark points of lust sailing through the neon and shadows of New York City in a non-stop search for action.
And when I try to recall it in detail now, it all seems to run into one long, hot, sweaty night. The moment the show was over, Celia and I would change into the thinnest little stalks of evening gowns, and we would absolutely fling ourselves at the city, running full tilt into the impatient streets, already certain that we were missing something vital and lively. How could they start without us? We'd always begin our evening at Toots Shores or El Morocco or the Stork Club, but there was no telling where we would end up by the wee hours. If Midtown got too dull and familiar, Celia and I might head up to Harlem on the A train to hear Count Basie play or to drink at the Red Rooster. Or we could just as easily find ourselves clowning around with a bunch of Yale boys at the Ritz, or dancing with some socialists downtown at Webster Hall. The rule seemed to be dance until you collapse and then keep dancing for a little bit longer after that. We moved with such speed. Sometimes it felt like I was being dragged behind the city itself, sucked into this wild urban river of music and lights and revelry. Other times, it felt like we were the ones dragging the city behind us, because everywhere we went, we were followed. In the course of these heady evenings, we would either meet up with some men whom Celia already knew, or we would pick up some new men along the way, or both. I would either kiss 3 handsome men in a row, or the same handsome man 3 times. Sometimes it was hard to keep track. Never was it difficult to find men. It helped that Celia Ray could walk into a joint like nobody I've ever seen. She would throw her resplendence into a room ahead of her, the way a soldier might toss a grenade into a machine gunner's nest. And then she'd follow her beauty right on in and assess the carnage. All she had to do was show up, and every bit of sexual energy in the place would magnetize around her. Then she'd stroll around looking bored as can be, sopping up everyone's boyfriends and husbands in the process, without exerting the slightest bit of effort in her conquests. Men looked at Celia Ray like she was a box of Cracker Jack, and they couldn't wait to start digging for the toy. In return, she looked at them like they were the wooden paneling on the wall, which only made them crazier for her. "Show me you can smile, baby," a brave man once called out to her across the dance floor. "Show me you got a yacht," Celia said under her breath, and turned away to be bored in another direction. Since I was by her side, and since I looked enough like her now, in low light anyhow, since I was not only the same height and coloring as Celia, but now wore tight dresses like hers, and styled my hair like hers, and modeled my walk after hers, and padded my bosom to slightly resemble hers, it only doubled the effect. I don't like to boast, Angela, but we were a pretty unstoppable duo. Actually, I do like to boast, so let an old woman have her glory. We were stunning. We could give whole tables of men a pretty decent case of whiplash just by walking past. "Fetch us a refresher," Celia would say at the bar, to nobody in particular. And in the next moment, 5 men would be handing us cocktails, 3 for her and 2 for me. And in the next 10 minutes, those drinks would be gone. Where did we get all that energy from? Oh yes, I remember. We got it from youth itself. We were turbines of energy. Mornings were always difficult, of course. The hangovers could be quite unsparingly cruel. But if I needed a nap later in the day, I could always do it in the back of the theater during a rehearsal or a show, collapsed on a pile of old curtains. A 10-minute doze, and I'd be restored, ready to take on the city once more, as soon as the applause died down. You can live this way when you're 19, or pretending to be 19 in Celia's case. "Those girls are on the road to trouble," I heard an older woman say about us one night as we were staggering down the street drunk. And that woman was absolutely right. What she didn't understand, though, is that trouble is what we wanted. Oh, our youthful needs! Oh, the deliciously blinding yearnings of the young, which inevitably take us right to the edges of cliffs or trap us in cul-de-sacs of our design. I can't say that I got good at sex during the summer of 1940, although I will say that I grew awfully familiar with it.
But no, I didn't get good at it. To get good at sex, which for a woman means learning how to enjoy and even orchestrate the act to the point of her own climax, one needs time, patience, and an attentive lover. It would be a while before I had access to anything as sophisticated as all that. For now, it was just a game of wild numbers, executed with a considerable amount of speed. Celia and I didn't like to hover too long in one location or with one man, in case we were missing something better that might be happening on the other side of town. My longing for excitement and my curiosity about sex made me not only insatiable that summer, but also susceptible. That's how I see myself when I look back on it now. I was susceptible to everything that had even the vaguest suggestion of the erotic or the illicit. I was susceptible to neon lights in the darkness of a midtown side street. I was susceptible to drinking cocktails out of coconut shells in the Hotel Lexington. I was susceptible to being offered ringside tickets or backstage entrances to nightclubs that did not have names. I was susceptible to anybody who could play a musical instrument or dance with a fair amount of panache.
I was susceptible to getting into cars with just about anyone who owned a car. I was susceptible to men who would approach me at the bar with 2 highballs, saying, "I seem to have found myself with an extra drink. Perhaps you could help me out with this, miss?" "Why, yes, I would be delighted to help you out with that, sir." I was so good at being helpful in that regard. In our defense, Celia and I didn't have sex with all the men we met that summer. But we did have sex with most of them. The question with me and Celia was never so much who should we have sex with, it didn't really seem to matter, but only where shall we have sex. The answer was wherever we could find a spot. We had sex in fancy hotel suites, paid for by out-of-town businessmen, but also in the kitchen, closed for the evening, of a small East Side nightclub, or on a ferry boat where we'd somehow ended up late at night, the lights on the water all runny and blurry around us. In the backs of taxicabs. I know it sounds uncomfortable, and believe me, it was uncomfortable, but it could be accomplished. In a movie theater. In a dressing room in the basement of the Lily Playhouse. In a dressing room in the basement of the Diamond Horseshoe. In a dressing room in the basement of Madison Square Garden. In Bryant Park with the threat of rats at our feet. In dark and sweltering alleyways just off the taxi-haunted corners of Midtown. On the rooftop of the Puck Building. In an office suite on Wall Street where only the nighttime janitors might hear us. Drunk, pinwheel-eyed, briny-blooded, brainless, weightless, Celia and I spun through New York City that summer on currents of pure electricity. Instead of walking, we rocketed. There was no focus, there was just a constant search for the vivid. We missed nothing, but we also missed everything. We watched Joe Louis train with his sparring partner, for instance, and we heard Billie Holiday sing, but I can't remember the details of either occasion. We were too distracted by our own story to pay much attention to all the wonders that were laid before us. For instance, the night that I saw Billie Holiday sing, I had my period, and I was in a sulky mood because a boy I liked had just left with another girl. There's my review of Billie Holiday's performance. Celia and I would have too much to drink, and then we would run into crowds of young men who'd also had too much to drink, and the whole lot of us would crash together and behave exactly the way you might expect us to behave. We would go into bars with boys whom we'd met in other bars, but then flirt with the boys we discovered in the new bar. We caused fights to break out, and somebody would take a wicked shellacking. But then Celia would choose among the survivors for who would take us to the next bar, where the uproar would begin all over again. We would bounce from one stag party to the next, from one man's arms to another man's arms. We even traded dates once, right in the middle of dinner. "You take him," Celia said to me that night, right in front of the man who was already boring her. "I'm going to the ladies' room. You keep this guy warm." "But he's your guy," I said, as the man reached for me, most obligingly. "And you're my friend." "Oh, Vivi," she said to me in a fond and pitying tone, "you can't lose a friend like me just by taking her guy." I had precious little contact with my family back home that summer. The last thing I wanted was for them to know anything about what I was doing. My mother sent me a note every week, along with my allowance, filling me in on the most basic news. My father had hurt his shoulder playing golf. My brother was threatening to quit Princeton next semester and join the Navy because he wanted to serve his country. My mother had defeated this or that woman in this or that tennis tournament. In return, I sent my parents a card every week, telling them the same stale and uninformative sort of news, that I was well, that I was working hard at the theater, that New York City was very nice, and thank you for the allowance. Every once in a while, I'd toss in a bit of innocuous detail, such as, "Just the other day, I had a charming lunch at the Knickerbocker Club with Aunt Peg." Naturally, I did not mention to my parents that I'd recently gone to a doctor with my friend Celia, the showgirl, in order to get myself illegally fitted for a pessary. Illegal because it was not permitted back then for a doctor to outfit an unmarried woman with a birth control device, but this is why it's so good to have friends who know people. Celia's doctor was a laconic Russian woman who didn't ask questions. She suited me right up without batting an eye. Nor did I mention to my parents that I'd had a gonorrhea scare, which had turned out to be nothing more than a mild pelvic infection, thank goodness, though it had been a painful and frightening week until it all cleared up. Nor did I mention that I'd had a pregnancy scare, which had also cleared up on its own accord, thank God. Nor did I mention that I was now fairly regularly sleeping with a man named Kevin Ribsy O'Sullivan, who ran numbers around the corner in Hell's Kitchen. I was dallying about with some other men too, of course, all equally unsavory, but none with such a good name as Ribsy. Nor did I mention that I now always carried prophylactics in my pocketbook, on account of the fact that I didn't want any further gonorrhea scares, and a girl can't be too careful. I also didn't tell my parents that my boyfriends regularly secured these prophylactics for me as a kind favor. Because you see, Mother, only men are allowed to purchase prophylactics in New York City. No, I didn't tell her any of this. I did, however, pass along the news that the lemon sole at the Knickerbocker Club was excellent, which is true, it really was. Meanwhile, Celia and I just went right on spinning, night after night, getting ourselves into all manner of trouble, big and small. Our drinks made us crazy and lazy. We forgot how to keep track of the hours or the cocktails or the names of our dates. We drank gin fizzes till we forgot how to walk. We forgot how to look after our security once we were good and tight, and other people, often strangers, would have to look after us. "It ain't for you to tell a girl how to live," I remember Celia yelling one night at a nice gentleman who was politely trying to do nothing more than escort us back home safely to the Lily. There was always an element of peril in the way that Celia and I thrust ourselves into the world. We made ourselves available for anything that might happen, so anything could happen. Often, anything did happen. You see, it was like this. Celia's effect on men was to make them so obedient and subservient to her until the instant they were no longer obedient and subservient. She would have them all lined up before us, ready to take our orders and serve our every wish. They were such good boys, and sometimes they stayed good boys, but sometimes, quite suddenly, those boys were not so good anymore. Some line of male desire or anger would be crossed, and then there was no coming back from it. After that line had been crossed, Celia's effect on men was to make them into savages. There would be a moment when everyone was having fun and flirting and playing taunting games and laughing, but then, suddenly, the energy of the room would shift, and now there was a threat of not only sex, but violence. Once that shift came, there was no stopping it. After that, it was all smash and grab. The first time this happened, Celia saw it coming moments before it occurred, and she sent me out of the room. We were in the presidential suite of the Biltmore Hotel, being entertained by 3 men whom we'd met earlier in the ballroom of the Waldorf. These men had a great deal of loose cash, and they were clearly in a dubious line of work.
If I had to guess, I would wager that their line of employment was racketeers. At first, they were all in service to Celio, deferential, so grateful for her attentions, sweating with nervousness about making the beautiful girl and her friend happy. Would the ladies like another bottle of champagne? Would the ladies like some crab legs ordered up to the room? Would the ladies like to see the presidential suite at the Biltmore? Would the ladies like the radio on or off? I was still new at this game, and I found it amusing that these thugs were so servile to us. Cowed by our powers and all that, it made me want to laugh at them in all their weakness. Men are so easy to control. But then, not long into our visit to the presidential suite, the shift came, and Celia was suddenly crammed between two of those men on the couch, and they were no longer looking servile or weak. It wasn't anything they were doing per se, it was just a change of tone, and it frightened me. Something had shifted in their faces, and I didn't like it. The third man was now eyeing me, and he didn't appear as though he were interested in joking around anymore either. The only way I can describe the change in the room was, you're having a delightful picnic, and then suddenly there's a tornado. The barometric pressure drops, the sky goes black, the birds go silent. This thing is coming straight for you. "Vivi," said Celia in that exact moment, "run downstairs and buy me cigarettes." "Right now?" I asked. "Go," she said, "and don't come back." I made for the door just before the third man reached me, and to my shame, I closed the door on my friend and left her in there. I left her because she'd told me to, but still, it felt rotten. Whatever those men were about to do in there, Celia was on her own. She'd sent me from the room either because she didn't want me seeing what was about to be done to her, or she didn't want it done to me, too. Either way, I felt like a child, being banished like that. I also felt afraid of those men, and afraid for Celia, and I felt left out. I hated it. I paced the lobby of the hotel for an hour, wondering if I should alert the hotel manager. But alert him to what? Celia eventually came down by herself, unescorted by any of the men who had so solicitously led us to the elevator earlier that evening. She spotted me in the lobby, walked over and said, "Well, I call that a lousy way to end a night." "Are you all right?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm terrific," she said. She tugged at her dress. "Do I look all right?" She looked just as beautiful as ever, except for the shiner over her left eye. "Like love's young dream itself," I said. She saw me looking at her swollen eye and said, "Don't squawk about this, Vivi. Gladys'll fix it. She's the best at covering up black eyes. Is there a cab? If a cab would be kind enough to appear, I'll take it." I found her a cab, and we made our way home without another word. Did the events of that evening leave Celia traumatized? You would think so, wouldn't you? But I'm ashamed to say, Angela, I don't know. I never talked to her about it. I certainly never saw any sign of trauma in my friend. But then again, I probably wasn't looking for signs of trauma. Nor would I have known what to look for. Maybe I was hoping that this ugly incident would just disappear, like the black eye itself, if we never mentioned it. Or maybe I thought Celia was accustomed to being assaulted, given her rough origins. God help us, maybe she was. There were so many questions I could have asked Celia that evening in the taxi, starting with, "Are you really all right?" But I didn't. Nor did I thank her for having saved me from certain attack. I was embarrassed that I'd needed saving, embarrassed that she saw me as being more innocent and fragile than herself. Until that night, I'd been able to kid myself that Celia Ray and I were exactly the same. Just two equally worldly and gutsy women, conquering the city and having fun. But clearly that wasn't true.
I had been recreationally dabbling in danger, but Celia knew danger. She knew things, dark things, that I didn't know. She knew things that she didn't want me to know. When I think back on it all now, Angela, it's appalling to realize that this kind of violence seemed so commonplace back then. And not just to Celia, but also to me. For instance, why did it never occur to me at the time to wonder how Gladys had come to be so good at covering up black eyes? I suppose our attitude was, oh well, men will be men. You must understand, though, that this was long before there was any sort of public conversation about such dark subjects, and thus we had no private conversations about them either. So I said nothing more to Celia that evening about her experience, and Celia said nothing more about it either. We just put it all behind us. And the next night, unbelievably, we were out there in the city again, looking for action again, except with one change. From this point forward, I was committed to never leaving the scene, no matter what. I would not allow myself to be sent from a room again. Whatever Celia was doing, I would be doing it too. Whatever happened to Celia, it would happen to me too. Because I am not a child, I told myself, the way children always do. 8. There was a war coming, by the way. There was a war happening already, in fact, and quite seriously so. It was all the way over there in Europe, of course, but there was a great raging debate within the United States as to whether or not we should join it. I was not part of this debate, needless to say, but it was happening all around me. Perhaps you think I should have noticed earlier that there was a war coming, but truly, the subject had not yet landed in my consciousness. Here, you must give me credit for being exceedingly unobservant. It was not easy in the summer of 1940 to ignore the fact that the world was on the brink of full-out war, but I'd managed to do exactly that. In my defense, my colleagues and associates were also ignoring it. I don't recall Celia or Gladys or Jenny ever discussing America's military preparation or the growing need for a two-ocean navy. I was not a politically minded person, to say the least. I didn't know the name of a single individual in Roosevelt's cabinet, for instance. I did, however, know the full name of Clark Gable's second wife, a much-divorced Texas socialite named Rhea Franklin Prentice Lucas Langham Gable, a jawbreaker of a moniker that I will apparently remember till my dying day. The Germans had invaded Holland and Belgium in May of 1940, but that was right around the time I was failing all my exams at Vassar, so I was terribly preoccupied. I do remember my father saying that all the fuss would be over by the end of summer because the French army would soon push the Germans right back home. I'd figured he was probably correct about that because he seemed to read a lot of newspapers. Right around the time that I moved to New York, this would be the middle of June 1940, the Germans had marched into Paris. So much for Dad's theory. But there was too much excitement going on in my life for me to follow the story closely. I was far more curious about what was happening in Harlem and the Village than what had happened to the Maginot Line. And by August, when the Luftwaffe started bombing British targets, I was going through my pregnancy and gonorrhea scares, so I didn't quite register that information either. History has a pulse, they say, but mostly I have never been able to hear it, not even when it is drumming right in my goddamn ears. If I'd been more wise and attentive, I might have realized that America was eventually going to get pulled into this conflagration. I might have taken more notice of the news that my brother was thinking about joining the Navy. I might have worried about what that decision would mean for Walter's future, and for all of us.
She was wearing a peacock blue serge jacket, double-breasted, with 2 lines of gold buttons marching up the front, with a high collar trimmed in gold braid. She had on tailored, dark gray trousers with a bit of flare at the bottom, and glossy black wingtip shoes, which almost looked like men's shoes, except for the small, elegant, and very feminine heel. She was wearing tortoiseshell sunglasses, and her short, dark hair was set with glossy waves. She had on red lipstick, the perfect shade of red, but no other makeup. A simple black beret sat angled on her head with jaunty ease. She looked like a teeny-tiny military officer in the chicest little army in the world, and from that day forward, my sense of style would never be the same. Until the moment I first glimpsed Edna, I'd thought that New York City showgirls and their spangled radiance were the pinnacles of glamour. But suddenly, everything and everyone I'd been admiring all summer looked gaudy and glitzy compared to this petite woman, in her sharp little jacket and her perfectly tailored slacks, and her men's shoes that were not quite men's shoes. I had just encountered true glamour for the first time. And I can say without hyperbole that every day of my life since that moment, I have tried to model my style after Edna Parker Watson's. Peg rushed at Edna and pulled her into a tight embrace. "Edna!" she cried, giving her old friend a spin. "The dewdrop of Drury Lane makes an appearance on our humble shores." "Dear Peg," cried Edna, "you look exactly the same." Edna released herself from Peg's arms, stepped back, and took a look up at the lily. "But is all this yours, Peg? The entire building?" "All of it? Yes, unfortunately," said Peg. "Would you like to buy it?" "I haven't a farthing to my name, darling, or I absolutely would." "It's charming, but look at you. You've become an impresario. You're a theater magnate. The facade reminds me of the old Hackney. It's lovely. I do see why you had to buy it." "Yes, of course I had to buy it," said Peg, "because otherwise I might have ended up wealthy and comfortable in my old age, and that would have been no good for anybody. But enough about my dumb playhouse, Edna. I'm just sick about what's happened to your home, and what's happening to poor England." "Darling Peg," said Edna, and she placed her palm gently on my aunt's cheek. "It's wretched, but Arthur and I are alive. And now, thanks to you, we have a roof to sleep under, and that's a good deal more than some other people can say." "Where is Arthur?" asked Peg. "Can't wait to meet him." But I myself had already spotted him. Arthur Watson was the handsome, dark-haired, movie star-looking fellow with the lantern jaw who was, at that instant, grinning at the cab driver and pumping the man's hand with altogether too much enthusiasm. He was a well-built man with a good pair of shoulders, and he was much taller than he looked on the movie screen, which is highly abnormal for actors. He had a cigar clamped in his mouth, which somehow looked like a prop. He was the best-looking man I'd ever seen at close quarters, but there was something artificial about his good looks. He had a rakish curl that fell over one eye, for instance, which would have been a lot more attractive if it hadn't looked so deliberately cultivated. The thing about rakishness, Angela, is that it should never seem intentional. He looked like an actor, is the best way I can describe it. He looked as if he were an actor hired to play the part of a handsome, well-built man shaking the hand of a cab driver. Arthur marched over to us in great athletic strides and shook Peg's hand just as forcibly as he'd done to the poor cabby. "Mrs. Buell," he said, "awfully good of you to give us a place to stay." "A delight, Arthur," said Peg. "I simply adore your wife." "I adore her, too," boomed Arthur, and he caught Edna in a tight squeeze that looked like it might hurt, but which only made her beam with pleasure. "And this is my niece, Vivian," said Peg. "She's been staying with me all summer, learning how to run a theater company into the ground."
"The niece," Edna said, as though she'd been hearing fabulous things about me for years. She gave me a kiss on each cheek, wafting a scent of gardenia. "But look at you, Vivian. You're simply stunning. Please tell me that you're not an aspiring actress and that you won't ruin your life in the theater, although you're certainly pretty enough for it." Hers was a smile far too warm and genuine for show business. She was paying me the compliment of her undivided attention, and thus I was instantly smitten. "No," I said, "I'm not an actress, but I do love living at the Lily with my aunt." "But of course you do, darling. She's marvelous." Arthur interrupted to reach in and crush my hand in his. "Awfully nice to meet you, Vivian," he said. "And how long did you say you've been an actress?" I was less smitten with him. "Oh, I'm not an actress," I started to say, but Edna put her hand on my arm and whispered in my ear, as if we were dearest friends, "It's quite all right, Vivian. Arthur sometimes doesn't pay the closest attention, but he'll get it all sorted out eventually." "Let's go have drinks on my veranda," said Peg. "Except that I forgot to buy a home with a veranda, so let's go have drinks in the filthy living room above my theater, and we can pretend that we're having drinks on my veranda." "Brilliant, Peg," said Edna. "How violently I've missed you." A few trays of martinis later, it was as if I'd known Edna Parker Watson forever. She was the most charming presence I'd ever watched light up a room. She was a sort of elfin queen, what with her bright little face and her dancing gray eyes. Nothing about her was quite what it seemed. She was pale, but she didn't seem weak or delicate. And she was awfully dainty, with the tiniest shoulders and a slender frame, but she didn't look fragile. She had a hearty laugh and a robust bounce to her step that belied her size and her pallid coloring. I suppose you could call her a non-frail waif. The exact source of her beauty was difficult to place, for her features were not perfect, not like the girls I'd been romping about with all summer. Her face was quite round, and she didn't have the dramatic cheekbones that were so much in vogue back then. And she wasn't young. She had to be at least 50, and she wasn't trying to hide it. You couldn't tell her age from a distance. She had been able to play Juliet well into her 40s, I would later learn, and had easily gotten away with it too. But once you looked closely, you could see that the skin around her eyes was crumbling with fine lines, and her jawline was getting soft. There were strands of silver in that chic short hair of hers as well. But her spirit was youthful. She was utterly unconvincing as a 50-year-old woman, let's just put it that way. Or maybe her age didn't matter to her, so she didn't project any concern about it. The trouble with so many aging actresses is that they don't want to let nature do as it wishes. But nature seemed to have no particular vengeance against Edna, nor did she have a gripe against it. Her greatest natural gift, though, was warmth. She delighted in all that she beheld, and it made you want to stay near her in order to bask in her delight. Even Olive's normally stern face relaxed into a rare expression of joy at the sight of Edna. They embraced as old friends, for that is exactly what they were. As I discovered that night, Edna and Peg and Olive had all met on the battlefields of France, when Edna was part of a British touring company, putting on shows for wounded soldiers, shows that my Aunt Peg and Olive helped to produce. "Somewhere on this planet," said Edna, "there's a photograph of the three of us in a field ambulance together, and I would give anything to see it again. We were so young, and we were wearing those terribly practical frocks with no waistlines." "I remember that picture," said Olive. "We were muddy." "We were always muddy, Olive," said Edna. "It was a battlefield. I will never forget the cold and damp."
Do you remember how I had to make my own stage makeup out of brick dust and lard? I was so nervous about acting in front of the soldiers. They were all so horribly wounded. Do you remember what you told me, Peg, when I asked,
How can I sing and dance for these poor broken boys?" "Mercifully, my dear Edna," said Peg, "I do not remember anything I have ever said in my entire life. Well then, I shall remind you. You said, 'Sing louder, Edna, dance harder, look 'em straight in the eyes.' You told me, 'Don't you dare degrade these brave boys with your pity.' So that's what I did. I sang loud and danced hard and looked 'em straight in the eyes. I did not degrade those brave boys with my pity. My God, but it was painful." "You worked very hard," said Olive approvingly. "It was you nurses who worked hard, Olive," said Edna. "I remember the whole lot of you having dysentery and chilblains, but then you'd say, 'At least we don't have infected bayonet wounds, girls. Chins up.' What heroes you were, especially you, Olive, equal to any emergency you were. I've never forgotten it." Receiving this compliment, Olive's face was suddenly lit up by the most unusual expression. By my stars, I do believe it was happiness. "Edna was performing bits of Shakespeare for the men," Peg said to me. "I remember thinking it was a terrible idea. I thought Shakespeare would bore them to tears, but they loved it. They loved it because they hadn't seen a pretty little English lass in months," said Edna. "I remember one man shouting, 'Better than a trip to the whorehouse,' after I gave them my piece of Ophelia, and I still think it's the best review I've ever received. You were in that show, Peg. You played my Hamlet. Those tights really suited you." "I didn't play Hamlet. I just read from the script," said Peg. "I never could act, Edna, and I detest Hamlet. Have you ever seen a production of Hamlet that didn't make you want to go home and put your head in the oven? I haven't." "Oh, I thought our Hamlet was quite nice," said Edna. "Because it was abridged," said Peg, "which is the only thing Shakespeare should ever be. Although you did make an awfully cheery Hamlet, as I recall," said Edna. "Perhaps the most cheerful Hamlet in history." "But Hamlet isn't meant to be cheerful," chimed in Arthur Watson, looking puzzled. The room paused. It was quite awkward. I would soon discover that this was often the effect that Arthur Watson had when he spoke. He could bring the most sparkling of conversations to the most grinding halt just by opening his mouth. We all looked to see how Edna would react to her husband's stupid comment. But she was beaming at him fondly. "That's right, Arthur. Hamlet is not generally known for being a cheerful play, but Peg brought her natural buoyancy to the role and quite brightened up the whole story." "Oh," he said, "well, jolly good for her then. Though I don't know what Mr. Shakespeare would have thought of that." Peg saved the day by changing the subject. "Mr. Shakespeare would have rolled in his grave, Edna, if he knew that I'd been allowed to share a stage with the likes of you," she said. Then she turned to me again. "What you have to understand, kiddo, is that Edna is one of the greatest actresses of her age." Edna grinned. "Oh, Peg, stop talking about my age." "I believe what she meant, Edna," corrected Arthur, "is that you are one of the greatest actresses of your generation. She's not talking about your age." "Thank you for the clarification, darling," replied Edna to her husband, with no trace of irony or annoyance. "And thank you for the kindness, Peg." Peg went on. "Edna is the best Shakespearean actress you'll ever meet, Vivian. She's always had a knack for it. Started as a baby in the cradle. Could recite the sonnets backwards, they say, before she learned them forwards." Arthur muttered, "You'd think it would have been easier to learn them forwards first." "Many thanks, Peg," said Edna, ignoring Arthur. "Thank God, you've always been so good to me." "We shall have to find something for you to do while you're here," announced Peg, slapping her leg for emphasis. "I'd be happy to put you in one of our terrible shows, but it's all so beneath you." "Nothing is beneath me, dear Peg.
I've played Ophelia in knee-deep mud. Oh, but Edna, you haven't seen our shows. It'll make you miss the mud. And I don't have much to pay you, certainly not what you're worth. Anything's better than what we could earn in England, if we could even get to England. I just wish you could get a role in one of the more reputable theaters around town, said Peg. There are many of them in New York, rumor has it. I've never stepped foot in one myself, of course, but I understand that they exist. I know, but it's too late in the season, said Edna. Middle of September, all the productions have been cast. And remember, I'm not as well known here, darling. As long as Lynn Fontanne and Ethel Barrymore are alive, I'll never get the best roles in New York. But I'd still love to work while I'm here, and I know Arthur would too. I'm versatile, Peg, you know that. I can still play a youngish woman if you put me at the back of the stage in the correct lighting. I can play a Jewess or a gypsy or a French woman. At a pinch, I can play a little boy. Hell, Arthur and I will sell peanuts in the lobby if need be. We'll clean out ashtrays. We only wish to earn our keep. Now, see here, Edna, declared Arthur Watson sternly, I don't think I'd much like to clean out ashtrays. That evening, Edna watched both the early and the late performances of Dance Away, Jackie. She could not have been more delighted with our awful little show if she'd been a 12-year-old peasant child seeing theater for the first time. Oh, but it's fun, she exclaimed to me when the performers had left the stage after their final bows. You know, Vivian, this sort of theater is where I got my start. My parents were players, and I grew up around productions just like this. Born in the wings 5 minutes before my first performance. Edna insisted on going backstage and meeting all the actors and dancers to congratulate them. Some had heard of her, but most hadn't. To most of them, she was just a nice woman giving them praise, and that was good enough for them. The players bubbled up around her, soaking in her generous ministrations. I cornered Celia and said, "That's Edna Parker Watson." "Yeah?" said Celia, unimpressed. "She's a famous British actress. She's married to Arthur Watson." "Arthur Watson from Gates of Noon?" "Yes, they're staying here now. Their house in London got bombed." "But Arthur Watson is young," Celia said, staring at Edna. "How can he be married to her?" "I don't know," I said. "She's quite something, though." "Yeah," Celia didn't seem so sure. "Where we going out tonight?" For the first time since meeting Celia, I wasn't so sure I wanted to go out. I thought I might prefer to spend more time around Edna, just for one night. "I want you to meet her," I said. "She's famous, and I'm mad about the way she dresses." So I brought Celia over and proudly introduced her to Edna. You can never anticipate how a woman is going to react to meeting a showgirl. A showgirl in full costume is intentionally designed to make all other females look and feel insignificant by comparison. You need to have a considerable amount of self-confidence as a woman to stand in the lavish radiance of a showgirl without flinching, resenting, or melting away. But Edna, tiny as she was, had just that kind of self-confidence. "You're magnificent," she cried to Celia when I introduced them. "Look at the height on you, and that face. You, my dear, could headline at the Folies Bergère." "That's in Paris," I said to Celia, who thankfully did not take note of my patronizing tone, distracted as she was by the compliments. "And where are you from, Celia?" Edna asked, tilting her head with curiosity and shining the spotlight of her fullest attention upon my friend. "I'm from right here, from New York City," said Celia.
As though that accent could have been born anywhere else. "I noticed tonight that you dance exceptionally well for a girl of your height. Did you study ballet? Your carriage would suggest you'd been properly trained." "No," replied Celia, whose face was now aglow with pleasure. "And do you act? The camera must adore you. You look just like a film star." "I act a bit. Then she added, quite archly for someone who had only ever played a corpse in a B movie, "I am not yet widely known." "Well, you shall be known soon enough if there's any justice. Stay at it, my dear. You're in the right field. You have a face that was made for your times. It's not difficult to compliment people in order to try to win their affections. What is difficult is to do it in the right way." Everyone told Celia she was beautiful, but nobody had ever told her she had the carriage of a trained ballerina. Nobody had ever told her she had a face made for her times. "You know, I've just realized something," said Edna. "In all the excitement, I have not yet unpacked. I wonder if you girls might be free to help me." "Sure," said Celia eagerly, looking like she was about 13 years old. And to my wonderment, in that instant, the goddess became a handmaiden. When we arrived upstairs in the fourth-floor apartment that Edna would be sharing with her husband, we found a pile of trunks and parcels and hat boxes on the sitting room floor, an avalanche of luggage. "Oh dear," said Edna, "it gives quite the impression of density, doesn't it? I do hate to trouble you girls, but shall we begin?" As for me, I couldn't wait. I was dying to get my hands on her clothes. I had a feeling they'd be splendid, and indeed they were. Unpacking Edna's trunks was a lesson in sartorial genius. I soon noticed that there was nothing haphazard about her clothing. It was all in keeping with a particular style that I might call Little Lord Fauntleroy meets French salon hostess. She certainly had a lot of jackets. That seemed to be the elementary unit of her aesthetic. The jackets were all variations on a theme: fitted, jaunty, slightly martial in tone. Some were trimmed in Persian lamb, others had satin details. Some looked like formal riding jackets, but some were more playful. All of them had gold buttons of different design, and all were lined with jewel-toned silks. "I have them specially made," she told me, when she caught me searching the labels for information. "There's an Indian tailor in London who has come to know my taste over the years. He never gets bored of creating them for me, and I never get bored of buying them." And then there were the trousers. So many pairs of trousers. Some were long and loose, but others were narrow and looked like they would hit above the ankle. "I got used to wearing these when I studied dance," she said of the cropped variety. "All the dancers in Paris wore trousers like that, and heavens, did they make it look chic. I used to call those girls the Slim Ankle Brigade." The trousers were a real revelation for me. I'd never been a firm believer in trousers on women until I saw how good they looked on Edna. Not even Garbo and Hepburn had yet convinced me that a woman could be both feminine and glamorous in pants. But looking at Edna's clothes suddenly made me think that it was the only way a woman could be both feminine and glamorous. "I prefer trousers for daily wear," she explained. "I'm small, but I have a long stride. I need to be able to move about freely. Years ago, a newspaper man wrote that I had a titillating boyishness to me, and that's my favorite thing a man's ever said about me. What could be better than having a bit of the titillating boy about you?" Celia gave a puzzled look, but I understood Edna's point exactly and loved this idea. Then we came to the trunk filled with Edna's blouses. So many of them had quaint jabots or ornamental ruffles. This attention to detail, I grasped, is how a woman could wear a suit and still look like a woman. There was one high-necked crepe de chine chemise in the softest pink you could imagine, and it made my heart ache with longing when I touched it. Then I pulled out an elegant little ivory number of finest silk, with tiny pearl buttons at the neck and the most infinitesimal sleeves. "What an impeccable blouse," I said. "Thank you for noticing, Vivian. You've got a good eye. That little blouse came from Coco Chanel herself. She gave it to me. If you can imagine Coco ever giving somebody something for free. It must have been a weak moment for her. Perhaps she had food poisoning that day. Celia and I both gasped, and I cried out, "You know Coco Chanel?" Nobody knows Coco, my dear. She would never allow for that. But I can say that we are acquainted. I met her years ago when I was acting in Paris and living on the Quai Voltaire. That was back when I was learning French, which is a good language to learn as an actress because it teaches you how to use your mouth. Wow, that was the most sophisticated combination of words I'd ever heard. But what's she like? What's Coco like? Edna paused, closed her eyes, and seemed to be searching for the right words. She opened her eyes and smiled. Coco Chanel is a gifted, ambitious, cunning, unloved, and hard-working eel of a woman. I'm more afraid of her taking dominion over the world than I am of Mussolini or Hitler. No, I'm teasing. She's a fine enough specimen of a person. One is only ever in danger from Coco when she starts calling you her friend. But she's far more interesting than I'm making her sound. Girls, what do you think of this hat? She had pulled from a box a Homburg-like something a man would wear, but not at all. Soft and plum-colored and dressed with a single red feather. She modeled it for us with a bright smile. "It's wonderful on you," I said, "but it doesn't look like anything I'm seeing people wearing right now." "Thank you," said Edna. "I can't bear the hats that are in style just now. I can't endure a hat that substitutes a pile of miscellany on the top of your head for the pleasing simplicity of a line. A Homburg will always give you a perfect line if it's specially made for you. The wrong hat makes me feel cross and oppressed, and there are so many wrong hats. But alas, milliners need to eat too, I suppose." "I love this," said Celia, pulling out a long yellow silk scarf and wrapping it around her head. "Well done, Celia," said Edna. "You are the infrequent sort of girl who looks good with a scarf wrapped around your head. How fortunate for you! If I wore that scarf in that manner, I would look like a dead saint. Do you like it? You may keep it." "Gee, thanks," said Celia, parading around Edna's room, searching for a mirror. "I can't think why I ever bought that scarf in the first place, girls. I suppose I bought it during a year when yellow scarves were in fashion. And let that be a lesson to you. The thing about fashion, my dears, is that you don't need to follow it, no matter what they say. No fashion trend is compulsory, remember. And if you dress too much in the style of the moment, it makes you look like a nervous person. Paris is all well and good, but we can't just follow Paris for the sake of Paris, now can we? We can't just follow Paris for the sake of Paris. As long as I live, I shall never forget those words. That speech was certainly more stirring to me than anything Churchill had ever said." Celia and I were now busy unpacking a trunk filled with the most delicious items of bath and beauty articles, articles of toilette that made us swoon with joy. There were carnation-scented bath oils, lavender alcohol rubs, pomander balls to spice up the drawers and closets, and so many alluring glass vials of lotions with French instructions. It was positively intoxicating. I would have been embarrassed by our over-enthusiasm, but Edna seemed to be genuinely enjoying our squeaks and squeals of delight. In fact, she seemed to be having just as much fun as we were. I had the craziest sensation that Edna might actually like us.
This was interesting to me then, and it is still interesting now. Older women don't always relish the company of beautiful young girls for obvious reasons, but not Edna. "Girls," she said, "I could watch the two of you effervesce for hours. And boy, did we effervesce. I'd never seen such a wardrobe. Edna even had a valise filled with nothing but gloves, each pair wrapped lovingly in its own silk. Never buy inexpensive or poorly made gloves," Edna instructed us.
That's not the place to save your money. Whenever you are faced with the prospect of purchasing gloves, you must ask yourself if you would be bereft to lose one of them in the back of a taxicab. If not, then don't buy them. You should only buy gloves so beautiful that to lose one of them would break your heart. At some point, Edna's husband walked in, but he was inconsequential, handsome as he was, compared to this exotic wardrobe. She kissed his cheek and sent him on his way, saying, "There's no room in here yet for a man, Arthur. Go have a drink somewhere and entertain yourself until these dear girls are done, and then I promise I'll find space for you and your one sorry little duffel bag." He sulked a bit, but did her bidding. After he left, Celia said, "Say, but he's a looker, ain't he?" I thought Edna might be offended, but she only laughed. He is indeed, as you say, a looker. I've never before seen his like, to be candid with you. We've been married nearly a decade, and I haven't grown tired of looking at him yet. But he's young. I could have kicked Celia for her rudeness, but Edna, again, didn't seem to mind. Yes, dear Celia, he is young, far younger than me, in fact. One of my greatest achievements, I dare say. You don't get worried? Celia pressed on. There's gotta be a lot of young dishes out there who want to put the moves on him. I don't worry about dishes, my dear. Dishes break. Ooh, said Celia, and her face lit up with something like awe. When you have found your own success as a woman, explained Edna, you may do such a fun thing as marry a handsome man who is very much your junior. Consider it a reward for all your hard work. When first I met Arthur, he was just a boy, a set carpenter for an Ibsen play I was doing, an enemy of the people. I was Mrs. Stockman, and it's a dull role. But meeting Arthur livened things up for me during the run of that play, and he has kept things lively for me since. I'm awfully fond of him, girls. He's my third husband, of course. Nobody's first husband looks like Arthur. My first husband was a civil servant, and I don't mind saying that he made love like a civil servant, too. My second husband was a theater director. I won't make that mistake again. And now there is dear Arthur, so handsome and yet so cozy. My gift till the end of my days. I'm so fond of him that I even took his name, though my theater friends warned me not to, since my own name was already well known. I'd never taken the names of any of my other husbands before, you see. But Edna Parker Watson has a nice ring to it, don't you agree? And what about you, Celia? Have you ever had any husbands? I wanted to say, she's had many husbands, Edna, but only one of them was her own. Yeah, said Celia. I had a husband once. He played the saxophone. Oh dear, so we may assume that didn't last? Yeah, you guessed it, lady. Celia drew a line across her own throat to indicate, I guess, the death of love. And what about you, Vivian? Married? Engaged? No, I said. Anybody special? Nobody special, I said, and something about the way I uttered the word special made Edna burst out laughing. Ah, but you have a somebody, I can see. She has a few somebodies, Celia said, and I couldn't help but smile. Good work, Vivian. Edna gave me an appraising second look. You're growing more interesting to me by the moment. Later on in the evening, it must have been well after midnight by then, Peg came in to check on us. She settled into a deep chair with a nightcap in her hand and watched with pleasure as Celia and I finished unpacking Edna's trunks. Godzooks, Edna, Peg said. You have a lot of clothes. This is a mere fraction of the collection, Peg. You should see my wardrobe back home. She paused. Oh, dear, I've just now remembered again that I've lost everything back home. My contribution to the war effort, I suppose. Evidently, Mr. Goering needed to destroy my more than 3 decades in the making costume collection as part of his plan for making the world safe for the Aryan race. I don't quite see how it served him, but the sad deed is done. I marveled at how lightly she seemed to take the destruction of her home. So apparently did Peg, who said, "I must admit, Edna, I was expecting to find you a bit more shaken up by all this." "Oh, Peg, you know me better than that. Or have you forgotten how good I am at adjusting to circumstances? You can't lead the sort of patched-together life that I've lived and get too sentimental about things." Peg grinned. "Show people," she said to me, shaking her head with an insider's appreciation. Celia had just now pulled out an elegant floor-length, high-necked black crepe gown with long sleeves, and a small pearl brooch set deliberately off-center. "Now that's something," said Celia. "You would think so, wouldn't you?" said Edna, holding the dress up to herself. "But I've had a difficult relationship with this dress. Black can be the smartest of colors, or it can be the dowdiest, depending on the line. I wore this gown only once, and I felt like a Greek widow in it. But I've kept it because I like the pearl detail." I approached the dress, respectfully. "May I?" I asked. Edna handed me the dress, and I laid it out on the sofa, touching it here and there and getting a better sense of it. "The problem isn't the color," I diagnosed. "The problem is the sleeves. The material of the sleeves is heavier than the material of the bodice. Can you see that? This dress should have chiffon sleeves, or none at all, which would be better for you, petite as you are." Edna studied the gown and then looked at me with surprise. "I believe you're onto something there, Vivian. I could fix it for you if you'll trust me with it." "Our Vivi can sew like the devil," Celia said. "It's true," put in Peg. "Vivian is our resident dress professor." "She makes all the costumes for the shows," said Celia. "She made the ballet tutus everyone was wearing tonight." "Did you?" said Edna, more impressed than she should have been. "Your cat could sew a tutu, Angela." "So you're not only beautiful, but gifted as well? Imagine that! And they say the Lord never gives with both hands." I shrugged. "All I know is that I can fix this. I would shorten it as well. It would be better for you if it landed at mid-ankle." "Well, it appears as if you know a good deal more about clothes than I do," said Edna, "because I was ready to relegate this poor old gown to the ash heap. And here I've been, filling your ears all night with my noise and opinions about fashion and style. I should be the one listening to you. So tell me, my dear, where did you learn how to understand a dress so well? I can't imagine that it was fascinating for a woman of Edna Parker Watson's stature to listen to a 19-year-old girl blather on about her grandmother for the next several hours, but that's exactly what happened, and she bore it nobly. More than nobly, she hung on every word. Somewhere during the course of my monologue, Celia wandered out of the room. I wouldn't see her again until just before dawn, when she would come tumbling into our bed at the usual hour, in her usual state of drunken disarray. Peg ended up excusing herself as well, once she got a sharp knock on the door and a reminder from Olive that it was past her bedtime. So it ended up being just me and Edna, curled up on the sofa of her new apartment at the Lily, talking into the wee hours. The well-raised girl within me did not want to monopolize her time, but I could not resist her attentions.
Edna wanted to know everything about my grandmother and delighted in the details of her frivolities and eccentricities. What a character! She should be put in a play. Every time I tried to turn the subject of the conversation away from myself, Edna would turn it back to me. She expressed sincere curiosity about my love of sewing and was astonished when I told her that I could make a whalebone corset if I had to. "Then you're born to be a costume designer," she said.
The difference between making a dress and making a costume, of course, is that dresses are sewn, but costumes are built. Many people these days can sew, but not many know how to build. A costume is a prop for the stage, Vivi, as much as any piece of furniture, and it needs to be strong. You never know what's going to happen in a performance, and so the costume must be ready for anything. I told Edna about how my grandmother used to find the tiniest hidden flaws in my outfits and demand that I fix the offending article on the spot. I used to protest that nobody will notice, but Grandmother Morris would say, "That is not true, Vivian. People will notice, but they won't know what they're noticing. They will just notice that something is wrong. Don't give them that opportunity." "She was correct," said Edna. "This is why I take such care with my costumes. I hate it when an impatient director says, 'Nobody will notice.' Oh, the arguments I've had about that. As I always tell the director, if you put me in a spotlight with 300 audience members staring at me for 2 hours, they will notice a flaw. They will notice flaws in my hair, flaws in my complexion, flaws in my voice, and they will absolutely notice flaws in my dress. It's not that the audience members are masters of style, Vivian. It's merely that they have nothing else to do with their time once they are held captive in their seats, except to notice your flaws." I thought I'd been having adult conversations all summer because I'd been spending my time around such a worldly group of showgirls, but this was truly an adult conversation. This was a conversation about craftsmanship and about expertise and about aesthetics. Nobody I'd ever met, except Grandmother Morris, of course, had ever known more about dressmaking than me. Nobody had ever cared this much. Nobody understood or respected the art of it. I could have stayed there talking to Edna about clothing and costumes for another century or two, but Arthur Watson finally burst in and demanded that he be allowed to go to ruddy bed with his ruddy wife, and that put an end to it. The next day marked the first morning in 2 months that I did not wake up with a hangover. 10. By the next week, my Aunt Peg had already begun creating a show for Edna to star in. She was determined to give her friend a job, and it had to be a better job than what the Lily Playhouse currently had to offer, because you can't very well put one of the greatest actresses of her age in Dance Away Jackie. As for Olive, she was not convinced this was a good idea in the least. As much as she loved Edna, it didn't make sense to her from a business standpoint to attempt to put on a decent or even halfway decent show at the Lily. It would break formula. "We have a small audience, Peg," she said, "and they are humble, but they are the only audience we have, and they are loyal to us. We must be loyal to them in return. We can't leave them behind for one play, certainly not for one player, or they may never come back. Our task is to serve the neighborhood, and the neighborhood doesn't want Ibsen." "I don't want Ibsen either," said Peg, "but I hate seeing Edna sitting about idle, and I hate even more the idea of putting her in any of our draggy little shows." "However draggy our shows may be, they keep the electricity on, Peg, and just barely at that. Don't chance it by changing anything." "We could make a comedy," Peg said, "something that our audiences would like. But it would have to be smart enough to be worthy of Edna." She turned to Mr. Herbert, who had been sitting there at the breakfast table in his usual attire of baggy trousers and shirt sleeves, staring sorrowfully at nothing. "Mr. Herbert," Peg asked, "do you think you could write a play that is both funny and smart?" "No," he said, without even looking up. "Well, what are you working on now? What's the next show on deck?" "It's called City of Girls," he said. "I told you about it last month." "The speakeasy one," said Peg. "I remember. Flappers and gangsters and that sort of fluff. What's it about, again, exactly?" Mr. Herbert looked both wounded and confused.
"What's it about?" he asked. It seemed that this was the first time he'd considered that one of the Lily Playhouse shows should be about something. "Never mind," said Peg. "Does it have a role that Edna could play?" Again he looked wounded and confused. "I don't see how it could," he said. "We have an ingenue and a hero. We have a villain. We don't have an older woman." "Could the ingenue have a mother?" "Peg, she's an orphan," said Mr. Herbert. "You can't change that." I saw his point. The ingenue always had to be an orphan. The story wouldn't make sense if the ingenue wasn't an orphan. The audience would revolt. The audience would start throwing shoes and bricks at the players if the ingenue wasn't an orphan. "Who's the owner of the speakeasy in your show?" "The speakeasy doesn't have an owner." "Well, could it? And could it be a woman?" Mr. Herbert rubbed his forehead and looked overwhelmed. He looked as though Peg had just asked him to repaint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. "This causes problems in all aspects," he said. Olive chimed in. "Nobody will believe Edna Parker Watson is the owner of a speakeasy, Peg. Why would the owner of a New York speakeasy be from England?" Peg's face fell. "Blast it, you're right, Olive. You have such a bad habit of being right all the time. I wish you wouldn't do that." Peg sat in silence for a long moment, thinking hard. Then suddenly she said, "God damn it, but I wish I had Billy here. He could write something smashing for Edna." Well, that caught my attention. This was the first time I'd ever heard my aunt curse, for one thing. But this was also the first time I'd ever heard her mention her estranged husband's name. And I wasn't the only one who snapped to fullest attention at the mere mention of Billy Buell's name either. Both Olive and Mr. Herbert looked as though they'd just had buckets of ice poured down their backs. "Oh, Peg, no," said Olive. "Don't call Billy. Please be sensible." "I can add whoever you want me to add to the cast," said Mr. Herbert, suddenly cooperative. "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. The speakeasy can has an owner, sure. She can be from England, too." Peg's face fell. "Blast it, you're right, Olive. You have such a bad habit of being right all the time. I wish you wouldn't do that." Peg sat in silence for a long moment, thinking hard. Then suddenly she said, "God damn it, but I wish I had Billy here. He could write something smashing for Edna." Well, that caught my attention. This was the first time I'd ever heard my aunt curse, for one thing. But this was also the first time I'd ever heard her mention her estranged husband's name. And I wasn't the only one who snapped to fullest attention at the mere mention of Billy Buell's name either. Both Olive and Mr. Herbert looked as though they'd just had buckets of ice poured down their backs. "Oh, Peg, no," said Olive. "Don't call Billy. Please be sensible." "I can add whoever you want me to add to the cast," said Mr. Herbert, suddenly cooperative. "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. The speakeasy can have an owner, sure. She can be from England, too." Billy was so fond of Edna. Peg seemed to be talking to herself now. "And he's seen her perform. He'll understand how best to use her." "You don't want Billy involved in anything we do, Peg," warned Olive. "I'll call him, just to get some ideas from him. The man is made of ideas." "It's 5 a.m. on the West Coast," said Mr. Herbert. "You can't call him." This was fascinating to watch. The level of anxiety in the room had risen to an undeniably hot pitch, merely with the introduction of Billy's name. "Oh, Peg, no," said Olive. "Don't call Billy. Please be sensible." "I can add whoever you want me to add to the cast," said Mr. Herbert, suddenly cooperative. "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. The speakeasy can have an owner, sure. She can be from England, too." Billy was so fond of Edna. Peg seemed to be talking to herself now. "And he's seen her perform. He'll understand how best to use her." "You don't want Billy involved in anything we do, Peg," warned Olive. "I'll call him, just to get some ideas from him. The man is made of ideas." "It's 5 a.m. on the West Coast," said Mr. Herbert. "You can't call him." This was fascinating to watch.
The level of anxiety in the room had risen to an undeniably hot pitch, merely with the introduction of Billy's name. "Oh, Peg, no," said Olive. "Don't call Billy. Please be sensible." "I can add whoever you want me to add to the cast," said Mr. Herbert, suddenly cooperative. "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. The speakeasy can have an owner, sure. She can be from England, too." Billy was so...
Billy's got it all figured out. We're going to put on City of Girls after all, and we're setting it during Prohibition. It will be a comedy, of course. Edna, you will play the owner of the speakeasy. But in order for the story to make sense and be funny, Billy says, we're going to have to make you into an aristocrat so that your natural refinement will make sense on stage. Your character will be a woman of means who ended up in the bootlegging business somewhat accidentally. Billy suggests that your husband died and then you lost all your money in the stock market crash. Then you start distilling gin and running a casino in your fancy home as a way of getting by. That way, Edna, you can keep the gentility for which you are known and loved, while at the same time being part of a comic revue with showgirls and dancers, which is the kind of thing our audience likes. I think it's brilliant. Billy thinks it would be funny if the nightclub was a bordello, too. Olive frowned. I don't like the idea of our play being set in a bordello. I do, said Edna, shining with glee. I love all of it. I'll be the madam of a bordello and the owner of a speakeasy. How pleasing! You can't imagine what a balm it will be for me to do a comedy after so long. The last 4 plays I've been in, I was either a fallen woman who murdered her lover or a long-suffering wife whose husband was murdered by a fallen woman. It wears on one, the drama. Peg was beaming. Say what you want about Billy, but the man is a genius. Olive looked as though there was a lot she wanted to say about Billy, but she kept it to herself. Peg turned her attention to our piano player. Benjamin, I need you to make the music exceptionally good for this show. Edna's got a fine alto, and I would like to hear that voice filling up the lily properly. Give her songs that are snappier than those mushy ballads I normally make you write. Or steal something from Cole Porter, the way you do sometimes. But make it good. I want this show to swing. I don't steal from Cole Porter, said Benjamin. I don't steal from anyone. Don't you? I always thought you did, because your music sounds so much like Cole Porter's music. Well, I'm not quite sure how to take that, said Benjamin. Peg shrugged. Maybe Cole Porter's been stealing from you, Benjamin? Who knows? Just write some terrific tunes is what I'm saying, and be sure to give Edna a showstopper. Then she turned to Celia and said, Celia, I'd like you to play the ingenue. Mr. Herbert looked like he was about to interrupt, but Peg impatiently waved him into silence. No, everyone, listen to me. This is a different sort of ingenue. I don't want our heroine this time to be some little saucer-eyed orphan girl in a white dress. I'm imagining our girl as being extremely provocative in the way she walks and talks. That would be you, Celia, but still untarnished by the world in a way. Sexy, but with an air of innocence about her. A whore with a heart of gold, said Celia, who was smarter than she looked. Exactly, said Peg. Edna touched Celia's arm gently. Let's just call your character a soiled dove. Sure, I can play that. Celia reached for another pork chop. Mr. Herbert, how many lines do I get? I don't know, said Mr. Herbert, looking more and more unhappy. I don't know how to write a soiled dove. I can make up some stuff for you, offered Celia. A true dramatist, that one. Peg turned to Edna. Do you know what Billy said when I told him that you were here, Edna? He said, oh, how I envy New York City right now. Did he? He did, that flirt. He also said, watch out, because you never know what you'll get with Edna on stage. Some nights she's excellent, other nights she's perfect. Edna beamed. That's so sweet of him. Nobody could ever make a woman feel more attractive than Billy could, sometimes for upwards of 10 consecutive minutes. "But, Peg, I must ask, do you have a role for Arthur?" "Of course I do," said Peg, and I knew in that moment that she did not have a role for Arthur. In fact, it was pretty clear to me that she'd forgotten about Arthur's existence entirely. But there was Arthur, sitting there in all his simple-minded handsomeness, waiting for his role like a Labrador retriever waits for a ball. "Of course I have a role for Arthur," Peg said. "I want him to play—" She hesitated, but only for the briefest moment. You might not have even noticed the hesitation if you didn't know Peg. "The policeman. Yes, Arthur, I plan for you to play the policeman who's always trying to shut down the speakeasy and who's in love with Edna's character. Do you think you could manage an American accent?" "I can manage any accent," said Arthur, miffed, and I instantly knew that he absolutely could not manage an American accent. "A policeman!" Edna clapped her hands. "And you'll be in love with me, dear. What larks!" "I didn't hear anything before about a policeman character," said Mr. Herbert. "Oh no, Mr. Herbert," said Peg. "The policeman has always been in the script." "What script?" "The script you'll commence writing tomorrow morning, at break of day." Mr. Herbert looked like he was about to be afflicted with a nervous disorder. "Do I get a song of my own to sing?" asked Arthur. "Oh," said Peg. There was that pause again. "Yes, Benjamin, do be sure to write that song for Arthur, which we discussed. The policeman's song, please." Benjamin held Peg's gaze and repeated with only the slightest sarcasm, "The policeman's song." "That's correct, Benjamin, as we've already discussed. Shall I just steal a policeman's song from Gershwin, perhaps?" But Peg was already turning her attention to me. "Costumes," she said brightly, and scarcely had the word left her mouth before Olive declared, "There will be virtually no budget for costumes." Peg's face dropped. Drat, I'd forgotten about that. "That's all right," I said. "I'll buy everything at Lotsky's. Flapper dresses are simple." "Brilliant, Vivian," said Peg. "I know you'll take care of it." "On a strict budget," Olive added. "On a strict budget," I agreed. "I'll even throw in my own allowance if I have to." As the conversation continued, with everyone except Mr. Herbert getting more excited and making suggestions for the show, I excused myself to the powder room. When I came out, I almost ran into a good-looking young man with a wide tie and a rather wolfish expression who'd been waiting for me in the corridor. "Say there, your friend's a knockout," he said, nodding in the direction of Celia. "And so are you." "That's what we've been told," I replied, holding his gaze. "You girls want to come home with me?" he asked, dispensing with the preliminaries. "I got a friend with a car." I studied him more closely. He looked like a piece of very bad business, a wolf with an agenda. This was not somebody a nice girl should tangle with. "We might," I said, which was true. "But first we have a meeting to conclude with our associates." "Your associates?" he scoffed, taking in our table with its odd and animated assortment of humanity. A coronarily inducingly gorgeous showgirl, a slovenly white-haired man in his shirt sleeves, a tall and dowdy middle-aged woman, a short and stodgy middle-aged woman, a stylishly dressed lady of means, a strikingly handsome man with a dramatic profile, and an elegant young black man in a perfectly tailored pinstripe suit. "What line of business y's in, doll?" "We're theater people," I said, as if we could have been anything else. The following morning, I woke up early as usual, suffering from my typical summer of 1940 hangover. My hair stank of sweat and cigarettes, and my limbs were all tangled up in Celia's limbs. We had gone out with the wolf and his friend, after all, as I'm sure you'll be flabbergasted beyond all reason to hear, and it had been a strenuous night. I felt like I'd just been fished out of the Gowanus Canal. I made my way to the kitchen, where I found Mr. Herbert sitting with his forehead on the table and his hands folded politely in his lap. This was a new posture for him, a new low in dejectedness, I would say. "Good morning, Mr. Herbert," I said.
"I stand ready to review any evidence of it," he replied, without lifting his forehead from the table. "How are you feeling today?" I asked. "Blithesome,"
Glorious, exalted. I'm a sultan in his palace. He still hadn't lifted his head. How's the script coming along? Be a humanitarian, Vivian, and stop asking questions. The next morning, I found Mr. Herbert in the same position, and several of the following mornings, too. I didn't know how somebody could sit for so long with their forehead on a table without suffering an aneurysm. His mood never lifted, and neither, at least not that I saw, did his skull. Meanwhile, his notebook sat untouched beside him. "Is he going to be all right?" I asked Peg. "It's not easy to write a play, Vivian," she said. "The problem is, I'm asking him to write something good, and I've never asked that of him before. It's got his head all screwy. But I think of it this way. During the war, the British Army engineers always used to say, 'We can do it, whether it can be done or not.' That's how the theater works too, Vivian, just like a war. I often ask people to do more than they are capable of, or I used to do anyway, before I got old and soft. So yes, I have full confidence in Mr. Herbert." I didn't. Celia and I came in late one night, drunk as usual, and we tripped over a body that was lying on the living room floor. Celia shrieked. I switched on a light and identified Mr. Herbert, lying there in the middle of the carpet on his back, staring up at the ceiling, with his hands folded over his chest. For an awful moment, I thought he was dead. Then he blinked. "Mr. Herbert," I exclaimed, "what are you doing?" "Prophesying," he said, without moving. "Prophesying what?" I slurred. "Doom," he said. "Well then, have a good night." I turned off the light. "Splendid," he said quietly, as Celia and I stumbled to our room. "I will be certain to do just that." Meanwhile, as Mr. Herbert suffered, the rest of us went about the business of creating a play that did not yet have a script. Peg and Benjamin had already gotten to work on the songs, sitting at the grand piano all afternoon, running through melodies and ideas for lyrics. "I want Edna's character to be called Mrs. Alabaster," said Peg. "It sounds ostentatious, and a lot of words can rhyme with it. Plaster, caster, master, bastard, alabaster," said Benjamin. "I can work with that. Olive won't let you say bastard, but go bigger. In the first number, when Mrs. Alabaster has lost all her money, make the song feel overly wordy to show how fancy she is. Use longer words to rhyme. Taskmaster, toastmaster, oleaster. Or we can have the chorus run through a series of questions about her," Benjamin suggested, like, "Who asked her? Who passed her? Who grasped her? Disaster. It attacked her. The depression, it smacked her. That poor alabaster. It gassed her. It smashed her. She's poor as a pastor." "Hey there, Peg," Benjamin suddenly stopping what he was playing. "My father's a pastor, and he's not poor." "I don't pay you to lift your hands off those piano keys, Benjamin. Keep noodling about." "You don't pay me at all," he said, folding his hands in his lap. "You haven't paid me in 3 weeks. You haven't paid anyone, I heard." "Is that true?" Peg asked. "What are you living on?" "Prayers. And your leftover dinner. Sorry, kiddo, I'll talk to Olive about it, but not right now. Go back and start over, but add that thing you were doing that time when I walked in on you playing the piano, and I liked what I heard. You remember? That Sunday when the Giants game was playing on the radio." "I can't begin to know what you're talking about, Peg." "Play, Benjamin. Just keep playing. That's how we'll find it. After this, I want you to write a song for Celia called 'I'll Be a Bird Girl Later.' Do you think you could write a song like that?" "I can write anything if you feed me and pay me." As for me, I was designing costumes for the cast, but mostly for Edna. Edna was concerned about being swallowed by the wasteless 1920s dresses that she saw me sketching. "That style didn't look good on me back then when I was young and pretty," she said, and I can't see it looking good on me now that I'm old and stale. You have to give me a waistline of some sort. I know it wasn't the fashion back then, but you'll have to fake it. Also, my waist is more stoutish right now than I would like it to be. Work around it, please." "I don't think you're stoutish at all," I said, and I meant it. "Oh, but I am. Don't worry, though. In the week before the show, I'll live on a diet of rice water, toast, mineral oil, and laxatives, like always. I'll slim down. But for now, use gussets so you can tighten my waistline later. If there's to be a lot of dancing, I'll need you to create purposeful seams. You understand, don't you, darling? Nothing can fly loose when I'm in the spotlight. My legs are still good, thank heavens, so don't be afraid to show them. What else? Oh yes, my shoulders are narrower than they seem. And my neck is awfully short, so proceed with caution, especially if you're going to put me in some sort of a large hat. If you make me look like a stubby little French bulldog, Vivian, I'll never forgive you." I had such respect for how well this woman knew the vagaries of her own figure. Most women have no idea what works for them and what doesn't. But Edna was precision incarnate. Sewing for her, I could see, was going to be its own apprenticeship in costuming. "You are designing for the stage, Vivian," she instructed. "Rely upon shape more than detail. Remember that the nearest viewer to me will be 10 strides away. You have to think on a large scale, big colors, clean lines. A costume is a landscape, not a portrait. And I want brilliant dresses, my dear, but I don't want the dress to be the star of the show. Don't outshine me, darling. You understand?" I did. And oh, how I loved the shape of this conversation. I loved being with Edna. I was becoming quite infatuated with her, if I'm being honest. She had nearly replaced Celia as the central object of my devoted awe. Celia was still exciting, of course, and we still went out on the town, but I didn't need her so much anymore. Edna had depths of glamour and sophistication that excited me far more than anything Celia could offer. I would say that Edna was somebody who spoke my own language, but that's not quite it, because I was not yet as fluent in fashion as she was. It would be closer to the truth to say that Edna Parker Watson was the first native speaker I'd ever encountered of the language that I wanted to master, the language of outstanding apparel. A few days later, I took Edna to Lotsky's used emporium and Notions to look for fabrics and ideas. I was a bit nervous about bringing someone of such refined taste to this overwhelming bazaar of noise, material, and color. To be honest, the smell alone would turn off most high-end shoppers. But Edna was instantly thrilled by Lotsky's, as only somebody who genuinely understood clothing and materials could be. She was also delighted by young Marjorie Lotsky, who greeted us at the door with her standard demand, "What do you need?" Marjorie was the daughter of the owners, and I had come to know her well over my past few months of shopping excursions. She was a bright, energetic, pie-faced 14-year-old who always dressed in the most outlandish costumes. On this day, for instance, she was wearing the craziest get-up I'd ever seen. Big buckled shoes, like a pilgrim in a child's Thanksgiving drawing, a gold brocade cape with a 10-foot train, and a French chef's hat with a giant fake ruby brooch pinned to it. Underneath all that, her school uniform. She looked patently ridiculous as always, but Marjorie Lotsky was not one to be taken lightly. Mr. and Mrs. Lotsky didn't speak the best English, so Marjorie had been doing the talking for them since toddlerhood. At her young age, she already knew the rag trade as well as anyone, and could take orders and deliver threats in 4 languages: Russian, French, Yiddish, and English.
She was an odd kid, but I had come to find Marjorie's help essential. "We need dresses from the 1920s, Marjorie," I said. "Really good ones, rich lady dresses. You want to start by looking upstairs, in the collection?" The archly named collection was a small area on the 3rd floor where the Lotskys sold their rarest and most precious finds.
We don't have the budget just now to even be glancing at the collection. So, you want rich lady dresses, but at poor lady prices? Edna laughed. You've identified our needs perfectly, my dear. That's right, Marjorie, I said. We're here to dig, not to spend. Start over there, Marjorie said, pointing to the back of the building. The stuff by the loading dock just came in over the last few days. Mama hasn't even had a chance to look through it yet. You could get lucky. The bins at Lotsky's were not for the faint of heart. These were large industrial laundry bins crammed with textiles that the Lotsky's bought and sold by the pound. Everything from workers' battered old overalls to tragically stained undergarments, to upholstery remnants, to parachute material, to faded blouses of pongee silk, to French lace serviettes, to heavy old drapes, to your great-grandfather's precious satin christening gown. Digging through the bins was hard and sweaty work, an act of faith. You had to believe that there was treasure to be found in all this garbage, and you had to hunt for it with conviction. Edna, much to my admiration, dove right in. I got the sense she'd done this sort of thing before. Side by side, bin by bin, the two of us dug in silence, searching for what we did not know. About an hour in, I suddenly heard Edna shout, "Aha!" and looked over to see her waving something triumphantly above her head. And triumphant she should have been, for her find turned out to be a 1920s crimson silk chiffon and velvet-trimmed robe de style evening dress, embellished with glass beading and gold thread. "Oh my!" I exclaimed. "It's perfect for Mrs. Alabaster." "Indeed," said Edna, "and feast your eyes upon this." She turned over the back collar of the garment to reveal the original label, Lanvin, Paris. Somebody très riche bought this dress in France 20 years ago, I'll wager, and barely wore it by the looks of it. Delicious! How it will glint on stage. In a flash, Marjorie Lotsky was at our side. "Say, what'd you kids find in there?" asked the only actual kid in the room. "Don't you start with me, Marjorie," I warned. I was only half teasing, suddenly afraid she was going to snatch the dress away from us to sell in the collection upstairs. Play by the rules. Edna found this dress in the bins, fair and square. Marjorie shrugged. "All's fair in love and war," she said. "But it's a good one. Just make sure you bury it under a heap of trash when Mama rings it up. She'd murder me if she knew I let that one get away from us. Let me get you a sack and some rags to hide it." "Oh, Marjorie, thanks," I said. "You're my top-notch girl." "You and me, we're always in cahoots," she said, rewarding me with a crooked grin. "Just keep your mouth shut. You wouldn't want me getting fired." As Marjorie wandered off, Edna stared at her in wonder. Did that child just say all's fair in love and war? "I told you that you'd like Lotsky's," I said. "Well, I do like Lotsky's, and I adore this dress. And what have you found, my dear?" I handed her a flimsy negligee in a vivid, eye-injuring shade of fuchsia. She took it, held it up against her body, and winced. "Oh no, darling, you cannot put me in that. The audience will suffer from it even more than I will." "No, Edna, it's not for you. It's for Celia," I said, "for the seduction scene." "Dear me. Oh yes, that makes more sense." Edna took a more careful look at the negligee and shook her head. "Goodness, Vivian, if you parade that girl around stage in this tiny getup, we are going to have a hit. Men will be lined up for miles. I'd best get started on my rice water diet soon, or else nobody will be paying attention to my poor little figure at all." 11. I turned 20 years old on October 7th, 1940. I celebrated my first birthday in New York City exactly as you might imagine I would. I went out with the showgirls, we gave the jump to some playboys, we drank rank after rank of cocktails on other people's dime. We had tumults of fun, and the next thing you know, we were trying to get home before the sun came up, feeling as if we were swimming upstream through bilge water. I slept for about 8 minutes, it seemed, and then woke to the oddest sensation in my room. Something felt off. I was hungover, of course, quite possibly still even officially drunk, but still, something was strange. I reached for Celia to see if she was there with me. My hand brushed against her familiar flesh, so all was normal on that front. Except that I smelled smoke. Pipe smoke. I sat up, and my head instantly regretted the decision. I lay back down on the pillow, took a few brave breaths, apologized to my skull for the assault, and tried again, more slowly and respectfully this time. As my eyes focused in the dim morning light, I could see a figure sitting in a chair across the room. A male figure, smoking a pipe and looking at us. Had Celia brought someone home with her? Had I? I felt a heave of panic. Celia and I were libertines, as I've well established, but I'd always had just enough respect for Peg, or fear of Olive, more like it, not to allow men to visit our bedroom upstairs at the Lily. How had this happened? "Imagine my delight," said the stranger, lighting his pipe again, "to come home and find 2 girls in my bed, and both of you so stunning. It's as though I went to my icebox to get milk and discovered a bottle of champagne instead. 2 bottles of champagne, to be exact." My mind still couldn't register. Until then, suddenly it could. "Uncle Billy?" I asked. "Oh, are you my niece?" the man said, and he started laughing. Damn it, that limits our possibilities considerably. "What's your name, love?" "I'm Vivian Morris." "Oh," he said, "now this makes sense. You are my niece. How disheartening. I suppose the family wouldn't approve if I ravaged you. I might not even approve of myself if I ravaged you. I've become so moral in my old age. Alas, alas. Is the other one my niece, too? I hope not. She doesn't look like she could be anyone's niece." "This one is Celia," I said, gesturing to Celia's beautiful, unconscious form. "She's my friend." "Your very particular friend," Billy said in an amused tone, "if one is to judge from the sleeping arrangements." "How modern of you, Vivian. I approve heartily. Don't worry, I won't tell your parents, though I'm sure they'd find a way to blame me for it if they ever found out." I stammered, "I'm sorry about—" I wasn't sure how to finish the sentence. "I'm sorry about taking over your apartment. I'm sorry about commandeering your bed. I'm sorry for the still wet stockings that we've hung from your fireplace mantel to dry. Oh, it's quite all right. I don't live here. The Lily is Peg's baby, not mine. I always stay at the Knickerbocker Club. I've never let my dues lapse, though God knows it's expensive. It's quieter there, and I don't have to report to Olive. But these are your rooms, in name only, thanks to the kindness of your Aunt Peg. I just came by this morning to get my typewriter, which, now that I mention it, appears to be missing. I put it in the linen closet, in the outside hallway. Did you? Well, make yourself at home, girlie. I'm started to say, but he cut me off again. I'm joking. You can keep the place. I don't come to New York much anyhow. I don't like the climate. It gives me a raw throat, and this city is a hell of a place for ruining your best pair of white shoes. I had so many questions, but I couldn't formulate any of them with my dry and foul-tasting mouth through the buzzing haze of my gin-soaked brain.
What was Uncle Billy doing here? Who had let him in? Why was he wearing a tuxedo at this hour? And what was I wearing? Apparently nothing but a slip, and not even my own slip, but Celia's. So what was she wearing? And where was my dress?
"Well, I've had my fun here," said Billy. "Enjoyed my little fantasy of angels in my bed. But now that I realize you're my ward, I'll leave you be and see if I can find some coffee in this place. You look like you could use some coffee yourself, girlie. May I say, I do hope you're getting this drunk every night and tumbling into bed with beautiful women. There could be no better use of your time. You make me awfully proud to be your uncle. We'll get along famously." As he headed to the door, he asked, "What time does Peg get up, by the way?" "Usually around 7, I said. "Capital," he said, looking at his watch. "Can't wait to see her." "But how did you get here?" I asked, dumbly. What I meant was, how did you get into this building? Which was a silly question, because of course Peg would have made sure that her husband, or ex-husband, or whatever he was, had a set of keys. But he took the question more broadly. "I took the 20th Century Limited. That's the only way to get from Los Angeles to New York in comfort, if you've got the peanuts for it. Train stopped in Chicago to pick up some slaughterhouse high society types. Doris Day was in the same carriage with me the whole ride. We played gin rummy all the way across the Great Plains. Doris is good company, you know. A great girl. Much more fun than you'd think, given her saintly reputation. Arrived last night, went right to my club, got a manicure and a haircut, went out to see some old robbers and derelicts and ne'er-do-wells that I used to know, then came here to pick up my typewriter and say hello to the family. Get yourself a robe, girlie, and come help me scare up some breakfast in this joint. You won't want to miss what happens next." Once I was able to rouse myself and get vertical, I headed to the kitchen, where I encountered the most unusual pairing of men I'd ever seen. There was Mr. Herbert sitting at one end of the table, wearing his usual sad trousers and undershirt, his white hair tousled and hopeless-looking, his customary sanka in a mug before him. At the other end of the table was my Uncle Billy, tall, slim, sporting a sharp-looking tuxedo and a golden California tan. Billy was not so much sitting in the kitchen as lounging in it, taking up space with an air of luxurious pleasure while enjoying his highball of scotch. There was something of Errol Flynn about him, if Errol Flynn couldn't be bothered to swashbuckle. In short, one of these men looked like he was about to go to work on a coal wagon, the other looked like he was about to go on a date with Rosalind Russell. "Good morning, Mr. Herbert," I said, as per our habit. "I'd be shocked to discover that was true," he replied. "I couldn't find the coffee, and I couldn't stomach the idea of sanka," Billy explained, so I settled on scotch. "Any port in a storm. You might want to nip yourself, Vivian. You look as though you've got a heck of a sore dome." "I'll be all right once I make myself some coffee," I said, not really convinced of this fact myself. "So Peg tells me you've been working on a script," Billy said to Mr. Herbert. "I'd love to have a look at it." "There's not much to see," said Mr. Herbert, glancing sorrowfully toward the notebook that sat before him. "May I?" Billy asked, reaching for the notebook. "I'd rather you—" "Oh, never mind," said Mr. Herbert, a man who always managed to be defeated before the battle had even begun. Billy slowly paged through Mr. Herbert's notebook. The silence was excruciating. Mr. Herbert stared at the floor. "It looks as though these are just lists of jokes," Billy said. "Not even jokes, all of them, but punchlines, and a lot of drawings of birds." Mr. Herbert shrugged in surrender. "If any better ideas should develop themselves, I'm hoping to be alerted. The birds aren't bad anyway." Billy set down the notebook. I was feeling protective of poor Mr. Herbert, whose response to Billy's teasing was to look even more tortured than usual, so I said, "Mr. Herbert, have you met Billy Buell? This is Peg's husband." Billy laughed. "Oh, don't you worry, girlie. Donald and I have known each other for years. He's my attorney, actually, or used to be when they still let him practice law, and I'm Donald Jr.'s godfather, or used to be. Donald's just feeling nervous because he knows I've arrived unannounced. He's not sure how that's going to go over with the upper echelon management around here. Donald,
It had never occurred to me that Mr. Herbert had a first name. Speaking of upper echelon management, at that very moment, in walked Olive. She took 2 steps into the kitchen, saw Billy Buell sitting there, opened her mouth, closed her mouth, and walked out. We all sat in silence for a moment after she left. That had been quite an entrance, and quite an exit. "You'll have to excuse Olive," said Billy at last. "She's not accustomed to being this excited to see someone." Mr. Herbert put his forehead back down on the kitchen table and literally said, "Oh, moan, moan, moan. Don't worry about me and Olive, Donald. We'll be fine. She and I respect each other, which makes up for the fact that we dislike each other. Or rather, I respect her. So that's something we share, at least. We have an excellent relationship based on a deep history of profound one-way respect, and plenty of it." Billy took out his pipe, scratched a match into flame with his thumbnail, and turned to me. "How are your parents, Vivian?" Billy asked. "Your mother and the mustache? I always liked them. Well, I liked your mother. What an impressive woman, that one. She's careful never to say anything nice about anyone, but I think she was fond of me, too. Don't ever ask her if she likes me, of course. She'll be forced by propriety to deny it. I never warmed to your father. Such a stiff man. I used to call him the deacon, but only behind his back, of course, out of politeness. Anyway, how are they?" "They're doing well. Still married?" I nodded, but the question took me aback. It had never occurred to me that my parents could be anything but married. They never have affairs, do they, your parents? My parents? Affairs? No, that can't hold much novelty for them, can it? Have you been to California, Vivian?" he asked, thankfully changing the subject. "No. You should come. You'd love it. They have the best orange juice. Also, the weather is outstanding. East Coast people like us do well out there. The Californians think we're so refined. They give us the sun and the moon just for classing up the joint. You tell them you went to boarding school and you've got Mayflower ancestors in New England, and you might as well be a Plantagenet as far as they're concerned. Come at them with a blue blood accent like yours, and they'll give you the keys to the city. If you can play a decent game of tennis or golf, that's almost enough to get a man a career, unless he drinks too much." I was finding this to be a very quick-paced conversation for 7 o'clock on the morning after my birthday festivities. I'm afraid I might have been just staring at him, blinking, but honestly I was doing my best to keep up. Also, did I have a blue blood accent? "How are you entertaining yourself around the Lily, Vivian?" he asked. "Have you found a way to be useful?" "I sew," I said. "I make costumes." "That's smart. You'll always find work in the theater if you can do that, and you'll never age out of it. What you don't want to be is an actress." "What about your beautiful friend in there? Is she an actress? Celia?" "She's a showgirl. That's a tough gig. There's something about a showgirl that always breaks my heart. Youth and beauty, they're such a short lease, girlie. Even if you're the most beautiful girl in the room right now, there are 10 new beauties coming up behind you all the time. Younger ones, fresher ones.
While the older ones are rotting on the vine, still waiting to be discovered. But your friend, she'll leave her mark while she can. She'll destroy man after man in some great romantic death march, and maybe someone will write songs about her or kill himself for her, but soon enough it will end. If she's lucky, she might marry a rich old fossil, not that this fate is anything to envy. If she's very lucky, her old fossil will die on the golf course one fine afternoon and leave her everything while she's still young enough to enjoy it. The pretty girls always know it will end soon, too. They can feel how provisional it all is. So I hope she's having a good time being young and beautiful. Is she having a good time? Yes, I said. I think so. I didn't know anybody who had a better time than Celia. Good. I hope you're having a good time, too. People will tell you not to waste your youth having too much fun, but they're wrong. Youth is an irreplaceable treasure, And the only respectable thing to do with irreplaceable treasure is to waste it. So do the right thing with your youth, Vivian. Squander it. That's when Aunt Peg walked in, bundled up in her plaid flannel bathrobe, her hair pointing in every direction. "Pegsy!" cried Billy, leaping up from the table. His face was instantly bright with joy. All the nonchalance was gone in a heartbeat. "Forgive me, sir, but your name escapes me," said Peg. But she was smiling too, and in the next moment they were embracing. It wasn't a romantic embrace, I would say, but it was robust. This was an embrace of love, or at least very strong feeling. They pulled back from the embrace and just looked at each other for a while, holding each other lightly by the forearms. When they stood like that together, I could see something profoundly unexpected for the first time. I could see that Peg was kind of beautiful. I'd never noticed it before. She had such a shine on her face looking at Billy that it changed her whole countenance. It wasn't merely the reflected light off his good looks either. Standing in his radius, she looked like a different woman. I could see in her face a hint of the brave young girl who went off to France to be a nurse during the war. I could see the adventurer who'd spent a decade on the road with a cheap theatrical touring company. It wasn't only that she suddenly looked 10 years younger, she also looked like the most fun gal in town. "I thought I'd pay you a visit, honey," Billy said, "so Olive informed me. You might have let me know. I didn't want to bother you, and I didn't want you to tell me not to come. I figured it'd be best if I made my own arrangements. I have a secretary now who takes care of everything for me. She made all the travel plans. John Marie is her name. She's bright, efficient, devoted. You'd love her, Peg. She's like a female version of Olive." Peg pulled away from him. "Jesus, Billy, you never quit." "Hey, don't be sore at me. I'm just teasing. You know I can't help it. I'm just nervous, Pegsy. I'm afraid you'll throw me out, honey, and I just got here." Mr. Herbert stood up from the kitchen table, said, "I'm going somewhere else now," and left. Peg took Mr. Herbert's seat and helped herself to a sip of his cold Sanka. She frowned at the cup, so I got up to make her a fresh cup of coffee. I wasn't sure if I should even be in the kitchen at this sensitive moment, but then Peg said, "Good morning, Vivian. Did you enjoy your birthday celebration?" "A bit too much," I said. "And you've met your Uncle Billy?" "Yes, we've been talking." "Oh dear, be careful not to absorb anything he tells you." "Peg," said Billy, "you look gorgeous." She ran a hand through her cropped hair and smiled, a big smile that settled deeply into her lined face. "That's quite a compliment for a woman like me." "There is no woman like you. I've checked into it. Doesn't exist." "Billy," she said, "give it a rest." "Never." "So what are you doing here, Billy? Do you have a job in the city?" "No job. I'm on civilian furlough." "I couldn't resist making the trip when you told me Edna was here and that you're trying to make a good show for her. I haven't seen Edna since 1919. Christ, I'd love to see her. I adore that woman. And when you told me you'd enlisted Donald Herbert to write the script, of all people, I knew I had to come back east and rescue you." "Thank you. That's terribly kind of you. But if I needed rescue, Billy, I'd let you know. I promise. You'd be the 14th or 15th person I'd call." He grinned, but still on the list. Peg lit a cigarette and handed it to me, then lit another one for herself. "What are you working on out there in Hollywood?" "A bunch of nothing. Everything I write is proudly stamped NSA, no significance attempted. I'm bored, but they pay me well. Enough to keep me comfortable, me and my simple needs." Peg burst out laughing. "Your simple needs. Your famously simple needs. Yes, Billy, you're quite the renunciate, practically a monk." "I'm a man of humble tastes, as you know," said Billy. "Himself, who comes to the breakfast table dressed like he's about to be knighted. Himself, with his house in Malibu. How many swimming pools do you have now?" "None.
I just borrow Joan Fontaine's. And what does Joan get out of that arrangement? The pleasure of my company. Jesus, Billy, she's married. She's Brian's wife. He's your friend. I love married women, Peg. You know that. Ideally, happily married ones. A happily married woman is the most solid friend a man could ever have. Don't worry, Pegsy. Joan is just a pal. Brian Erhern is in no danger from the likes of me. I could not stop looking from Peg to Billy and back again, trying to imagine these two as a romantic couple. They didn't look like they belonged together physically, but their conversation flickered so bright and sharp. The teasing, the jabs of knowing, the fullness of the attention they gave each other. The intimacy was more than obvious, but what were they within that intimacy? Lovers? Friends? Siblings? Who knew? I gave up trying to figure it out and just watched the lightning flash between them. "I'd like to spend some time with you while I'm here, Pegsy," he said. "It's been too long." "Who is she?" Peg asked. "Who is who?" "The woman who just left you, which has caused you to feel so suddenly nostalgic and lonely for me. Come on, spill it. Who was the latest Miss Billy to leave your side? I'm insulted. You think you know me so well?" Peg just gazed at him, waiting. "If you must know," said Billy, "her name was Camilla." "A dancer, I boldly predict," said Peg. "Ha, there's where you're wrong. A swimmer. She works in a mermaid show. We had a pretty serious thing going for a few weeks, but then she decided to take another path in life, and she no longer comes around." Peg started laughing. "A pretty serious thing for a few weeks? Listen to you. Let's go out together while I'm here, Pegsy. Just you and me. Let's go out and allow some jazz musicians to waste their talents on us. Let's go to some of those bars we used to like that close at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's no fun going out without you. I went to El Morocco last night, and I found it so disappointing, filled with all the same people as ever, making all the same conversation as ever." Peg smiled. "Lucky for you that you live in Hollywood, where the conversation is so much more varied and engaging. But no, we shan't be going out, Billy. I don't have that kind of durability anymore. That kind of drinking isn't good for me anyhow. You know that." "Really? You're telling me you and Olive don't get drunk together?" "You're joking, but since you asked, no. Here's how it works around here now. I try to get drunk, and Olive tries to stop it from happening. It's a good arrangement for me. Not sure what Olive gets out of it, but I'm awfully glad she's there to be my guard dog. Listen, Peg, at least let me help you with the show. You know that this pile of pages is a long way from being a script." Billy tapped a manicured finger on Mr. Herbert's dismal notebook.
"And you know Donald can't get it any closer to being a script, no matter how hard he tries. You can't squeeze this out of him. So let me go at it with my typewriter and my big blue pencil. You know I can do this. Let's make a great play. Let's give Edna something worthy of her talents." "Shh." Peg had put her hands over her face. "Come on, Peg, take a risk." "Hush," she said. "I'm thinking at the top of my lungs." Billy hushed and waited her out. "I can't pay you," she said, finally looking up at him again. "I'm independently wealthy, Peg. That's always been a talent of mine. You can't own the rights to anything that we make here. Olive won't stand for it. You can have all of it, Peg, and you might even make a nice lump of brass off this venture, too. If you'll only let me write this show for you, and if it's as good as I think it could be, why, you'll make so much money your ancestors will never have to work again. You'll have to put that in writing, that you're not expecting to earn anything out of this. Olive will insist on it. And we'll have to produce it on my budget, not yours. I don't want to get tangled up with your money again. It never ends well for me. Those have to be the rules, Billy. It's the only way Olive will let you stick around. Isn't it your theater, Peg?" "Technically, yes, But I can't do anything without Olive, Billy. You know that. She's essential. Essential but bothersome. Yes, but you are only one of those things. I need Olive. I don't need you. That's always been the difference between you. By God, that Olive, such staying power. I never could understand what you saw in her, other than that she comes dashing to serve you whenever you have the smallest need. That must be the appeal. I never could offer you such loyalty, I suppose. Solid as furniture, that Olive. But she doesn't trust me. Yes, precisely true on all counts. Honestly, Peg, I don't know why that woman doesn't trust me. I'm very, very, very trustworthy. The more veries you use, Billy, the less trustworthy you sound. You do know that, right? Billy laughed. I do know that. But, Peg, you know that I can write this script with my left hand while playing tennis with my right hand and bouncing a ball off my nose like a trained seal, without spilling a drop of your booze in the process. Without spilling a drop of your booze, corrected Billy, lifting his glass. I took this from your bar. Better you than me at this hour. I want to see Edna. Is she awake? She doesn't get up till later. Let her sleep. Her country is at war, and she just lost her house and everything. She deserves some rest. I'll come back then. I'll head back to the club, take a shower, have a rest, come back later, and we'll get started. Hey, thanks for giving my apartment away, I forgot to mention. Your niece and her girlfriend have stolen my bed and thrown their underwear all over my precious place that I never once used. It smells like a bomb went off in a perfume factory in there. I'm sorry, I began, but both of them waved at me dismissively, cutting me off. It obviously didn't matter in the least. I'm not sure I mattered in the least when Peg and Billy were so focused on each other. I was lucky I got to be sitting there at all. It occurred to me that I should just keep my mouth shut so I would get to stay. What's her husband like, by the way? Billy asked Peg. Edna's husband? Apart from being stupid and talentless, he has no faults. I will say he's alarmingly good-looking. That I knew. I've seen him act, if you can call it acting. I saw him in Gates of Noon. He's got the vacant eyes of a milk cow, but he looked like $1,000,000 in his aviator scarf. What's he like as a person? Is he faithful to her? I've never heard otherwise. Well, that's a thing, isn't it? Said Billy. Peg smiled. Yes, it's a real marvel, isn't it, Billy? Imagine, fidelity. But yes, that's a thing. So she could do worse, I suppose, and probably will someday, added Billy. She thinks he's a great actor is the problem. He has offered the world no evidence of this fact. Bottom line, do we have to put him in the show? Peg smiled, ruefully this time. It's slightly disconcerting to hear you use the word we. Why is that? I'm simply crazy about that word. He grinned. Until the moment you stop being crazy about it and you disappear, she said. Are you really part of this venture now, Billy? Or will you be on the next train back to Los Angeles as soon as you grow bored? If you'll have me, I'll be part of it. I'll be good. I'll behave as if I'm on parole. You should be on parole. And yes, we do have to put Arthur Watson in the play. You'll figure out a way to use him. He's a handsome man who isn't very bright, so have him play the role of a handsome man who isn't very bright. You're the one who taught me that rule, Billy, that we must work with what we have. What did you always tell me when we were on the road? You'd say, if all we've got is a fat lady and a stepladder, I'll write a play called The Fat Lady and the Stepladder. I can't believe you still remember that, said Billy. And The Fat Lady and the Stepladder is not such a bad title for a play, if I do say so myself. You do say so yourself. You always do. Billy reached over and laid his hand on top of hers. She let him do it. Pegsy, he said, and that one word, the way he said it, seemed to contain decades of love. William, she said, and that one word, the way she said it, also seemed to contain decades of exasperation. But also decades of exasperation.
"Olive's not too upset that I'm here?" he asked. She took back her hand. "Do us a favor, Billy. Don't pretend to care. I love you, but I hate it when you pretend to care." "I'll tell you what," he said. "I care a lot more than people think I care." 12. Within a week of his arrival, Billy Buell had written a script for City of Girls. A week is an awfully short time in which to write a script, or so I've been told. But Billy worked non-stop on it, sitting at our kitchen table in a cloud of pipe smoke, clattering away steadily at his typewriter till the thing was done. Say what you want about Billy Buell, but the man knew how to bang out words. Moreover, he didn't seem to suffer at all during his creative burst. No crises of confidence, no tearing at the hair. He hardly paused to think, or so it appeared. He just sat there in his fine duskin trousers and his bright white cashmere sweater and his spotless ecru Maxwell's of London custom-made shoes, calmly typing away as though taking dictation from some invisible and divine source. "He's monstrously talented, you know," Peg said to me, as we sat in the living room one afternoon, making sketches for costumes and listening to Billy's typing in the kitchen. "He's the kind of man who makes everything look easy. Hell, he even makes it look easy to make things easy. He produces ideas in torrents. The problem is, you can usually only get Billy to work when his Rolls-Royce needs a new engine or when he gets back from vacationing in Italy and notices that his bank account is down a few bucks. Monstrously talented, but also monstrously inclined toward laziness. That's what you get for coming from the lolling about class, I suppose. So why is he working so hard now?" I asked. "I'm not able to say," said Peg. "Could be because he loves Edna. Could be because he loves me. Could be because he needs something from me and we just don't know what it is yet. Could be because he's gotten bored out there in California, or even lonely. I'm not going to examine his motives too fiercely. I'm glad he's doing the job, in any case. But the important thing is not to count on him for anything in the future. By future, I mean tomorrow or in the next hour, because you never know when he's going to lose interest and vanish. Billy doesn't like it when you count on him. If I ever want privacy from Billy, I'll just tell him that I desperately need him for something, and then he'll run straight out the door and I won't see him for another 4 years. The script was intact on the day Billy typed the last word. I don't recall him editing any of it. And his script didn't just have dialogue and stage directions, it also included lyrics of the songs that Billy wanted Benjamin to write. And it was a good scripter, at least I thought so, based on my limited experience. But even I could understand that Billy's writing was bright and funny, fast-paced and upbeat. I could see why 20th Century Fox kept him on payroll, and why Luella Parsons had once written in her column, "Everything Billy Buell touches is box office, even in Europe." Billy's version of City of Girls was still the tale of one Mrs. Eleonora Alabastera, a wealthy widow who loses all her money in the crash of 1929 and transforms her mansion into a casino and bordello in order to keep herself afloat. But Billy added some interesting new characters as well. Now the play also included Mrs. Alabaster's fantastically snobbish daughter, Victoria, who would sing a comic song at the beginning of the show called "Mummy is a Rum Runner." There was also a gold-digging, penniless aristocrat of a cousin from England, played by Arthur Watson, who is trying to win Victoria's hand in marriage in order to lay claim to the family mansion. "You can't have Arthur Watson playing an American police officer," Billy explained to Peg. "Nobody would believe it. He has to be a British dolt. He'll like this role better anyway. He gets to wear finer suits, and he can pretend to be important." The romantic male lead would be a scrappy young kid from the wrong side of the tracks named Lucky Bobby, who used to fix Mrs. Alabaster's cars, but who now helps her set up an illegal casino in her home, the result being that they both get stinking rich. The romantic female lead was a dazzling showgirl named Daisy. Daisy has a body that won't quit, but her simple dream is to get married and have a dozen children. Let me knit your booties, baby, would be her signature song, performed in the manner of a striptease. That role, of course, would be played by Celia Ray. At the end of the play, Daisy the showgirl ends up with Lucky Bobby, and the two of them head off to Yonkers to have a dozen babies together. The snobbish daughter falls in love with the toughest gangster in town, learns how to shoot a machine gun, and goes on a bank-robbing spree in order to finance her expensive tastes. Her big number is "I'm down to my last pint of diamonds." The shady cousin from England is banished back to his shores without inheriting the mansion. And Mrs. Alabaster falls in love with the mayor of the city, a real law and order type, who has been trying and failing to shut down her speakeasy throughout the entire production. The two of them get married, and the mayor resigns his political post in order to become her bartender. Their final duet, which would turn into the big closing number for the whole cast, was called "Let's Make Ours a Double." There were some new smaller roles in the play, too. There would be a purely comical drunkard character who pretends to be blind so he doesn't have to work, but who is still a mighty fine poker player and pickpocket. Billy talked Mr. Herbert into taking the role. If you can't write the script, Donald, at least be in the damn play. There would be the showgirl's mother, an old floozy who still wants to be in the spotlight. "Call Me Mrs. Casanova" was her signature tune. There would be a banker trying to repossess the mansion. And there would be a large company of dancers and singers, far more than our usual 4 boys and 4 girls, if Billy had anything to say about it, in order to make the play into a bigger and more energized production. Peg loved the script. "I can't write for free seeds," she said, "but I know what a smashing story is, and this is a smashing story." Edna loved it too. Billy had transformed Mrs. Alabaster from a mere caricature of a society dame into a woman of real wit and intelligence and irony. Edna had all the funniest lines in the play, and she was in every single scene. "Billy," exclaimed Edna after reading the script for the first time, "this is delightful, but you're spoiling me. Doesn't anyone else in the show get to speak?" "Why would I take you off stage for a moment?" Billy said to her. "If I have the chance to work with Edna Parker Watson, I want the world to know I'm working with Edna Parker Watson." "You're a dear," said Edna, "but I haven't performed comedy in so long, Billy. I'm afraid I'll be quite stale." "The trick of comedy," said Billy, "is not to perform it in a comic manner. Don't try to be funny, and you'll be funny. Just do that effortless thing you Brits do of throwing away half the lines as though you can scarcely be bothered to care, and it'll be brilliant. Comedy is always best when it's thrown away." It was interesting to watch Edna and Billy interact. They had a real friendship, it appeared, based not only on teasing and playfulness, but on mutual respect. They admired each other's talents and genuinely had a good time together. The first night they saw each other, Billy had said to Edna, "Very much of little consequence has transpired since last we met, my dear. Let's sit down for a drink and talk about none of it." To which she had replied, "There is nothing I would rather not talk about, Billy, and nobody whom I would rather not talk about it with." Billy once told me, in front of Edna, "So many men had the pleasure of having their hearts broken by our dear Edna back when I knew her in London so long ago. I didn't happen to be one of them, but that's only because I was already in love with Peg. But back in her prime, Edna cut down man after man. It was something to see. Plutocrats, artists, generals, politicians, she mowed them all to bits." "No, I didn't," Edna protested, while smiling in a manner that suggested, "Yes, I did." "I used to love to watch you break a man apart, Edna," Billy said. "You did it so beautifully. You broke them with such force that they would be enfeebled forever, and then some other woman could come and scoop them up and control them. It was a service to humanity, really."
I know she looks like a little doll, Vivian, but never underestimate this woman. She is to be respected. Be aware that there's an iron spine hidden under all those stylish clothes of hers." "You give me far too much credit," said Edna, but again she smiled in a manner that suggested, "You, sir, are absolutely correct." A few weeks later, I was fitting Edna in my apartment. The dress I'd designed was for her final scene. Edna wanted it to be sensational, and so did I. "Make me a dress I have to live up to," had been her direct instruction, and forgive my boasting, but I had done it. It was an evening gown composed of 2 layers of robin's egg blue silk soufflé, drape with sheer rhinestone netting. I'd found a bolt of the silk at Lotsky's and had spent nearly all my personal savings on it. The dress sparkled with every movement, not in a garish way, but like light reflected on water. The silk clung to Edna's figure without clinging too hard, she was in her 50s after all, and there was a slit up the right side so she could dance. The effect was to make Edna look like a fairy queen out for a night on the town. Edna loved it and was spinning in the mirror to capture every twinkle and gleam. "I swear, Vivian, you've somehow made me look tall, though I can't credit how you've done it. And that blue is so refreshingly youthful. I was petrified you would put me in black, and I would look as though I should be embalmed. Oh, I cannot wait to show this dress to Billy. He has the best comprehension of women's fashion of any man I've ever met. He'll be just as excited as I am. I'll tell you something about your uncle, Vivian. Billy Buell is that rare man who claims to love women and actually does." "Celia says he's a playboy," I said. "But of course he's a playboy, darling. What handsome man worth his salt is not? Though Billy is a special sort. There are a million playboys out there, you must understand, but they don't typically enjoy a woman's company past the obvious gratifications."
A man who gets to conquer all the women he wants, but who does not prize any of them. Now that is a man to be avoided. But Billy genuinely likes women, whether he's vanquishing them or not. We've always had a wonderful time together, he and I. He'd be just as happy talking with me about fashion as trying to seduce me. And he writes the most delicious dialogue for women, which most men cannot. Most male playwrights can't create a woman for the stage who does anything more than seduce or weep or be loyal to their husbands, and that's awfully dull. Olive thinks he's not trustworthy. She's wrong about that. You can trust Billy. You can absolutely trust him to be himself. Olive just doesn't like what he is. And what is he? Edna paused and thought about it. He's free, she decided. You won't meet many people in life who are, Vivian. He's a person who does quite as he pleases, and I find that refreshing. Olive is a more regimented soul by nature, and thank goodness for it, or nothing around here would function. And thus she's suspicious of anyone who is free. But I myself enjoy being around the free. They excite me. The other magical thing about Billy, I dare say, is that he's so handsome. I do love a handsome man, Vivian, as surely you have already gathered. It's always been a pleasure just to be in the room with Billy's handsomeness. But with that charm of his, beware. If he ever puts the full game on you, you're a dead pigeon. I had to wonder if Billy had ever put the full game on Edna, but I was too polite to pursue it. I did, however, have the courage to ask. About Peg and Billy. I wasn't even sure how to finish the question, but Edna instantly understood my jest. "You're wondering about the nature of their alliance?" she smiled. "All I can tell you is that they do love each other, always have. They are so similar in intellect and humor, you see. They used to positively spark off each other when they were younger. If you were a non-initiate into their brand of wit, it could be intimidating. One never quite knew how to jump into the mix. But Billy adores Peg and always did." Now, to be loyal to just one woman would be awfully narrowing to a man like Billy Buell, of course, but his heart has always belonged to her. And they delight in working together, as soon you shall see. The only problem is that Billy has a deft hand with chaos, and I'm not certain that Peg is seeking chaos anymore. These days, she wants loyalty more than fun. But are they still married? I asked. By which I meant, of course, do they still sleep together? Married by whose standard? Edna asked, folding her arms and looking at me with her head tilted. When I didn't answer the question, she smiled again and said, "There are subtleties, my dear. You will discover as you get older that there's practically nothing but subtleties. And I hate to disappoint you, but it's best you learn now. Most marriages are neither heavenly nor hellish, but vaguely purgatorial. Still and all, love must be respected, and Billy and Peg possess true love. Now, if you could fix this belt for me, darling, and find a way to stop it bunching about my ribs whenever I lift my arms, I will absolutely die with gratitude." Because Edna's prestige was going to elevate the tone of the play, Billy was convinced that the rest of the production had to be of equal quality to its star. "The Lily Playhouse just got her pedigree papers," was how he described the situation. "This is a whole new dog show, kids." "Everything we created for City of Girls," he instructed, "would have to be far better than what we were accustomed to creating. This would not be easily achieved, of course, given what we were accustomed to creating." Billy had sat through a few nights of Dance Away, Jackie, and he made no secret of his disdain for our current troupe of players. "They're garbage, honey," he said to Peg. "Don't butter me up," she said. "I'll think you're trying to get me into bed. They are 24-karat garbage, and you know it. Just give it to me straight, Billy. Stop flattering me. The showgirls are fine as they are, because they don't need to do anything other than look good," he said. "So they can stay. The actors are vile, though. We'll need to get some new talent in here. The dancers are cute enough, and they all look like they come from bad families, which I like, but they're so heavy on their feet. It's assaulting. I love their tardy little faces, but let's keep them in the background and bring in some real dancers to put up front, at least 6. Right now, the only dancer I can stand to watch footing around the front of the stage is that fairy, Roland. He's terrific, but I need everyone else to be of his caliber." In fact, Billy was so impressed with Roland's charisma that he'd initially wanted to give the boy a song of his own to sing, called "Maybe in the Navy," a tune that would seem to be about a boy wanting to join the Navy in order to pursue a life of adventure, but would actually be a clever and veiled reference to Roland's very obvious homosexuality. "I'm picturing something like 'You're the Top,'" is how Billy had explained it to us. You know, a suggestive little double entendre of a song. But Olive had instantly shut down the idea. "Come now, Olive," Peg had begged, "let us do it. It's funny. The women and children in the audience won't catch the reference anyhow. This is supposed to be a racy story. Let's allow things to be more spirited for once." "Too spirited for public consumption," was Olive's verdict, and that was the end of it. Roland didn't get his song. Olive, I should say, was not happy about any of this. She was the only person at the Lily who didn't get caught up in Billy's excitement. On the day he arrived, she commenced sulking, and the sulk never lifted. The truth is, I was beginning to find Olive's dourness awfully irritating. The constant niggling over every dime, the policing of sexually suggestive material, the slavish devotion to her rigid chain of habits, the way she gave Billy the brush on every clever idea he proposed, the constant fuss budgeting, and the general quashing of all fun and enthusiasm. It was just so tiresome. For instance, let's consider Billy's plan to hire 6 more dancers for the show than we normally had on stage. Peg was all for it, but Olive called the idea a lot of fuss and feathers for nothing.
When Billy argued that 6 more dancers would make the show feel more like a spectacle, Olive said, "6 more dancers adds up to money we don't have, with no discernible difference to the play. Rehearsal salaries alone are $40 a week, and you want 6 more of them? Where do you propose I get the funds for this?" "You can't make money without spending money, Olive," Billy reminded her. "Anyway, I'll spot you." "I like that idea even less," Olive said, "and I don't trust you to deliver. Remember what happened in Kansas City in 1933? "No, I don't remember what happened in Kansas City in 1933, said Billy. "Of course you don't," Peg put in. "What happened is that you and Olive left me and I holding the bag. We'd rented out that massive concert hall for the big song and dance spectacle you wanted me to produce, and you hired dozens of local performers. And you put everything in my name. And then you and your money were nowhere to be found for 3 solid months. Geez, Pegsy, you make it sound like I did something wrong. No hard feelings, of course." Peg gave a sardonic grin. "I know how you've always loved your backgammon. But Olive's got a point. The Lily Playhouse is barely in the black as it is. We can't go out on a limb for this production." "Naturally, I'll be disagreeing with you now," said Billy. "Because if you ladies will go out on a limb for once, I can help you to create a show that people will actually want to see. When people want to see a show, it makes money. After all these years, I can't believe I need to remind you of how the theater business works."
Come on, Pegsy, don't turn on me now. When a rescuer comes to save you, don't shoot arrows at him. The Lily Playhouse doesn't need rescuing, said Olive. Oh, yes, it does, Olive, said Billy. Look at this theater. Everything needs to be repaired and updated. You're still using gas lights, practically. Your seats are 3/4 empty every night. You need a hit. Let me make one for you. With Edna here, we have the chance. But we can't go slack on any of it. If we get some critics in here, and I will get critics in here, we can't have the rest of the production looking ramshackle compared to Edna. Come on, Pegsy, don't be a coward. And remember, you won't have to work as hard as usual with this play, because I'll help you direct it, like we used to do. Come on, honey, take a chance. You can keep on producing your catch-kenny little shows and creeping along toward bankruptcy, or we can do something great here. Let's do something great. You were always a reckless dame with a bucket. Let's give it a go, one more time. Peg wavered. Maybe we could hire just 4 additional dancers, Olive? Don't you let him ritz you, Peg, said Olive. We can't afford it. We can't even afford 2. I have the ledgers to prove it. You worry too much about money, Olive, said Billy. You always have. Money's not the most important thing in the world. Thus speaketh William Ackerman Buell III of Newport, Rhode Island, said Peg. Give it a rest, Pegsy. You know I never cared about money. That's right, you never cared about money, Billy, Olive said. Certainly not to the extent that those of us who forgot to be born into wealthy families care about it. The devil of it is, you make Peg not care about money either. That's how we've always run into trouble in the past, and I won't let it happen again. There's always been plenty of money for all of us, said Billy. Stop being such a capitalist, Olive. Peg started laughing and stage-whispered to me. Your Uncle Billy fancies himself a socialist, kiddo, but apart from the aspect of free love, I'm not sure he understands its principles. What do you think, Vivian? Asked Billy, noticing for the first time that I was in the room. I felt deeply uncomfortable being pulled into this conversation. The experience was something akin to listening to my parents argue, except that there were 3 of them now, which was extra disconcerting. Certainly over the last few months, I'd heard Peg and Olive arguing about money plenty of times, but with the addition of Billy into the story, things had gotten more heated. Navigating a dispute between Peg and Olive I could handle, but Billy was the wild card. Every child learns to negotiate delicately between two bickering adults, after all, but among three, this was beyond my powers. "I think you each make a strong argument," I said. This must have been the wrong answer, because now they were all irritated with me. In the end, they settled on hiring 4 additional dancers, with Billy picking up the tab. It was a decision that left nobody happy, which is what my father might have called a successful business negotiation. "Everyone should leave the table feeling as if they've gotten a bad deal," my father once taught me joylessly. "This way, you may rest assured that nobody was taken for a ride, and that nobody can get too far ahead." 13. Here was another thing I noticed about the effect that Billy Buell had upon our little world. With his arrival at the Lily Playhouse, everyone started drinking more. A whole hell of a lot more. Having read this far, Angela, you may be wondering how it was physically possible for us to drink more than we already did. But here is the thing about drinking. One can always drink more if one is truly committed. It's just a matter of discipline, really. The big difference now was that Aunt Peg was drinking with us. Where once she'd stopped after a few martinis and had gone to bed at a reasonable time, as per Olive's strict schedule, now she and Billy would head out together after the show and get 3 sheets to the wind, every single night. Oftentimes, Celia and I would join them for a few drinks before heading off to make revelry and trouble elsewhere. If at first it seemed awkward for me to gadding about town with my plainly dressed middle-aged aunt, the awkwardness soon faded when I learned what a gas peg could be in a nightclub, especially once she had a few drinks in her. Largely, this was because Peg knew absolutely everybody in the entertainment business, and they all knew her. And if they didn't know Peg, then they knew Billy and wanted to catch up with him after all these years. Which meant that drinks arrived at our table in snappy time, usually accompanied by the owner of the establishment, who often sat with us to gossip about Hollywood and Broadway. Billy and Peg still looked so mismatched to me. He so handsome in his white dinner jacket and slicked back hair, and she in her matronly B. Altman dress and no makeup whatsoever. But they were charming, and wherever we went, they quickly ended up the center of any gathering. And they lived large, Billy ordering up filet mignon and champagne. He often carelessly wandered away before it was time to eat the steak, but he never neglected to drink the champagne, and inviting everyone in the room to join us. He talked non-stop about the show that he and Peg were producing and what a smash hit it was going to be. As he explained to me, this was a deliberate marketing tactic. He wanted to get word out that City of Girls was coming and that it would be good. I have yet to meet the press agent who can spread gossip faster than I can do at a nightclub. It was all fun, except for one thing. Peg was always trying to be responsible and head home early, while Billy was always trying to get her to stay out late. I remember one night at the Algonquin when Billy said, "Would you like another drink, my wife?" And I saw a look of real pain cross Peg's face. "I shouldn't," she said. "It's not good for me, Billy. Let me collect my thoughts for a moment and try to be sensible." "I didn't ask if you should have a drink, Pegsy. I asked if you wanted one." "Well, of course I want one. I always want one. But make it a mild one, please." "Shall I cut to the chase and order you 3 mild ones at the same time?" "Just one mild one after another, William. That's how I like to live my life these days." "To your very good health," he said, lifting his glass to toast her, and then waving to get the waiter's attention. As long as the man keeps 'em coming, I might be able to survive an evening of mild cocktails. That night, Celia and I peeled off from Billy and Peg to go have our own adventures. When we stumbled home at our standard gauzy gray pre-sunrise hour, we were startled to find all the lights on in the living room and an unexpected tableau within. There was Peg sprawled out on the couch, fully dressed, unconscious, and snoring. She had an arm flung over her face, and one of her shoes was kicked off. Billy, still wearing his white dinner jacket, was dozing in a chair next to her. On the table between them was a pile of empty bottles and full ashtrays. Billy woke up when we walked in and said, "Oh, hello, girls." His voice was slurred and his eyes were Bing cherries. "I'm sorry," I said in my own slurred voice. "Didn't mean to disturb you." "You can't disturb her." Billy waved an arm vaguely in the direction of the couch. "She's pickled. I couldn't get her up the last flight of steps. Say, maybe you girls can help me." So the three of us drunks tried to help an even drunker person get upstairs to bed. Peg was not a small woman, and we were not at our strongest or most graceful, so this was no easy operation. We more or less dragged her up the stairs the way you would transport a rolled-up carpet, thumping our way along until we reached the door to the fourth-floor apartments. I'm afraid we laughed like sailors on leave the whole time. I'm also afraid that was an uncomfortable trip for Peg, or that it would have been uncomfortable had she been conscious.
And then we opened the door, and there was Olive, the last face you want to see when you are at your drunkest and most guilty. In one glance, Olive took in the situation. Not that it was difficult to read. I expected her to strike out in anger, but instead she dropped to her knees and cradled Peg's head. Olive looked up at Billy, and her face was overcome with sorrow. "Olive," he said, "hey, look, you know how it is." "Please get me a wet towel, someone," she asked in a low voice, "a cold one." "I wouldn't know how to do that," said Celia, sliding down the wall. I ran into the bathroom and flopped about until I could solve the problem of how to turn on a light, how to procure a towel, how to turn on a tap, how to discern hot water from cold, how to soak the towel without also soaking myself. I utterly failed at that step. And how to find my way out of the bathroom again. By the time I got back, Edna Parker Watson had joined the scene, wearing an adorable red silk pajama set and a lush gold dressing gown I couldn't help but notice, and was now helping Olive drag Peg into her apartment. The women, I'm sorry to say, looked as though they had done this before. Edna took the damp towel from me and pressed it against Peg's forehead. "Come now, Peg, let's wake up now." Billy was standing back a bit, wavering on his feet, looking green around the gills. He looked his age for once. "She just wanted to have some fun," he said weakly. Olive stood up and said, again in that low voice, "You always do this to her. You always give her the spur when you know she needs the reins." Billy looked for a moment as if he were going to apologize, but then made the classic drunkard's mistake instead of digging in. "Ah, don't blow your lid about it. She'll be all right. She just wanted to have a few more when we got home." "She's not like you," Olive said, and unless I was mistaken, her eyes were sprinkled with tears. "She can't stop after 10 drinks. She never could," Edna said gently. "I think it's time for you to go, William. You as well, girls." The next day, Peg stayed in bed until late afternoon, but aside from that, business went on as usual, and nobody mentioned what had transpired the evening before. And by the next night, Peg and Billy were out at the Algonquin all over again, buying rounds for the whole house. 14. Billy had committed the outrageous act of calling auditions for the play, real auditions, advertised in the trade papers and everything, in order to get a higher class of performer than the Lily was accustomed to. This was a wildly new development. We'd never had auditions before. Our shows always got cast through word of mouth. Peg and Olive and Gladys knew enough of the actors and dancers around the neighborhood to be able to pull together a cast without anyone having to try out. But Billy wanted a better class of performers than what we could find within the perimeter of Hell's Kitchen, so official auditions it was. For an entire day then, we had a stream of hopefuls pouring into the Lily, dancers, singers, actors.
I got to sit with Billy and Peg and Olive and Edna as they reviewed the aspirants. I found it to be such an anxiety-producing experience. Watching all those people on the stage who all wanted something so badly, so glaringly and openly, made me nervous. And then, very quickly, it made me bored. Anything can get tedious after enough time, Angela, even watching heartbreaking acts of naked vulnerability. Especially when everyone is singing the same song, doing the same dance steps, or repeating the same lines hour after hour. We saw the dancers first. It was just one pretty girl after another trying to stampede her way into our new chorus line. The sheer volume and variation of them made my head spin. Auburn curls on this one, fine blonde hair on that one, this one tall, that one short, a big hip to huffing, snorting, dancing dragon of a girl. A woman who was far too old to be dancing for a living anymore, but who had not yet boxed up her hopes and dreams. A girl with sharp bangs who was so awfully severe in her efforts, it looked like she was marching, not dancing. All of them breathlessly hoofing with all their hearts, puffing away in a hot panic of tap dancing and optimism, kicking up great clouds of dust motes in the footlights. They were sweaty and they were loud. When it came to dancers, their ambitions were not merely visible, but audible. Billy made a slight effort to engage Olive in the audition process, but the effort was futile. She was punishing us, it seemed, by barely watching the proceedings. In fact, she was reading the editorial page of the Herald Tribune. "Say, Olive, did you think that little birdie was attractive?" he asked her after one very pretty girl had sung a very pretty song for us. No. Olive didn't even look up from her newspaper. "Well, that's all right, Olive," said Billy. "How dull it would be if you and I always had the same taste in women." "I like that one," Edna said, pointing to a petite, raven-haired beauty throwing her leg over her head on stage as easily as another woman might shake out a bath towel. "She doesn't look quite as desperate to please as the others do." "Good choice, Edna," said Billy. "I like that one too. But you do realize that she looks exactly like you looked 20-odd years ago." "Oh, dear me, she does a bit, doesn't she?" "That would be the one I was drawn to, wouldn't it? Heavens, I'm such a vain old bore." "Well, I liked a girl who looked like that back then, and I still like a girl who looks like that," said Billy. "Hire her. In fact, let's be sure to keep the height down on all the chorus girls. Make them all match the girl we just picked. I want a bunch of cute little brunette ponies. I don't want any of them dwarfing Edna." "Thank you, love," said Edna. "One does awfully dislike being dwarfed." When it came time to audition the male lead, Lucky Bobby, the street-smart kid who teaches Mrs. Alabaster how to gamble and who ends up marrying the showgirl, my attention was miraculously and quite suddenly restored. Because now we had a parade of good-looking young men gracing the stage, taking their turn singing the song that Billy and Benjamin had already written for the part. "In summer time when days are nice, a fella likes to roll his dice, and if his baby doll's a bore, he likes to roll a little more." I thought all the guys were terrific, but, as we have established, I wasn't that discerning in my taste for men. Billy, though, dismissed them one after another. "This one was too short. He's got to kiss Celia for the love of God, and Olive probably won't let us invest in a stepladder. This one was too all-American looking. No one's going to buy that corn-fed Midwesterner as a kid from a tough New York neighborhood. This one was too effeminate. We already have one boy in the show who looks like a girl. This one was too earnest. This ain't Sunday school, folks." And then, toward the end of the day, out of the wings came a tall, lanky, dark-haired young man in a shiny suit that was a bit too short on him in both the ankles and the wrists. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, and he had a fedora pushed way back on his head.
He was chewing gum, which he didn't bother to conceal as he took the spotlight. He was grinning like a guy who knows where the money is hidden. Benjamin started to play, but the young man put up a hand to stop him. "Say," he said, staring out at us, "who's the boss around here anyhow?" Billy sat up a bit straighter at the sound of the young man's voice, which was purest New York, sharp and cocky and lightly amused with itself. "She is," said Billy, pointing to Peg. "No, she is," said Peg, pointing to Olive. Olive kept reading her newspaper. "I just like to know who I got to impress, you know." The young man peered closer at Olive. "But if it's that broad, maybe I should just quit right now and head home, if you see my point." Billy laughed. "Son, I like you. If you can sing, you've got the job." "Oh, I can sing, mister. Don't you worry about that. I can dance, too."
I just don't want to waste my time singing and dancing when I don't gotta sing and dance. You hear what I'm saying? In that case, I amend my offer, said Billy. You've got the job, period. Well, that got Olive's attention. She looked up from her paper in alarm. We haven't even heard him read, Peg said. We don't know if he can act. Trust me, Billy said. He's perfect. I feel it in my gut. Congratulations, mister, said the kid. You made the right call. Ladies, you won't be disappointed. And that, Angela, was Anthony. I fell in love with Anthony Rochella, and I'm not gonna dilly-dally around pretending that I didn't. And he fell in love with me too, in his own way, and for a little while at least. Best of all, I managed to fall in love with him within the space of just a few hours, which is a model of efficiency. The young can do that kind of thing, as you must know, without difficulty. In fact, passionate love, executed in short bursts, is the natural condition of the young. The only surprising thing was that it hadn't happened to me sooner. The secret to falling in love so fast, of course, is not to know the person at all. You just need to identify one exciting feature about them, and then you hurl your heart at that one feature with full force, trusting that this will be enough of a foundation for lasting devotion. And for me, the exciting thing about Anthony was his arrogance. I wasn't the only one who noticed it, of course. That cockiness was how he got cast in our play, after all. But I was the one who fell in love with it. Now, I'd been around plenty of arrogant young men since arriving in town a few months earlier. It was New York City, Angela. We breed them here. But I'd become completely smitten with him. Anthony lived in a fourth-floor walk-up on West 49th Street, between 8th and 9th Avenues. He lived with his older brother Lorenzo, who was the head chef at the Latin Quarter restaurant, where Anthony worked waiting tables when he didn't have an acting job. His mom and pop used to live in that apartment too, he told me, but they were both dead now, a fact that Anthony relayed to me with no evident sense of loss or sorrow. Parents, another thing he could take or leave. Anthony was Hell's Kitchen born and raised. He was pure 49th Street, right to the core. Grew up playing stickball on that very street, and learned how to sing just a few blocks away at the Church of the Holy Cross. I came to know that street awfully well in the next few months. I certainly came to know that apartment awfully well, and I remember it with warm fondness because it was in his brother Lorenzo's bed that I experienced my first climax. Anthony didn't have a bed of his own. He slept on the couch in the living room, but we helped ourselves to his brother's room when Lorenzo was at work. Thankfully, Lorenzo worked long hours, giving me ample time to receive pleasure from young Anthony. I've mentioned before that a woman needs time and patience and an attentive lover in order to get good at sex. Falling for Anthony Rochella finally gave me access to all three of those necessary features. Anthony and I found our way to Lorenzo's bed on the first night of our acquaintance. After the auditions were over, he'd come upstairs to sign a contract and to get a copy of the script from Billy. The adults all conducted their business, and then Anthony left. But only a few minutes after he'd walked out, Peg instructed me to run after him and speak to the young man about costumes. I snapped right to duty, yes ma'am. I'd never flown down the Lily stairwell faster. I caught up with Anthony on the sidewalk, grabbed him by the arm, and breathlessly introduced myself. In truth, there wasn't much I needed to discuss with him. The suit he had worn to his audition would be perfect for his costume. Yes, it was a bit modern for our play, but with the right suspenders and a wide, garish tie, it would do the trick. It looked just cheap enough and just cute enough to suit Lucky Bobby. And while it might not have been the most politic thing for me to say, I told Anthony that his existing suit would be perfect for the role, precisely because it was so cheap and so cute. "You calling me cheap and cute?" he asked, his eyes crinkling in amusement. He had highly pleasant eyes, dark brown and lively. He looked like he spent most of his life amused. Examining him this closely, I could see he was older than he'd looked on stage, less of a rangy kid and more of a lean young man. He was more like 29 than 19. It's just that his skinniness and his carefree step made him seem a lot younger. "I might be," I said, "but there's nothing wrong with cheap and cute." "You, on the other hand, you look expensive," he said, and gave me a slow appraisal. "But cute?" I asked. "Very." We stared at each other for a while. There was a good deal of information conveyed across the silence, a whole conversation, you might say. This is what flirtation is in its purest form, a conversation held without words. Flirtation is a series of silent questions that one person asks another person with their eyes. And the answer to those questions is always the same word: maybe. So Anthony and I just looked at each other for a good long while, asking the unspoken questions and silently replying to each other. Maybe, maybe, maybe. The silence went on so long that it became uncomfortable. In my stubbornness, though, I wouldn't speak, but nor would I break eye contact. Finally, he started laughing, and I laughed too. "What's your name, baby doll?" he asked. "Vivian Morris." "You free tonight to spend some time with me, Vivian Morris?" "Maybe," I said. "Yes?" he asked. I shrugged. He tilted his head and looked at me closer, still smiling. "Yes?" he asked again. "Yes," I decided, and that was the end of the maybe. But then he asked it again. "Yes?" "Yes," I said, thinking perhaps he hadn't heard me. "Yes," he said one more time, and now I realized that he was asking me about something else here. We weren't talking about going out for dinner and a movie. He was asking me if I was really free tonight. In an entirely different tone, I said, "Yes." Within a half hour, we were in his brother's bed. I knew instantly that this was not going to be the same sort of sexual experience to which I was accustomed. First of all, I wasn't drunk, and neither was he. And we weren't standing up in the cloakroom of a nightclub or fumbling in the back of a cab. There was no fumbling to be had here. Anthony Rochella was not in a hurry. And he liked to talk as he worked, but not in a horrible way like Dr. Kellogg. He liked to ask me playful questions, which I loved. I think he just liked to hear me say yes again and again, and I was more than happy to oblige him. "You know how pretty you are, don't you?" he asked, once he'd locked the door behind us. "Yes," I said. "You're gonna come sit on this bed with me now, right?" "Yes." "You know I'm gonna have to kiss you now 'cause of how pretty you are?" "Yes." And sweet mercy, could that boy kiss! One hand on each side of my face, with his long fingers reaching behind my skull, holding me still while he softly tested out my mouth. This part of sex, the kissing part, which I always loved, was usually over far too quickly in my experience. But Anthony didn't seem to be heading towards something more.
This was the first time I'd been kissed by somebody who was getting as much pleasure out of kissing as I was. After a long time, a very good long time, he pulled back. "Here's what we're gonna do now, Vivian Morris. I'm gonna sit here on this bed, and you're gonna stand right there, under the light, and take your dress off for me." "Yes," I said. "Once you start saying it, it's so easy to keep going." I walked to the center of the room and stood, just as instructed, right under the light bulb. I took my dress off and stepped out of it, covering up my nervousness by throwing my hands up in the air. Ta-da! As soon as my dress came off, though, Anthony started laughing, and I was catapulted into shame, thinking of how thin I was and how small my breasts were. When he saw the look on my face, he softened his laughter and said, "Oh no, doll, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing because I like you so much. You're a fast little operator, and it's cute." He stood up and picked my dress up off the floor. "Why don't you put this dress back on, doll?" "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. "That's all right, I don't mind." I was making no sense, but I was thinking, I blew it, it's over. "No, listen to me, baby. You're gonna put this dress back on for me, and then I'll ask you to take it off for me again. But this time, you're gonna slow it way down, okay? Don't be such a fast worker. You're crazy. I just want to see you do it again. Come on, doll. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Don't rush it." "No, you have not been waiting for this moment your whole life." He grinned. "Nah, you're right, I haven't, but I sure do like it now that it's here. So how about you give it to me again, but real slow, okay? Don't be such a fast worker. You're crazy. I just want to see you do it again. Come on, doll. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Don't rush it." "No, you have not been waiting for this moment your whole life." He grinned. "Nah, you're right, I haven't, but I sure do like it now that it's here. So how about you give it to me again, but real slow?" He sat back down on the bed, and I put my dress on. I came over and let him do up the buttons in the back, which he did, slowly and carefully. I could have reached the buttons myself, of course, and in just a few moments I would be unbuttoning them all over again, but I wanted to give him the task. Honestly, the experience of feeling this young man buttoning up my dress was the most erotic and intimate sensation I'd ever experienced, although it was soon to be surpassed. I turned around and went back to the center of the room, fully dressed again. I fluffed my hair a bit. We were smiling at each other like fools. "Now try it again," he said. "Go real slow for me. Make like I'm not even here." This was my first experience of being watched, and while I'd had plenty of men put their hands all over me in the past few months, I'd not had nearly enough of them appraise me with their eyes. I turned my back to him as if I were shy. Truthfully, I was a bit shy. I had never felt quite so nude, and I was still clothed. I reached back and unbuttoned the dress. I allowed it to drop from my shoulders, but it caught around my waist. I left it there. I unhooked my brassiere and slid it over my arms. I placed it on the chair next to me. Then I just stood there and let him look at my naked back. I could feel him looking at me, and it was like a current running up my spine. I stood there for a long time, waiting for him to say something, but he didn't speak. There was something thrilling about my not being able to see his face, not knowing what he was doing behind me on the bed. To this day, I can still feel the quality of air in the room, that cool, fresh, autumnal air. Slowly, I turned around, but kept my eyes down. My dress was still gathered loosely about my waist, but my breasts were bare. Still, he said nothing. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be inspected and contemplated. The voltage I'd felt running up my spine had now circled to the front of me. My head felt light and spinny. The prospect of moving or speaking seemed impossible. "That's right," he said finally. "That's what I'm talking about. Now you can come over here next to me." He guided me down onto the bed and pushed my hair back away from my eyes. I expected him to more or less attack my breasts and mouth at this point, but he didn't go near them. His lack of urgency was driving me a bit wild. He didn't even kiss me again. He just smiled at me. "Hey, Vivian Morris, I've got a big idea. You want to hear it?" "Yes." "So, here's what we're going to do now. You're going to lay back on this bed and let me take off the rest of your clothes. And then you're going to shut your pretty little eyes.
And then you know what I'm gonna do? No, I said. I'm gonna show you what's what. It might be difficult for someone of your age, Angela, to understand how radical a concept oral sex was for a young woman of my generation. I knew about BJs, of course. That would have been our term for blowjobs, which I'd done a few times and wasn't sure I liked or even exactly understood. But the idea of a man putting his mouth on a woman's genitals? This was not done. Let me amend that. Of course I'm sure it was done. Every generation likes to think that they discovered sex, but I'm sure that far more sophisticated people than me were experiencing cunnilingus in 1940 all over New York City, especially in the Village. But I'd never heard of it. God knows, I'd had everything else done to the flower of my femininity that summer, but not this. I'd been palmed and rubbed and penetrated, and certainly fingered and probed. My heavens, how the boys liked to poke about, and so vigorously too. But never this. His mouth had ended up between my legs so fast, and the sudden realization of his destination and his intent had shocked me to the point that I said, "Oh," and started to sit up. But he reached up one of his long arms, placed his palm on my chest, and firmly pressed me back down again, without once stopping what he was doing. "Oh," I said again. Then I felt it. There was a sensation occurring here that I didn't even know could occur. I took the sharpest inhale of my life, and I'm not sure I let my breath out for another 10 minutes. I do feel that I lost the ability to see and hear for a while, and that something might have short-circuited in my brain, something that has probably never been fully fixed since. My whole being was astonished. I could hear myself making noises like an animal, and my legs were shaking uncontrollably, not that I was trying to control them, and my hands were gripping down so hard over my face that I left fingernail divots in my own skull. Then it became more, and after that it became even more still. Then I screamed as though I were being run over by a train, and that long arm of his was reaching up again to palm my mouth, and I bit into his hand the way a wounded soldier bites on a bullet. And then it was the most, and I more or less died. When it was all over, I was panting and crying and laughing and could not stop shuddering. But Anthony Roccella just smiled that same cocky smile as ever. "Yeah, baby," said the skinny young man whom I now loved with all my heart. "That's what's what." Well, a girl is never really the same after something like that, now is she? Here's the extraordinary thing, though. On that night of our remarkable first encounter, Anthony and I did not even have sex. By which I mean we did not engage in literal intercourse. Nor did I do anything to Anthony that first night to offer him pleasure in return for the potent revelation he had just delivered unto me. Nor did he seem to need me to do anything. He didn't seem to mind in the least if I just lay there, as immobilized as if I'd just fallen out of an airplane. Again, this was part of the charm of Anthony Roccella, that incredible lack of urgency, the way that he could take it or leave it. I was beginning to understand the origins of Anthony Roccella's immense self-confidence.
It now made perfect sense to me why this penniless young man strutted about as though he owned the whole town. Because if you're a fellow who can do that to a woman without even needing anything in return, why wouldn't you think awfully highly of yourself? After he'd held me for a while and teased me a bit for having screamed and cried in pleasure, he'd gone to the icebox and come back with a beer for each of us. "You're gonna need a drink, Vivian Morris," he said, and he was right about that. He never even took his clothes off that night. That boy had ravaged me right to the point of unconsciousness without even removing the jacket of his cheap, cute suit. Of course I was back there the next night to writhe around once more under the magnificent powers of his mouth. And the next night, too. Still, he stayed fully dressed, without asking for anything in reciprocation. On the third night, I finally dared to ask, "But what about you?" He grinned. "Well, get around to it, baby," he said. "Don't you worry." And he was right about that, too.
We got around to it. Boy, did we ever. But he waited until I was famished for it. I don't mind telling you, Angela, he waited until I was begging for it. The begging bit was somewhat tricky on my part because I didn't know how to beg for sex. What sort of language does a nicely bred young lady use to plead for access to that unnameable male organ which she so dearly wants? Could you kindly, if it's not any trouble? I just didn't have any of the terminology required for this sort of exchange. Sure, I'd been doing a lot of dirty, filthy things since my arrival in New York, but I was still a nice young lady at my core, and nice young ladies don't ask for things. For the most part, what I had been doing over the course of these past few months was allowing dirty, filthy things to happen to me, at the hands of men who were always in a big hurry to get it done. But this was different. I wanted Anthony, and he was in no hurry to give me what I wanted, which only made me want him more. When it got to the point when I would stammer things like, "Do you think we might someday?" he would stop what he was doing, rise up on one elbow, grin at me, and say, "How's that now? If you ever wanted to." If I ever wanted to what, baby? Just say it. I would say nothing because I could say nothing, and he would just grin wider and say, "Sorry, baby, I can't hear you. You gotta enunciate." But I couldn't say it, at least not till he taught me how to say it. "There are some words you need to learn, baby," he told me one night while he was toying with me in bed, "and we ain't doing nothing more till I hear you say it." Then he taught me the nastiest words I'd ever heard, words that made me blush and burn. He made me repeat the words after him, and he relished how uncomfortable it made me. Then he went to work on my body again, leaving me splayed and flayed with longing. When I had reached such a peak of desire that I could scarcely draw a breath, he stopped what he was doing and turned on the light. "So, here's what we're gonna do now, Vivian Morris," he said. "You're gonna look me dead in the eye, and you're going to tell me exactly what you want me to do to you, using the words I just taught you. And that's the only way it's ever gonna happen, baby doll." And Angela, God help me, I did it. I looked him dead in the eye, and I begged for it like a $2 hooker. After that, it was Katie bar the door. Now that I was infatuated with Anthony, the last thing I wanted to do anymore was go out on the town with Celia, picking up strangers for cheap, fast, pleasureless thrills. I didn't want to do anything anymore but be with him, pinned to his brother Lorenzo's bed every moment that I could get. All of which is to say, I'm afraid I dropped Celia rather unceremoniously once Anthony showed up. I don't know if Celia missed me. She never showed any indication of it. Nor did she pull away from me in any notable way. She just went about her life, and was friendly to me whenever we collided, which was usually in bed, when she would come stumbling in drunk at the usual hour. Looking back on it now, I feel that I wasn't a very loyal friend to Celia. In fact, I dumped her twice, first for Edna and then for Anthony. But maybe the young are just feral animals in the way that they shift their affections and allegiances so capriciously. Celia could certainly be capricious too. I realize now that I always needed somebody to be infatuated with when I was 20 years old, and it didn't really matter who, apparently. Anybody with more charisma than me would do the trick. And New York was filled with people more charismatic than me. I was so unformulated as a human being, so unsteady in myself, that I was constantly grasping for attachment to another person, constantly anchoring myself to someone else's allure. But evidently, I could only be infatuated with one person at a time. And right now, it was Anthony. I was glassy-eyed in love. I was dumbstruck with love. I was all but undone by him. I could barely concentrate on my duties at the theater, because honestly, who cared? I think the only reason I even went to the theater anymore is because Anthony was there every day, spending hours a day in rehearsal, and I got to see him. All I wanted was to be in his orbit. I would wait around for him after every rehearsal like the most absurd little twit, following him back and forth to his dressing room, running out to buy him a cold tongue sandwich on rye whenever he wanted one. I bragged to everyone who would listen that I had a boyfriend, and it was forever. Like so many other dumb young girls throughout history, I was infected with love and lust, and moreover, I thought Anthony Raquella had invented the stuff. But then there was the conversation I had with Edna one day when I was fitting her with a new hat for the show. She said, "You're distracted. That's not the color ribbon we'd agreed on." "Is it not?" She touched the ribbon in question, which was scarlet red, and asked, "Does this look emerald green to you?" "I guess not," I said. "It's that boy," Edna said. "He's commanding all your attention." I couldn't help but grin. "He sure is," I said. Edna smiled, but indulgently. "When you are around him, dear Vivian, you should know that you look exactly like a little dog in heat." I rewarded her for her candor by accidentally stabbing her in the neck with a pin. "I'm so sorry," I cried out, and whether it was about the pin stabbing or about looking like a little dog in heat, I could not have said. Edna coolly dabbed at the spot of blood on her neck with her handkerchief and said, "Don't give it another thought. It's not the first time I've been stabbed, my dear, and it's probably richly deserved. But listen to me, darling, because I'm old enough to be an archaeological relic, and I know some things about life. It is not that I don't celebrate your affections for Anthony. It is delightful to watch a young person fall in love for the first time. Chasing your boy about as you do, it's very sweet." "Well, he's a dream, Edna," I said. "He's a living dream." "Of course he is, darling. They always are. But I have a spot of advice. By all means, take that racy young man to bed with you and put him in your memoirs when you get famous. But there is something you must not do." I thought she was going to say, "Don't get married," or "Don't get pregnant." But no, Edna had a different concern. "Do not let it capsize the show," she said. "I'm sorry?" "At this point in a production, Vivian, we all must count on one another to sustain a certain degree of judiciousness and professionalism. It may seem as though we are just having some larks here, and we are having larks, but much is at stake. Your aunt is pouring everything she has into this play, heart, soul, and all her money too, and we wouldn't want to drive her show over a cliff. Here is the solidarity of good theater people, Vivian. We try not to ruin each other's shows, and we try not to ruin each other's lives." I didn't understand what she was on about, and my face must have showed it, because she tried again. "What I'm trying to say, Vivian, is this. If you're going to be in love with Anthony, then be in love with him, and who could blame you for wanting your little exploit? But promise me that you will stay with him till the end of the run. He's a good actor, far better than average, and he's needed for this production. I don't want any disruptions. If one of you breaks the other's heart, I stand to lose not only a surprisingly excellent leading man, but also a damn good dresser. I need you both right now, and I need you to be in your right minds. Your aunt needs it too." I still must have looked awfully stupid, because she said, "Let me put it to you even more plainly, Vivian. As my worst ex-husband, that awful director, used to say to me, live your life as you wish, my peach, but don't let it bitch up the bloody show." 15, City of Girls was now in the full swing of rehearsals, with the date set for the premiere of November 29, 1940. We would open the week after Thanksgiving to try to snag the holiday crowd. Mostly it was going well. The music was sensational, and the costumes were choice, if I do say so myself. The best thing about the play, of course, was Anthony Rochella, or at least in my opinion.
My boyfriend could sing, act, and dance up a storm. I'd overheard Billy saying to Peg, "You can always find girls who can dance like angels, and some boys too. But to get a man who can dance like a man, that's not easily found. This kid is everything I'd hoped he would be." Furthermore, Anthony was a natural comic, and he was absolutely convincing as a clever delinquent who could hustle a rich old lady into establishing a speakeasy and bordello in the great room of her mansion. And his scenes with Celia were fantastic. They were such a great-looking couple on stage. They had one particularly outstanding scene together where they did the tango as Anthony seductively sang to Celia about a little spot in Yonkers that he wanted to show her. The way Anthony sang it, he made a little spot in Yonkers sound like an erogenous zone on a woman's body, and Celia certainly responded as though it were. It was the sexiest moment of the play. Any woman with a pulse would have agreed. Or at least I thought so. Others, of course, would have claimed that the best thing about the play was Edna Parker Watson's performance, and I'm sure they were right. Even I, in my infatuated days, could tell that Edna was brilliant. I'd seen a lot of theater in my life, but I'd never seen a real actress at work before. All the actresses I'd met so far were dolls with 4 or 5 different facial expressions to choose from: sadness, fear, anger, love, happiness, that they kept in rotation until the curtain went down. But Edna had access to every shade of human emotion. She was natural, she was warm, she was regal, and she could do a scene 9 different ways in the space of an hour and somehow make each variation seem like the perfect one. She was a generous actress as well. She made everyone's performances look better by her mere presence on stage. She coaxed the best out of everyone. She liked to step back a bit in rehearsal and let the light shine on another actor, beaming at them somewhat as they played their role. The great actresses are not often this kind, but Edna always thought of others. I remember Celia coming to rehearsal one day wearing false eyelashes. Edna kept her aside to caution her not to wear them in performances, as they would cast shadows over her eye sockets and make her look corpse-like, darling, which is never what one wants. A more jealous star would not have pointed out such a thing, but Edna was never jealous. Over time, Edna made Mrs. Alabaster into a far more subtle character than what the script suggested. Edna transformed Mrs. Alabaster into a woman of knowing, a woman who knew how ridiculous her life was when she was rich, and then knew how ridiculous it was to be broke, and then knew how ridiculous it was to be running a casino in her drawing room. Yet she was a woman who bravely played the game of life anyhow, and allowed the game of life to somewhat play her. She was ironic, but not cold. The effect was a survivor who had not lost the ability to feel. And when Edna sang her romantic solo, a simple ballad called "I'm Considering Falling in Love," she brought the room to a state of silent awe every single time. It didn't matter how many times we'd heard her sing it already, we all stopped whatever we were doing to listen. It's not that Edna had the best singing voice. She could be a tad chancy sometimes on the high notes, but she brought such poignancy to the moment that one couldn't help but sit up and pay attention. The song was about an older woman who was deciding to give herself over to romance one more time against her own better judgment. When Billy wrote the lyrics, he hadn't intended them to be quite so sad. The original point, I think, had been to create something light and amusing. Look, how cute! Even older people can fall in love. But Edna asked Benjamin to slow down the song and alter it to a darker key, and that changed everything. Now, when she got to the last line, "I'm just an amateur, but what are we here for? I'm considering falling in love," you could feel that this woman was already in love and that it was terminal. You could feel her fear at what might happen to her heart now that she had lost control of herself, but you could also feel her hope. I don't think Edna ever sang that song in rehearsal that we didn't stop and applaud her at the end. "She's the real deal, kiddo," Peg said to me one day from the wings.
Edna is the real blown-in-the-bottle deal. No matter how old you get, don't ever forget how lucky you were to see a master at work. A more problematic actor, I'm afraid, was Arthur Watson. Edna's husband couldn't do anything. He couldn't act, he couldn't even remember his lines, and he certainly couldn't sing. To listen to his singing, Billy diagnosed, is to have the rare pleasure of envying the deaf. His dancing had everything wrong with it that dancing can have and still be called dancing. And he couldn't move around the stage without looking as though he were about to knock something over. I wondered how he'd ever managed to be a carpenter without accidentally sawing his arm off. To his credit, Arthur did look awfully handsome in his costume of a morning suit, top hat, and tails, but that's about all I can say in his favor. When it became evident that Arthur couldn't manage the role, Billy pared down the character's lines as much as possible to make it simpler for the poor man to get through a sentence. For instance, Billy had changed Arthur's opening line from "I'm your late husband's third cousin Barchester Headley Wentworth, the 5th Earl of Addington," to "I'm your cousin from England." He also took away Arthur's solo. He even took away the dance number that Arthur was meant to have with Edna as he was attempting to seduce Mrs. Alabaster. "Those two dance as though they've never been introduced," Billy said to Peg, before finally giving up on the idea of having them dance at all. How is it possible that they are married? Edna tried to help out her husband, but he didn't take direction well and got sputteringly offended at any efforts to refine his performance. "I never understand what you're talking about, my dear, and I always will," he snapped at her once, insensibly, when she tried to explain the difference between stage right and stage left for the dozenth time. The thing that drove us the craziest was that Arthur could not stop himself from whistling along with the music coming from the orchestra pit, even when he was on stage and in character. Nobody could get him to stop. One afternoon, Billy finally shouted, "Arthur, your character can't hear that music. It's the theme from the goddamn overture." "Of course I can hear it," Arthur protested.
The bloody musicians are right there. This had caused the exasperated Billy to go on a long rant about the difference in theater between diegetic music, which the characters on stage can hear, and non-diegetic music, which only the audience can hear. "Talk English," had demanded. So Billy tried again. "Imagine, Arthur, that you are watching a Western with John Wayne in it. There is John Wayne riding his horse all alone across a mesa, and suddenly he starts whistling along to the theme music. Do you see how ridiculous that would be? I just don't see why a man can't whistle these days without being attacked," sniffed Arthur. Later, I heard him ask one of the dancers, "What the devil is a mesa?" I used to look at Edna and Arthur Watson and try with all my might to imagine how she coped with him. The only explanation I could come up with was that Edna genuinely loved beauty, and Arthur was undeniably beautiful. He looked like Apollo, if Apollo were your neighborhood butcher, but yes, he was beautiful. This made a certain amount of sense because there was nothing in Edna's life that wasn't beautiful. I never saw anybody who cared about aesthetics more than that woman did. I never once saw Edna that she wasn't exquisitely put together, and I saw her at all times of the day and night. To be the kind of woman who is perfectly kempt, even at the breakfast table or in the privacy of her own bedroom, requires a certain amount of labor and commitment, but that was Edna for you, always ready to put in the hours. Her cosmetics were beautiful. The tiny silk drawstring purse in which she held her loose change was beautiful. The way she read her lines and sang on stage was beautiful. The way she folded her gloves was beautiful. She was both a connoisseur and a radiator of pure beauty in all its forms. In fact, I think part of the reason Edna liked to have Celia and me around her so much was that we were beautiful too. Rather than being competitive with us, as many other older women might have been, she seemed enhanced and invigorated by us. I remember one day the three of us were walking down the street together, with Edna in the middle. She suddenly clasped us each by the arm, smiled up at us, and said, When I walk around town with the two of you towering young ladies at my side, I feel like a perfect pearl set between two gleaming rubies." It was now a week before our opening, and everyone was sick. We all had the same cold, and half the girls in the chorus line had pink eye from sharing the same infected cake of mascara. The other half had crabs from sharing their costume bottoms, which I had told them 100 times not to do. Peg wanted to give the performers a day off to rest up and heal, but Billy wouldn't hear of it. He still felt that the first 10 minutes of the play were spongy, not moving along at a brisk enough clip. "You haven't got a lot of time to win over an audience, kids," he said to the cast one afternoon as everyone was hacking their way through the opening number. "You've got to catch them right away. Doesn't matter if the second act is good, if the first act is slow. People don't come back for the second act if they hate the first one." "They're just tired," Billy said Peg. And they were tired. Most of our cast was still putting on 2 shows a night, keeping the regular schedule of the Lily running until our big new play opened. "Well, comedy is hard," said Billy. "Keeping things light is heavy work. I can't start letting them sag now." He made them do the opening number 3 more times that day, and each time it was a bit different and a bit worse. The chorus line braved it out, but some of the girls looked like they regretted ever having been cast. The theater itself had become filthy during rehearsals, filled with folding camp chairs, cigarette smoke, and paper cups containing the remnants of cold coffee. Bernadette the maid tried to keep up with it all, but there was always trash everywhere, an impressive din and reek. Everybody was cranky, everybody was snapping at each other. There was no glamour in this for anyone. Even our prettiest dancers looked dowdy in their various snoods and turbans, their faces heavy with exhaustion, their lips and cheeks chafed from their colds. One rainy afternoon during the final week of rehearsals, Billy ran out to pick up our sandwiches for lunch and came back into the theater soaking wet, his arms full of soggy lunch bags. "Christ, how I hate New York," he said, shaking the icy water off his jacket. "Just out of curiosity, Billy," Edna said, "what would you be doing right now if you were back in Hollywood?" "What is it, Tuesday?" Billy asked. He looked at his watch, sighed, and said, "Right now, I'd be playing tennis with Dolores Del Rio." "That's nice, but did you get my smokes?" Anthony asked Billy. Just as Arthur Watson peeled open one of the sandwiches and said, "What? No bloody mustard." And for a moment there, I thought Billy might deck the both of them. Peg had taken to drinking during the day, not to the point of visible intoxication, but I noticed that she kept a flask nearby, and she would take frequent nips. Careless as I was back then about drinking, I have to admit that this alarmed even me. And there were more instances now, a few times a week, when I would find Peg blacked out in the living room amid a tumble of bottles, never having made it upstairs to bed. Worse, Peg's drinking did not serve to relax her, but made her more tense. She caught Anthony and me necking in the wings once in the middle of rehearsal and snapped at me for the first time in our acquaintance. "God damn it, Vivian, do you think you could manage for 10 minutes to keep your lips off my leading man?" The honest answer? No, I couldn't. But still, it wasn't characteristic of Peg to be so critical, and my feelings were hurt. And then there was the day of the ticket blowout. Peg and Billy wanted to buy rolls of new tickets for the Lily Playhouse to reflect the new prices. They wanted the tickets to be big and brightly colored and to read City of Girls. Olive wanted to use our old ticket rolls, which said nothing but admission, and she also wanted to use our old ticket prices. Peg dug in, insisting, "I'm not charging the same thing for people to see Edna Parker Watson on stage that I would charge them to see one of my stupid girly shows." Olive dug in harder. "Our audiences can't afford $4 for an orchestra seat, and we can't afford to print new rolls of tickets." Peg: "If they can't afford a $4 ticket, then they can buy a ticket in the balcony for $3. Our audience can't afford that either." Then maybe they aren't our audience anymore, Olive. Maybe we'll get a new audience now. Maybe we'll get a better class of audience, just this once. We don't serve the carriage trade, Olive, added Olive. We serve working people, or do I have to remind you? Well, maybe the working people of this neighborhood would like to see a quality show, Olive, for once in their lives. Maybe they don't like being treated like they are poor and tasteless. Maybe they think it would be worth it to pay a bit extra to see something good. Have you considered that? The two of them had been bickering about this for days, but it all came to a head when Olive burst in on a rehearsal one afternoon, interrupting Peg while she was talking to a dancer about some confusion over blocking, and announced, "I've just been to the printers. It's going to cost $250 to print the 5,000 new tickets you want, and I refuse to pay it." Peg spun on her heel and shouted, "God damn it, Olive! How much money do I have to pay you to stop talking about fucking money?" The whole theater fell silent. Everybody iced over right where they stood. Maybe you remember, Angela, what a powerful impact the word fuck used to have in our society, back before everybody and their children started saying it 10 times a day before breakfast. Indeed, it was once a very potent word.
To hear it coming out of a respectable woman's mouth? This was never done. Not even Celia used that word. Billy didn't even use that word. I used it, of course, but only in the privacy of Anthony's brother's bed, and only because Anthony made me say it before he would have sex with me, and I still blushed whenever I spoke it. But to hear it shouted? I had never heard it shouted. It did cross my mind for a moment to wonder where my nice old Aunt Peg had ever learned such a word, although I guess if you've taken care of wounded soldiers on the front lines of trench warfare, you've probably heard everything. Olive stood there with the invoice in her hand. She had a distinctly slapped look about her, and it was something terrible to behold in one who was always so commanding. She put her other hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled with tears. In the next moment, Peg's face went sodden with remorse. "Olive, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm an ass." She stepped toward her secretary, but Olive shook her head and skittered away backstage. Peg ran after her. The rest of us all looked around at each other in shock. The air itself felt dead and hard. It was Edna who recovered first, perhaps not surprisingly. "My suggestion, Billy," she said in a steady voice, "is that you ask the company to start the dance number again from the top. I believe Ruby knows where to stand now, don't you, my dear?" The little dancer nodded quietly. "From the top?" asked Billy, a bit uncertainly. He looked more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen him before. "That's correct," Edna said, with her usual polish. "From the top. And Billy, if you could please remind the cast to keep their attention on their roles and the job at hand, that would be ideal. Let us be mindful to keep the tone light as well. I know you are all tired, but we can do this. As you are discovering, my friends, making comedy can be hard. The ticket incident might have dissolved from my memory, but for one thing. That night, I went to Anthony's place as usual, ready for my standard evening fare of sensual debauchery. But his brother, Lorenzo, came home from work at the unforgivably early hour of midnight, so I had to beat it back to the Lily Playhouse, feeling more than a little frustrated and exiled. I was irritated, too, that Anthony wouldn't walk me home, but that was Anthony for you. That boy had many sterling qualities, but gentlemanliness was not among them. Okay, maybe he only had one sterling quality. In any case, I was flustered and distracted when I arrived back at the Lily, and it's likely that my blouse was on inside out as well. As I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, I could hear music playing. Benjamin was at the piano. He was playing Stardust in a melancholy way, more slowly and sweetly than I'd ever heard. Old and corny as that song was even back then, it has always been one of my favorites. I opened the door to the living room carefully, not wanting to interrupt. The only light in the room was the small lamp over the piano. There was Benjamin, playing so softly that his fingers barely touched the keys.
And there, standing in the middle of the darkened living room, were Peg and Olive. They were dancing with each other. It was a slow sort of dance, more of a rocking embrace than anything. Olive had her face pressed against Peg's bosom, and Peg was resting her cheek on the top of Olive's head. They both had their eyes closed tightly. They were clinging to each other, squeezed together in a silent grip of need. Whatever world they were in, whatever era of history they were in, whatever memories they were in, whatever story they were knitting back together in the tightness of their embrace, it was very much their own world. They were somewhere together, but they were not here. I watched them, unable to move and unable to comprehend what I was witnessing, while at the same time unable to not comprehend what I was witnessing. After a while, Benjamin glanced over to the doorway and saw me. I don't know how he sensed that I was there. He didn't stop playing, and his expression didn't change, but he kept his eyes on me. I kept my eyes on him too, maybe looking for some kind of explanation or instruction, but none was offered. I felt pinned in the doorway by Benjamin's gaze. There was something in his eyes that said, "You do not take another step into this room." I was afraid to move, for fear of making a sound and alerting Peg and Olive to my presence. I didn't want to embarrass them or humiliate myself. But when I could feel that the song was ending, I had no choice. I had to slip away or be caught. So I backed out and gently closed the door behind me, Benjamin's unblinking gaze on me as he finished playing the song, watching to make sure I was good and gone before he touched the final wistful note. I spent the next 2 hours in an all-night diner in Times Square, not sure when it would be safe to return home. I didn't know where else to go. I couldn't go back to Anthony's apartment, and I still felt the power of Benjamin's stare, warning me not to cross that threshold. Not now, Vivian. I had never been out alone at this hour in the city, and it frightened me more than I cared to acknowledge. I didn't know what to do, without Celia or Anthony or Peg as my guides. I still wasn't a real New Yorker, you see. I was still a tourist. You don't become a real New Yorker until you can manage the city alone. So I had gone to the most brightly lit place I could find, where a tired old waitress kept refilling my coffee cup without comment or complaint. I watched a sailor and his girl arguing in the booth across from me. They were both drunk. Their fight was about somebody named Miriam. The girl was suspicious of Miriam. The sailor was defensive about Miriam. They were both making a strong case for their respective positions. I went back and forth between believing the sailor and believing the girl. I felt like I needed to see what Miriam looked like before rendering a verdict on whether the soldier had been untrue to his sweetheart. Peg and Olive were lesbians? It couldn't be, though. Peg was married, and Olive, a sexless being if ever there was one. Olive was made of mothballs. But was there any other explanation for why those two middle-aged women were holding each other so tightly in the dark while Benjamin played the world's saddest love song for them? I knew they had quarreled that day, but is this how you make up with your secretary after an argument? I hadn't been around a lot of business concerns in my life, but that embrace didn't seem professional. Nor did it seem like something that would happen between two friends. I slept in a bed with a woman every night, not just any woman, but one of the most beautiful women in New York, and we didn't embrace like that? And if they were lesbians, well, since when? Olive had been working for Peg since the Great War. She'd met Peg before Billy did. Was this a new development, or had it always been this way? Who knew about this? Did Edna know about this? Did my family know about this? Did Billy know about this? Certainly Benjamin knew. The only thing that had rattled him about the scene was my presence in it. Did he play the piano for them often so they could dance? What was going on in that theater behind closed doors? And was this the real source of the constant bickering and tension between Billy and Peg and Olive? Was their underlying argument not about money or drinking or control, but about sexual competition? My mind raced back to that day at auditions when Billy had said to Olive,
How dull it would be if you and I always had the same taste in women. Could Olive Thompson, she of the boxy woolen suits and the moral sanctimony and the thin line of a mouth, be a rival to Billy Buell? Could anybody be a rival to the likes of Billy Buell? I thought of Edna saying of Peg, "These days she wants loyalty more than fun." Well, Olive was loyal. You had to give her that. Okay, maybe he only had one sterling quality. In any case, I was flustered and distracted when I arrived back at the Lily, and it's likely that my blouse was on inside out as well. As I climbed the stairs to the third floor, I could hear music playing. Benjamin was at the piano. He was playing Stardust in a melancholy way, more slowly and sweetly than I'd ever heard. Old and corny as that song was even back then, it has always been one of my favorites. I opened the door to the living room carefully, not wanting to interrupt. The only light in the room was the small lamp over the piano. There was Benjamin, playing so softly that his fingers barely touched the keys. And there, standing in the middle of the darkened living room, were Peg and Olive. They were dancing with each other. It was a slow sort of dance, more of a rocking embrace than anything. Olive had her face pressed against Peg's bosom, and Peg was resting her cheek on the top of Olive's head. They both had their eyes closed tightly. They were clinging to each other, squeezed together in a silent grip of need. Whatever world they were in, whatever era of history they were in, whatever memories they were in, whatever story they were knitting back together in the tightness of their embrace, it was very much their own world. They were somewhere together, but they were not here. I watched them, unable to move and unable to comprehend what I was witnessing, while at the same time unable to not comprehend what I was witnessing. After a while, Benjamin glanced over to the doorway and saw me. I don't know how he sensed that I was there. He didn't stop playing, and his expression didn't change, but he kept his eyes on me. I kept my eyes on him, too, maybe looking for some kind of explanation.
And if you didn't need to have fun, you'd come to the right place, I suppose. I could not parse what any of it meant. I walked back home around 2:30. I eased open the door to the living room, but nobody was there. All the lights were off. On one hand, it was as if the scene had never occurred, but at the same time, I felt that I could still see a shadow of the two women dancing in the middle of the room. I slipped off to bed and was awoken a few hours later by Celia's familiar boozy warmth crashing down next to me on the mattress. "Celia," I whispered to her once she'd settled in beside me, "I have to ask you something." "Sleeping," she said in a gluey voice. I poked her, shook her, made her groan and turn over, and said louder, "Come on, Celia, this is important. Wake up. Listen to me. Is my Aunt Peg a lesbian?" "Does a dog bark?" Celia replied, and she was sound asleep in the very next instant. 16. From Brooks Atkinson's review of City of Girls in the New York Times, November 30, 1940. If the play is destitute of veracity, it is by no means destitute of charm. The writing is quick and sharp, and the cast is nearly universally excellent. But the great pleasure of City of Girls lies in the rare opportunity to witness Edna Parker Watson at work. This lauded British actress possesses a flair for the comic that one might not have expected from so illustrious a tragedienne. Watching Mrs. Watson stand aside to appraise the clown show in which her character regularly finds herself is a marvel. Her reactions are so richly humorous and subtle as to make her walk away with this delightful little piece of lampoonery tucked tidily under one arm. Opening night had been terrifying and also contentious. Billy had stocked the audience with old friends and loudmouths, columnists and ex-girlfriends, and every publicist and critic and newspaperman he knew by name or reputation. And he knew everyone. Peg and Olive had both objected to this idea, and strongly. "I don't know if we're ready for that,"
Peg said, sounding just like a woman who is panicked to learn that her husband has invited his boss over for dinner that night and expects a perfect meal on short notice. "We'd better be ready," said Billy. "We're opening in a week." "I don't want critics in this theater," Olive said. "I don't like critics. Critics can be so unsympathetic." "Do you even believe in our play, Olive?" Billy asked. "Do you even like our play?" "No," she replied, "except in spots." "I cannot resist asking, though I know I'll regret it. Which spots?" Olive thought carefully. "I might, somewhat, enjoy the overture." Billy rolled his eyes. "You're a living tribulation, Olive." Then he turned his attention to Peg. "We've got to take the risk, honey. We've got to spread the word. I don't want the only important person in the audience that first night to be me." "Give us a week at least to work out the kinks," said Peg. "It doesn't make any difference, Pegsy. If the show is a bomb, it'll still be a bomb in a week, kinks or no. So let's find out right away whether we've wasted all our time and money or not. We need big gravy people in the audience or it'll never work. We need them to love it, and we need them to tell their friends to come and see it, and that's how the ball rolls. Olive won't let me spend money to advertise, so we need to ballyhoo the hell out of this thing. The sooner we start selling out every seat in the house, the sooner Olive will stop looking at me like I'm a murderer, and we can't sell out every seat in this house unless people know we're here." "I think it's vulgar to invite one's social friends to one's place of work," said Olive, "and then expect them to provide free publicity." "Then how do you aim for us to alert people to the fact that we have a show, Olive? Would you like me to stand on the street corner in a sandwich board?" Olive looked as though she wouldn't be against it. "As long as the sign doesn't say 'The end is near,'" said Peg, who did not seem certain that it wasn't. "Pegsy," said Billy, "where's your confidence? This mule kicks. You know it does. You know this show is good. You can feel it in your belly, just like I do." But Peg was still uneasy. "So many times over the years you have told me that I was feeling something in my belly, and usually the only thing I was feeling was the unsettling sensation of having just lost my wallet." "I'm about to stuff your wallet, lady," said Billy. "Just you watch me do it." From Haywood Brown, writing in the New York Post. Edna Parker Watson has long been a gem of the British stage, but after watching City of Girls, one wishes she had come to brighten our shores sooner. What might have been seen as a mere curio transforms into a memorable night of theater, thanks to Mrs. Watson's rare understanding and wit, as she portrays a down-on-her-luck society doyenne who must turn bordello madam in order to save the family mansion. Benjamin Wilson's songs crackle with delight, and the dancers are brilliantly ascending. Newcomer Anthony Rosella smolders as a flashy urban Romeo, and Celia Ray's distracting carnality gives the show an overall adult savor. In the last few days before opening night, Billy spent money like crazy, even crazier than usual. He brought in 2 Norwegian masseuses for our dancers and stars. Peg was appalled by the expense, but Billy said, "We do it in Hollywood all the time, with your jumpier stars. You'll see, it calms them right down." He had a doctor come to the Lily Playhouse and give everyone vitamin shots. He told Bernadette to bring in every cousin she'd ever had, and their kids too, to clean that theater until it was unrecognizable. He hired men from the neighborhood to hose down the facade of the Lily and to make sure every light bulb in the big electric sign was firing at full blaze, and he put new gels on all the stage lighting as well. For the final dress rehearsal, he brought in catering from Toots Shores. Caviar, smoked fish, finger sandwiches, the works. He hired a photographer to take publicity photos of the cast in full costume. He filled the lobby with large sprays of orchids, which probably cost more than my first semester at college, and was probably a better investment, too. He brought in a facialist, a manicurist, and a makeup artist for Edna and Celia.
On the day of our opening, he wrangled up some kids and unemployed men from the neighborhood and hired them, at 50 cents a pop, which was a pretty good wage for the kids at least, to mill about outside the theater, giving the impression that something tremendously exciting was about to happen. He hired the kid with the loudest mouth to keep shouting, "Sold out! Sold out! Sold out!" On the evening of opening night, Billy presented Edna, Peg, and Olive with surprise gifts. For good luck, he said. He gave Edna a slim gold bracelet from Cartier that was just to her taste. For Peg, there was a handsome new leather wallet from Mark Cross. "You'll need it soon, Pegsy," he said with a wink. "Once the box office starts pouring in, your old wallet will bust at the seams." As for Olive, he ceremoniously bestowed her with an over-wrapped gift box, containing, once she had finally gotten all the paper and bows off, a bottle of gin. "Your own stash," he said, "to help you anesthetize yourself during the utter boredom that you apparently suffer from this production." From Dwight Miller in the New York World Telegram. Theater-goers are urged to ignore the saggy and worn seats of the Lilly Playhouse and to ignore the flakes of ceiling that may land in their hair as the Hoofers dance on stage, and to ignore the ill-designed sets and the flickering lights. Yes, they are urged to ignore every discomfort and inconvenience and get themselves over to 9th Avenue to see Edna Parker Watson in City of Girls. Then the audience was entering the theater, and we all crowded backstage, everyone in full costume and full makeup, listening to the glorious din of a packed house. "Gather round," said Billy. "This is your moment." The nervous, high-strung actors and dancers all formed a loose circle around Billy. I stood next to Anthony, as proud as I had ever been, holding his hand. He gave me a deep kiss, then dropped my hand and shifted back and forth on his feet lightly, jabbing the air with his fists like a boxer about to fight. Billy took a flask out of his pocket, helped himself to a generous swig, then passed it to Peg, who did the same. "Now, I'm not one for speeches," said Billy, "given that I'm unfamiliar with stringing words together, and I don't enjoy being the center of attention." The cast laughed indulgently. "But I want to tell you people that what you've made here in a short amount of time and on a shoestring budget is just as good as theater can ever be. There is nothing playing on Broadway right now, or in London too, I would wager, that's any better than the goods we've got to offer these folks tonight." "I'm not sure there's anything playing in London at all right now, darling," corrected Edna dryly, "except maybe Bombs Away." The cast laughed again. "Thank you, Edna," said Billy. "You've reminded me to mention you. Listen to me, everyone. If you get nervous or unsettled on stage, look to Edna. From this moment on, she's your captain, and you couldn't be in better hands. Edna is the coolest-headed performer with whom you will ever have the privilege of sharing a stage. Nothing can shake up this woman, so let her steadiness be your guide. Stay relaxed by seeing how relaxed she is. Remember that an audience will forgive a performer for anything except being uncomfortable. And if you forget your lines, just keep talking gibberish, and Edna will somehow fix it. Trust hers. She's been doing this job since the Spanish Armada, haven't you, Edna?" "Since somewhat before then, I should think," she said, smiling. Edna looked incandescent in her vintage red Lanvin gown from the Lautsky's bin. I had tailored the dress to her with such care. I was so proud of how well I'd dressed her for this role. Her makeup was exquisite, too. But of course it was. She still resembled herself, but this was a more vivid, regal version of herself. With her bobbed, glossy black hair and that lush red dress, she looked like a piece of Chinese lacquer, immaculate, varnished, and ever so valuable. "One more thing before I turn it over to your trusty producer," said Billy. "Remember that this audience didn't come here tonight because they want to hate you.
They came because they want to love you. Peg and I have put on thousands of shows over the years, in front of every kind of audience there is, and I know what an audience wants. They want to fall in love. So I've got an old vaudevillians tip for you. If you love them first, they won't be able to help themselves from falling in love with you right back. So go out there and love them hard, is my advice. He paused for a moment, wiped his eyes, and then spoke again. Now listen, he said. I stopped believing in God during the Great War, and you would have too if you'd seen what I saw. But sometimes I have relapses, usually when I get too drunk or overly emotional, and right now I'm a little of both. So forgive me, but here goes. Let's bow our heads and have a prayer. I couldn't believe it, but he was serious. We bowed our heads. Anthony took my hand again, and I felt the thrill that I always got from his attentions, no matter how slight. Somebody took my other hand and gave it a squeeze. I could tell from her familiar touch that it was Celia. I'm not sure I'd ever had a happier moment than this. Dear God of whatever nature you are, said Billy, shine your favor on these humble players. Shine your favor on this wretched old theater. Shine your favor on those bums out there and make them love us. Shine your favor on this useless little endeavor of ours. What we're doing here tonight doesn't matter a bit in the cruel scheme of the world, but we're doing it anyhow. Make it worth our while. We ask this in your name, whoever you are, and whether we believe in you or not, which most of us don't. Amen. Amen, we all said. Billy took another swig off his flask. Anything you'd like to add to that, Peg? My Aunt Peg grinned, and in that moment she looked about 20 years old. Just get out there, kids, she said, and kick the living shit out of it. From Walter Winchell, writing in the New York Daily Mirror, I'm not bothered about whatever play Edna Parker Watson is in, just so long as she is in it. She stands head and shoulders above other actresses who think they know how. She looks like royalty, but she can bring the ham. City of Girls is a masterpiece of flapdoodle, and if that sounds like a complaint, folks, believe me, it is not. In these dark times, we could all use some more flapdoodle. Celia Ray, and boo to whoever has been hiding her all these years, is an iridescent minx. You might not want to leave her alone with your boyfriend or your husband, but is that any way to judge a starlet? Don't worry, chippies, there's something tasty for you in this show, too. I could hear all the ladies in the audience sighing for Anthony Rockella, who ought to be in pictures. Donald Herbert is hilarious as a blind pickpocket, and that's what I call some politicians these days. Now, as far as Arthur Watson goes, he's way too young for his wife, but she's way too good for him, so I bet that's how they make things work. I don't know if he's as wooden a fellow offstage as he is in the spotlight, but if he is, I feel sorry for his cutie pie wife. Edna got the first laugh of the show. Act 1, Scene 1. Mrs. Alabaster is at a tea party with a few other opulent ladies. Amidst the general chatter of idle gossip, she casually mentions that her husband was hit by a car the night before. The ladies all gasp in shock, and one of them asks, "Critical, my dear?" "Always," replies Mrs. Alabaster. There's a long beat. The ladies stare at her in arch confusion. Mrs. Alabaster stirs her tea calmly, with one pinky raised. Then she looks up in purest innocence. "I'm sorry, did you mean his condition?" "Oh, he's dead." The audience roared. Backstage, Billy grabbed my aunt's hand and said, "We got 'em, Pegsy." From Thomas Lessick in the Morning Telegraph, "The high battery sex appeal of Miss Celia Ray will keep many a gentleman glued to his seat.
But the wise audience member would do well to train his eyes on Edna Parker Watson, an international sensation who announces herself in City of Girls as a star whose big day in America has finally come. Later in Act 1, Lucky Bobby is trying to convince Mrs. Alabaster to pawn her valuables. "I can't sell this watch," she exclaims, holding up a large gold watch on a handsome chain. "I got this for my husband." "Good trade, lady." My boyfriend nods approvingly. Edna and Anthony were hitting their punchlines like badminton birdies right over the footlights, and they did not miss a single shot. "But my father taught me never to lie, cheat, or steal," says Mrs. Alabaster. "So did mine." Lucky Bobby puts his hand over his heart. "My pops taught me that a man's honor is all he's got in this world, unless you get a chance for the big score, and then it's okay to fleece your brother and sell your sister to a whorehouse." "But only if it were a quality whorehouse, one hopes," says Mrs. Alabaster. "You and me come from the same kind of people, lady," says Lucky Bobby, and then they launch into their duet, "Our Dastardly, Bastardly Ways." And oh, how hard we had fought Olive for the right to use the word bastardly in a song. This was my favorite moment of the show. Anthony had a tap dance solo in the middle of the number, during which he lit up the place like an emergency flare. I can still see his predatory grin in that spotlight, dancing as though he aimed to tear a hole through the stage. The audience, the hand-picked cream of New York City theater-going society, was stomping their feet along with him like a bunch of apple knockers. I felt like my own heart was going to explode. They loved him. Then, somewhere underneath my joy at his success, I felt a pinch of dread. This guy is about to become a star, and I am about to lose him. But when the number was over and Anthony rushed backstage, he tackled me in his sweaty costume, pushed me up against a wall, and kissed me with all his might and glory. And I forgot, for just a moment there, about my fears. "I'm the best," he growled. "Did you see that out there, baby? I'm the best. I'm the best there ever was." "You are! You are! You are the very best there ever was!" I cried. For that is what 20-year-old girls say to their boyfriends when they are desperately in love. To be fair to both Anthony and me, though, he was pretty damn electrifying. Then Celia did her striptease, singing plaintively in that gruff Bronx accent of hers about how bad she wanted to have a baby. And she had the audience simply netted. She somehow managed to look adorable and pornographic at the same time, which is not easily done. By the end of her dance, the audience was hooting and hollering like drunks at a burlesque show. And it wasn't just the men who had hot pants for her either. I swear I heard some female voices in the cheers. Then there was the pleasant hum of intermission, the men lighting cigarettes in the lobby, and the press of satiny women in the bathroom. Billy told me to go out and mingle among the crowd to get a feeling for their reactions. I would do it myself, he said, but too many of them know me. I don't want their polite reactions. I want their real reactions. Look for real reactions. "What am I looking for?" I asked. "If they're talking about the play, that's good. If they're talking about where they parked their cars, that's bad. But mostly, watch for signs of pride. When an audience is happy with what they're watching, they always look so goddamn proud of themselves. As if they made the play themselves, the selfish bastards. Go out there and tell me if they're looking proud of themselves." I pushed my way through the crowd and examined the happy, rosy faces all around me. Everyone looked rich, well-fed, and deeply satisfied.
They were chattering non-stop about the play, about Celia's figure, about Edna's charm, about the dancers, about the songs. They were repeating bits of jokes to each other and making each other laugh all over again. I've never seen so many people looking so proud of themselves, I reported back to Billy. Good, he said. They damn well should be. He gave another speech to the cast before the second curtain, a shorter speech this time. The only thing that matters now is what you leave 'em with, he said. If you drop this thing in the middle of the second act, they'll forget that they ever loved you. You've got to earn it all over again now. When you hit that finale, it can't just be good, it's got to be stupendous. Keep it zinging, kids. Act 2, Scene 1. The law and order mayor has come to Mrs. Alabaster's mansion, intent on shutting down the illegal gambling operation and bordello she is reputed to now be running. He comes in disguise, but Lucky Bobby is onto him and gives warning. The showgirls quickly put maids' costumes over their spangled leotards, and the croupiers disguise themselves as butlers. The customers pretend to be visiting the mansion for a garden tour, and lace tablecloths are thrown over the gambling tables. Mr. Herbert, as the blind pickpocket, politely takes the mayor's coat and then helps himself to the man's wallet. Mrs. Alabaster invites the mayor to join her for a spot of tea in the solarium, discreetly dropping a stack of gambling chips down her bodice in the process. "You've got yourself a pretty high-grade house here, Mrs. Alabaster," says the mayor while peering around the place, looking for signs of illegal activity. "Real fancy-like. Did your family come over on the Mayflower or something?" "Dear me, no," says Edna in her highest tone accent while fanning herself elegantly with a deck of poker cards. "My family always had their own boats." Toward the end of the show, when Edna sang her heartbreaking ballad, "I'm Considering Falling in Love," the theater was so silent it could have been empty. And when she finished the last wistful note, they got up out of their seats and cheered for her. They made Edna return to the stage for 4 bows after that song, before the play could continue. I'd heard the word showstopper before, but had never really understood what it meant in actual practice. Edna Parker Watson had literally stopped the show. When it came time for the big finish number of Let's Make Ours a Double, I grew annoyed and distracted by watching Arthur Watson. He was trying to keep up with the dance steps of the other cast members and making a poor job of it. Thankfully, his awfulness didn't seem to disturb the audience too much, and you couldn't hear his tuneless singing over the orchestra. Anyway, the audience was singing and clapping along with the chorus, "Sin babies, gin babies, come right on in, babies." The Lily Playhouse glittered with a sheen of pure, shared joy. Then it was over. Curtain calls followed, so many curtain calls. Bows and more bows. Bouquets of flowers thrown upon the stage. Then, finally, the house lights came up, and the audience gathered their coats and were gone like smoke. The whole exhausted lot of us, cast and crew, wandered out on that empty stage and just stood there for a moment in the dust of what we had just created, speechless in the staggering incredulity of what we had just seen ourselves do. From Nicholas T. Flint in the New York Daily News. Playwright and director William Buell has made a sly move to cast Edna Parker Watson in such a light role. Mrs. Watson throws herself into this candy-coated but clever play with the cheerful spirit of a natural-born good sport. In so doing, she has covered herself with glory while elevating the players around her. You cannot ask for a more entertaining spectacle than this, not in these dark times. Go see this play and forget your troubles. Mrs. Watson reminds us why we should import more actors from London to New York and perhaps not let them leave. We spent the rest of the night at Sardi's waiting for the reviews to come in and drinking ourselves half blind in the process.
Needless to say, the Lily Players were not a theater group normally accustomed to waiting for reviews at Sardi's, or to getting reviews at all. But this had not been a normal show. It all depends on what Atkinson and Winchell say, Billy told us. If we can nail down both the high-end praise and the low-end praise, well, we'll have a hit. I don't even know who Atkinson is, Celia said. Well, baby cakes, as of tonight, he knows who you are. That much I can promise you. He couldn't keep his eyes off you. Is he famous? Does he have money? He's a newspaper man. He's got no money. He's got nothing but power. Then I watched a remarkable thing happen. Olive approached Billy, carrying 2 martinis in her hands. She offered one to him. He took it in surprise, but his surprise only deepened when she raised her glass to him in a toast. "You've done ably well with this show, William," she said. "Very ably well." He burst out laughing. "Very ably well. I will take that coming from you as the highest praise ever given to a director." Edna was the last cast member to arrive. She'd been mobbed at the stage door by admirers who wanted her autograph. She could have dodged them just by going upstairs to her apartment and waiting it out, but she'd indulged the populace with her presence. Then she must have taken a quick bath and changed clothes, because she walked in looking clean and fresh and wearing the most expensive-looking little blue suit I'd ever seen. Only expensive looking if you knew what you were looking for, which I did, with a fox stole thrown casually over one shoulder. On her arm was that good-looking idiot husband of hers who had almost ruined our finale with his terrible dancing. He was beaming as though he were the star of the night.
"The much-praised Edna Parker Watson!" Billy cried, and we all cheered. "Be careful, Billy," said Edna. "The praise hasn't come in yet. Arthur, darling, could you fetch me the most icy cocktail available?" Arthur went wandering off in search of the bar, and I wondered if he would be smart enough to find his way back. "You've made a wild success of things, Edna," said Peg. "You did it all, my loves," said Edna, gazing up at both Billy and Peg. "You are the geniuses and the creators. I'm just a humble war refugee, grateful to have a job." "I have the worst desire to get falling down drunk just about now," said Peg. "I can't bear the wait for the notices. How do you remain so calm, Edna? How do you know I'm not already falling down drunk myself?" "Tonight I should be sensible and mind my intake," said Peg. "No, never mind. I don't feel like it. Vivian, will you chase after Arthur and tell him to bring back about 3 times the number of drinks he had originally planned? If he can manage the math, I thought. I headed to the bar. I was trying to wave down the bartender when a man's voice said, "Could I buy you a drink, miss?" I turned around with a flirty smile, and there was my brother, Walter. It took me a moment to recognize him because it was so incongruous to see him in New York City, in my world, surrounded by my people. Also, the family resemblance threw me for a loop. His face and mine were so similar that for a disorienting instant, I almost thought I'd bumped into a mirror. What on earth was Walter doing here? "You don't look too happy to see me," he said, with a careful smile. I didn't know if I was happy or unhappy. I was just tremendously disoriented. All I could think was that I must be in trouble. Maybe my parents had gotten wind of my immoral behavior and sent my big brother to retrieve me. I found myself glancing over Walter's shoulder to see if my parents were with him, which definitely would have signaled the end of a good time. "Don't be so jumpy, V," he said. "It's just me." It was as if he could read my mind, which didn't serve to relax me any further. "I came by to see your little play. I liked it. You kids did a fine job. But why are you in New York City at all, Walter?" I was suddenly aware that my dress was revealing too much cleavage and that there was a hickey remnant on my neck. "I quit school, V." "You quit Princeton?" "Yes, I did." "Does Dad know?" "Yes, he does." None of this made any sense. I was the delinquent member of the family, not Walter. But now he had dropped out of Princeton? I suddenly got a vision of Walter breaking wild, throwing away all his years of good behavior to come to New York to join me in a carnival of drinking, carousing, and dancing himself to smithereens at the Stork Club. Maybe I'd inspired him to be bad. "I'm joining the Navy," he said. I should have known better. I start officer candidate school in 3 weeks, V. I'll be in training right here in New York City, just up the river, on the Upper West Side. The Navy's got a decommissioned battleship moored on the Hudson, and they're using it as a school. Right now, they're short of officers, and they'll take anyone with 2 years of college. They'll train us in just 3 months, V. I start right after Christmas. When I graduate, I'll be an ensign. I'll ship out in the spring and go wherever they need to send me. "What does Dad have to say about you quitting Princeton?" I asked. My voice sounded weird and stilted in my ears. The awkwardness of this encounter was still throwing me off, but I was doing my best to make conversation, pretending as though everything was perfectly normal, pretending as though Walter and I chatted with each other at Sardi's every week. "He hates it like gum," Walter said, "but it's not his call to make. I'm of age, and I can make my own choices. I called Peg and told her I was coming to the city. She said I could stay with her for a few weeks before OCS training begins, see a bit of New York, take in the sights." Walter would be staying at the Lily? With us degenerates? "But you didn't have to join the Navy," I said dumbly. To my mind, Angela, the only people who became sailors were working-class kids with no other options for advancement. I think I'd even heard my father say that at some point. "There's a war on, V," said Walter. "America will be part of it sooner or later." "But you don't have to be part of it," I said. He looked at me with an expression that was both puzzled and disapproving. "It's my country, V. Of course I have to be part of it." There was a wild cheer from the other side of the room. A newsboy had just walked in with a handful of early editions. The raves were already coming in. "And look here, Angela, I've saved my favorite for last." From Kit Yardley in the New York Sun, November 30, 1940. "It is well worth seeing City of Girls, if only to enjoy Edna Parker Watson's costumes, which are delectable from stem to stern." 17. We had a hit on our hands. Within the space of a week, we'd gone from begging people to come see our little play to turning them away at the gates. By Christmas, both Peg and Billy had made back all the money they'd invested, and now the shekels were really pouring in, or so Billy said. You might have thought that with the success of our show, tensions would have tamped down between Peg and Olive and Billy, but it was not the case. Even with all the accolades and the sold-out house every night, Olive still managed to be anxious about money, her brief experiment with celebration apparently having ended the day after opening night. Olive's concern, as she diligently reminded us every day, was that success is always fleeting. "It is all well and good," she said, "to have City of Girls bankrolling us now, but what will the Lily Playhouse do when the play closes?" We had lost our neighborhood audience. The working-class folks whom we'd humbly entertained for so many years had been driven away by our new high ticket prices and our cosmopolitan comedy, and how could we be sure they would return once we went back to business as usual? Because certainly we would be getting back to business as usual sooner or later. It wasn't as though Billy would stay in New York forever, nor had he promised to write us any more hit shows. And once Edna was lured to a better theater company for a new production, which was bound to happen eventually, we would lose City of Girls. We couldn't very well expect somebody of Edna's prestige to stay in our slipshod little playhouse forever, and we couldn't afford to attract other actors of her caliber once she left. Really, all this abundance had been built on the talents of one woman alone, and that's an awfully shaky way to run a business. And on it went, from Olive day after day. So much gloom, so much doom. She was a tireless Cassandra, constantly reminding us that ruin was right around the corner, even as we were all intoxicated with victory. "Be careful, Olive," said Billy. "Make sure you don't enjoy a minute of this good fortune, and don't let anyone else enjoy it either." But even I could see that Olive was correct about one thing. Our ongoing success with the show was all due to Edna, who never stopped being extraordinary. I watched that play every night, and I can report that she somehow managed to reinvent the role of Mrs. Alabaster each time. Some actors will get a character right and then freeze the performance, just repeating the same rote expressions and reactions. But Edna's Mrs. Alabaster never stopped feeling new. She was not delivering her lines, she was inventing them, or so it seemed. And because she was always playing with her delivery and changing the tone, the other players had to stay attentive and vibrant too. And New York City certainly rewarded Edna for her gifts. Edna had been an actress forever, but with the wild success of City of Girls, she now became a star. The term star, Angela, is a vital but tricky designation that can only be bestowed upon a performer by the populace itself. Critics cannot make someone a star.
Box office receipts cannot make someone a star. Mere excellence cannot make someone a star. What makes someone a star is when the people decide to love you en masse. When people are willing to line up at the stage door for hours after a show, that makes you a star. When Judy Garland releases a recording of "I'm Considering Falling in Love," but everyone who saw City of Girls says that your version was better, that makes you a star. When Walter Winchell starts writing gossip about you in his column every week, that makes you a star. Then there was the table that came to be held for her at Sardi's every night after the show. Then there was the announcement that Helena Rubinstein was naming an eyeshadow after her, Edna's Alabaster. Then there was the 1,000-word piece in Woman's Day about where Edna Parker Watson buys her hats. Then there were the fans, deluging Edna with letters, asking questions like, "My own attempt at a career on the stage was interrupted by the financial reversals of my husband. So, would you consider taking me on as your protégé? I believe you will be surprised to find out that we have much the same style of acting." And then there was this incredible and very out-of-character letter from none less than Katharine Hepburn herself. "Darlingest Edna, I have just seen your performance, and it drove me insane. And of course I shall have to come and see it about 4 more times, and then I will jump in a river because I shall never be as good as you." I know about all these letters because Edna asked me to read and respond to them for her, since I had such nice handwriting. This was an easy job for me, now that I didn't have any new costumes to design. Given that the Lily was running the same production now, week after week, there was no further need for my talents. Aside from mending and maintenance, my duties were over. For that reason, in the wake of our show's success, I more or less became Edna's private secretary. I was the one who turned down all the invitations and pleas. I was the one who arranged the Vogue photo shoot. I was the one who gave a reporter from Time a tour of the Lily for an article called "How to Make a Hit." And I was the one who escorted around that terrifyingly acerbic theater critic Alexander Woolcott when he profiled Edna for The New Yorker. We were all worried that he would savage Edna in print. "Alec never takes a nibble out of somebody when a chomp will do," said Peg. But we needn't have been concerned, as it turned out. For here was Woolcott on Watson. Edna Parker Watson possesses the face of a woman who has lived her life in a state of upward dreaming. Enough of those dreams have come true, it appears, to have kept her forehead unlined by worry or sorrow, and her eyes are bright with the expectation of more good news to come.
What this actress now possesses is something beyond mere sincerity of feeling. She has an inexhaustible catalog of humanity at her disposal. Too spirited an artist to limit herself to Shakespeare and Shaw, she has recently donated her talents to City of Girls, the most dizzy-headed and heel-kicking show we have seen in New York for quite some time. To watch her become Mrs. Alabaster is to watch comedy transmogrify into art. When a breathless fan at the stage door thanked her for coming to New York City at last, Mrs. Watson replied, "Well, my dear, it is not as though I have so many claims on my time just now. If Broadway is wise, that situation shall soon be remedied." Anthony was becoming a bit of a star too, thanks to City of Girls. He'd got cast in some radio dramas, which he could record in the afternoons without interfering with his performance schedule. He'd also been hired as the new spokesman and model for the Miles Tobacco Company. Why sweat when you can smoke? So he had good money coming in now, for the first time in his life. But he still hadn't upgraded his living arrangements. I'd started leaning on Anthony, trying to convince him to get his own place. Why would such a promising young star still be sharing quarters with his brother in a dank old tenement building that smelled of cooking oil and onions? I was pushing him to rent a nicer apartment with an elevator and a doorman and maybe even a garden in the back, and definitely not in Hell's Kitchen. But he wouldn't consider it. I don't know why he so resisted moving out of that filthy fourth-floor walk-up. All I can guess is that he suspected me of trying to make him look more marriageable, which was, of course, exactly what I was doing. The problem was that my brother had now met Anthony, and needless to say, he did not approve. If only there was a way to hide from Walter the fact I was dating Anthony Rosella at all. But Anthony and I were pretty obvious in our lust, and my brother was far too observant to have missed it. Plus, since Walter was now staying at the Lily, he was easily able to see what was going on in my life. He saw it all: the drinking, the back-and-forth flirtations, the rowdy repartee, the general depravity of theater folk. I'd hoped that Walter might get pulled into the fun. Certainly the showgirls tried to lure my handsome brother into their embraces many times. But he was far too straight-laced to take the bait of pleasure. Sure, he'd have a cocktail or two, but he wasn't about to cavort. Instead of joining us, he seemed to monitor us. I could have asked Anthony to tone down his carnal attentions to me so as not to stir up Walter's disfavor, but Anthony wasn't the sort of guy who was going to change his behavior to make anybody feel more comfortable. So my boyfriend still grabbed me, kissed me, and slapped my bottom just as much as ever, whether Walter was in the room or not. My brother watched, judged, and then finally delivered this condemning analysis of my boyfriend. "Anthony doesn't seem very marriageable, V." And now I couldn't get that weighty word, marriageable, out of my mind. I should say that I had never before even thought of marrying Anthony, nor was I sure that I would ever want to. But suddenly, with Walter's disapproval hanging over my head, it mattered that my boyfriend wasn't seen as marriageable. I felt insulted by the word, and maybe a little challenged by it. I felt that I should take this problem on and solve it. Clean up my man a bit. With this in mind, I had started making suggestions to Anthony, not too subtly, I'm afraid, about how he could boost his status in the world. Wouldn't he feel more grown up if he didn't sleep on a couch? Wouldn't he be more attractive if he wore slightly less oil in his hair? Wouldn't he seem more refined if he wasn't always chewing gum? How about if his speech was somewhat less slangy? For instance, when my brother, Walter, had asked Anthony if he held any career aspirations outside of show business, Anthony had grinned and said, "Not so, you'd notice." Might there have been a more culturated way to answer this question? Anthony knew exactly what I was doing. He was no dummy, and he hated it. He accused me of trying to get him to turn square in order to make my brother happy, and he wasn't having it. And it certainly didn't endear him to Walter. In those few weeks Walter stayed at the Lily, the tension between my brother and my boyfriend grew so thick you could have busted it up with a sledgehammer. It was an issue of class, an issue of education, an issue of sexual threat, an issue of brother versus lover. But some of it, too, I suspect, was just a matter of unfettered, competitive young maleness. They each had a lot of pride and a lot of machismo, which made every room in New York City too small for the both of them. Finally, it all came to a head one night when a group of us had gone out for drinks at Sardi's after the show. Anthony had been manhandling me at the bar, to my delight and pleasure, of course, when he caught Walter giving him the stink eye. Next thing I knew, the two young men were chest to chest.
"You want me to back out of this deal with your sister, don't you?" Anthony demanded, pushing a little farther into Walter's space. "Well, just you try to make me do it, Captain." The way Anthony was grinning at Walter in that moment, leering, really, had an unmistakable edge of threat. For the first time, I could see the Hell's Kitchen street fighter in my boyfriend. It was also the first time I'd ever seen Anthony look like he cared about something. And in that moment, what he cared about was not me, but the pleasure of punching my brother in the face. Walter held Anthony's gaze without blinking and replied in a low tone, "If you're trying to take a crack at me, son, don't do it with words." I watched Anthony size up my brother, taking note of the football shoulders and the wrestling neck, and think better of it. Anthony dropped his eyes and backed down. He gave a careless laugh and said, "We got no beef here, Captain. You're all right, you're all right." Then he slid back into his customary air of nonchalance and stepped away. Anthony had made the right call. My brother, Walter, was many things. An elitist, a Puritan, and uptight as all hell. But he was not a weakling, and he was not a coward. My brother could have pounded my boyfriend straight into the pavement. Anyone could see that. The next day, Walter took me out to lunch at the Colony so that we could have a talk. I knew exactly what, or rather whom, this talk was going to be about, and I dreaded it. "Please don't tell Mother and Dad about Anthony," I asked Walter as soon as we sat down at our table. I hated to even bring up the subject of my boyfriend, but I knew that Walter would, and I figured my best bet was to start off with a plea for my life. My biggest fear was that he was going to report my misdoings to my parents, and that they would barrel right down upon me and clip my wings. It took a while for him to answer. "I want to be fair about this, V," he said. Of course he did. Walter always wanted to be fair. I waited, feeling the way I often did with Walter, like a child who has just been called before the headmaster. God, how I wished he was my ally, but he had never been. Even as a boy, he'd never kept a secret for me or conspired with me against the adults. He'd always been an extension of my parents. He'd always behaved more like a father than a peer. Moreover, I'd treated him as such. Finally, he said, "You can't fool around like this forever, you know." "Oh, I know," I said, although my actual plan, in point of fact, was to fool around like this forever. "There's a real world out there, V. You're going to have to put away the balloons and streamers at some point and grow up." Without a doubt, I agreed. "You were raised right. I have to trust in that. When the time comes, your breeding will kick in. You're playing the bohemian now, but eventually you'll settle down and marry the correct kind of person." "Of course I will," I nodded, as though this were my plan precisely. "If I didn't believe that you had good sense, I would send you back home to Clinton right now." "I don't blame you," I cried, in fullest agreement. "If I didn't believe that I had good sense, I would send myself back home to Clinton right now."
which didn't particularly make sense but seemed to mollify him. I knew my brother well enough, thank God, to know that my only hope for salvation was to agree with him completely. "It's kinda like when I went to Delaware," he said, softening a bit after another long silence. This stopped me up. Delaware? Then I remembered that my brother had spent a few weeks the previous summer in Delaware. He'd been working at a power plant, if I recalled, learning something about electrical engineering. "Of course," I said, "Delaware." I wanted to encourage this positive-sounding track, although I had no idea what he was referring to. "Some of the people I spent time with in Delaware were pretty rough," he said, "but you know how that is. Sometimes you want to rub elbows with people who weren't raised the same way as you. Expand your horizons. Maybe it builds character." Well, that was pretentious. Encouragingly, though, he smiled. I smiled too. I tried to look like someone who was busy expanding her horizons and building her character through intentional fraternization with her social inferiors. A difficult look to master in a single facial expression, but I did my best. "You're just having your kicks," he decided, sounding as though he were almost convinced of this diagnosis himself. "It's innocent enough." "That's right, Walter. I'm just having my kicks. You don't have to worry about me." His face darkened. I'd made a tactical error. I had contradicted him. "Well, I do have to worry about you, V, because I'm starting officer candidate school in a few days. I'll be moving to the battleship uptown, and I won't be around to keep an eye on you anymore." "Hallelujah," I thought, while nodding gravely. "I don't like the direction I see your life heading in," he said. "That's what I wanted to tell you today. I don't like it at all." "I can certainly understand that," I said, going back to my original strategy of absolute accordance. "Tell me there's nothing serious for you about this Anthony fellow." "Nothing," I lied. "You haven't crossed the line with him?" I could feel myself blush. It wasn't a blush of modesty, but of guilt. Still, it worked in my favor. I must have looked like an innocent girl, embarrassed that her brother had mentioned the subject of sex, however obliquely. Walter flushed, too. "I'm sorry I had to ask," he said, protecting my perceived guilelessness. "But I need to know." "I understand," I said, "but I would never, not with that kind of guy, not with anybody, Walter." "All right, then. If you say so, I trust you." "I won't say anything to Mother and Dad about Anthony," he said. I took my first easy breath of the day. "But you have to promise me something. Anything. If you get into any trouble with this fellow, you will call me." "I will," I swore, "but I won't get into any trouble, I promise." Suddenly, Walter looked old. It could not have been easy being a 22-year-old elder statesman on his way to war, trying to uphold his familial duties and his patriotic duties all at the same time. "I know you'll end this thing with Anthony soon, V. Just promise me you'll be smart. I know what a smart kid you are. You wouldn't do anything reckless. You've got too good a head on your shoulders for that." My heart broke a little in that moment, watching my brother dig so deep into his pristine imagination, desperately searching for ways to think the best of me. 18. Angela, I don't want to tell you this next part of the story. I think I've been stalling. It's painful, this next part. Let me stall a little while longer. No, let me get it over with. Now it was the end of March 1941. It had been a long winter. New York had been hit with a murderous snowstorm earlier in the month, and it took the city weeks to dig out from under it. We were all sick of being cold. The Lily was a drafty old building,